someone sent me 3 here. So we got a heat index today of 105. And
you always get a lot of good rain.
oh yeah, we've been getting a lot of rain.
I was about to say,
Have you not seen we're under a state of emergency because of the rain that's came down there. So
I mean, I had,
floods and stuff.
me and my buddy had to jet up to one working for last Friday, and shit, and it stormed on us almost the whole way, and I mean, Bonnaroo got freaking canceled. We were wondering why we almost couldn't find a hotel room.
We have 94% humidity. Supposed to reach about 90 degrees today with a heat index of 105. That's stupid.
Yeah, I don't want to know where he is at. Felt like we were going to do something on here.
Record for today was 99 degrees and 1931.
Thankfully, a lot of my houses have been vacant lately, so I've been able to go over there.
What the heck, Chris? Come on, give me a round.
Hey, starting on slow, man. While we were driving Friday, I kicked this on for a few minutes. My friend was like, "Where are all these people from? How do you know these people?"
It's always fun to show people that don't know the app, which is like everybody.
No, I'm like, do not get this app. Do not go down this fucking rabbit hole. You're ready.
And we do always caution people, like, you'll become addicted to it. And then
My
you don't
daughter made Leslie, my daughter, my youngest, when I was visiting her about a year ago, she made a profile and got on the app, and I'm like, oh no, no, I will block you. No, and you will not be on here. I will not, I forbid you. She's like, oh my God. Then she got on, and she was trolling, I helped her troll one of my friends, I can't remember who it was. It was pretty funny, and then I made her delete.
Dude, yeah, my sisters wouldn't join it. My best friend at the time was like, this is ridiculous. You don't know these people. Like, no one ever gets it.
That's what my kids say. And like I said, he wouldn't do an app. He wouldn't get this app anyway, because I mean, he's got me in the loop well too. So he wouldn't get on here.
Well, we've all given up and have nothing to lose, so. No, I'm playing.
We don't care about our reputations.
People that need to know how I am already know, and they're fine with it.
Well,
central location in town. I don't waste my gas like that. Oh, look, a group of fake bikers. Don't know how I can tell they're fake bikers, but they all got the green vest with the reflective shit on it that you stand and use on the side of the road. And helmets with shields. Face shields.
Captain, other than the not getting the ride, is everything okay?
Yeah.
Okay. You seem a little on edge.
You're right, that's my fucking job, not yours, man.
Yeah.
I done had a yogurt and some seaweed and some applesauce this morning. I'm nice and hydrated. My mustache is in a really good style. It's participated very well this morning. Just want to make some money. I only need
I got 4 days to carry, but it's,
I don't need
it was right now.
$50 to get to the 800 for a week. So it's not like I need to make a lot of money, but I'd like to make at least $100 a day because I'm going to live on the levee tonight with Mom and Bobby and my niece and my daughter. And there's a pepperoni roll thing going on. It's a family night, big event, so I'd like to have a little money to be able to spend. Oh, look, there's a route. About time. I just needed to talk about why I wanted the money.
So did you say you're going to the levee? But what if the levee's dry?
It's so funny, Danny.
It's all right, he doesn't drive, he got me.
The levee was wet the whole time.
The levee's on the Canal River, so I doubt it'll ever go dry. Like Jeff said, it's wet the whole time.
Oh, I saw some damn rivers, I think they were like half a mile out of their damn banks up there. I know you ain't on the route, but still.
Oh fuck, Lawrence is here.
Oh, fudge. What's wrong? Everybody be quiet.
Hey, Boo.
How do I rename my profile?
Why do you want to read
What
that?
kind of shady shit are you getting into?
All work done.
Oh.
I just saw the
Was it iguana related also?
No, raccoon related.
Girl, tell him.
It was here the raccoon choked to death. Potentially.
Yeah, did you check
You're choking raccoon.
did you check the mouth and shit? Yeah.
No. I realized that there was a boogie board next to the cage, and I think the raccoon ingested some of the foam inside and choked on it, thinking it was marshmallow.
Is choking a raccoon the same thing as choking a chicken?
Similar.
A chicken died so you could make that joke.
which they taste good too.
Yeah, they eat them where
They,
I'm from.
they're very good. They're very good. Debatable how they got to the U.S. Some say they've been back in Haiti, which was the first guy that started Tabasco. Some people say he brought them over. Some people say somebody else brought them over. It's generally considered that they escaped in a hurricane, and that's what started the issue.
Interesting.
Like most shit that becomes a big ass problem, Spike brought it over because they thought it was fucking cute. They got into our ecosystem, and just went crazy. Just like water ice. They brought them over for a freaking World's Fair and gave them away as souvenirs, and now they clog more waterways in this nation than anything else.
You didn't think we'd be talking about nutrient this morning here.
Oh, we used to shoot the shit out of them. We used to hunt them all the time when I was a kid. My parents, man, I know like 2 houses back there on the water, and there was a little tropical storm, and the stuff in their yard would not leave. I had to sit out there for like 2 different days, just shoot neuters and throw them back in the freaking canal to get all the neuters out their yard. I was the one shooting them though, because they got a mean ass HOA where they live, and I don't belong to the HOA. They do. The HOA can't find me. I don't have property up there.
Damn, HOAs are coming for territory.
No, I wish it was an HOA. It's a COA. Bitches.
Well, what's a COA?
Condo association.
Oh, a condo association. Okay. I was about to say I do a lot of appraisal work. I didn't know that. I think we do.
Apparently, under different statutes, and have to get to play by different rules than the HOAs.
Like, it's all these new neighborhoods, they all have not so much HOAs, but covenants and all this, and they don't have amenities, but they still feel that they can charge the homeowners upkeep of common areas and shit like that. I mean, it ain't cheap either. $400 or $500 a year, and basically their pocket is not like the upkeep of a little bit of common areas that much.
Yeah. I will say that my common areas and everything cool. Like the landscaping is phenomenal, but I don't know if it's all worth it.
Of condos, man. Our market, our condos are 4 or 5. Most of our condos are 400 or 500 a month. But I mean, they're also mostly beachfront and have a hell of a lot of amenities. Our waterfront or something along that line. So they do have amenities.
So a little piece of data that is good proof that Israel is constantly looking to preserve life. That hospital which was hit, a few hours prior to the hit, they actually transferred the majority of their patients to. So most Israeli hospitals, for this reason, have underground floors, which are typically not used. And several hours before the missile was launched and hit the Soroka hospital, they transferred most of their patients to the underground. question is, was that like, God in some sort of like happenstance, or did Israel have intelligence that suggested that hospital was about to be targeted?
Did it be both at the same time?
At the same, God was there the whole time.
God is the intelligence, so I'm gonna go with God.
I mean, we do know that Allah loves us more and hates them.
Allah prefers the Jews. It's true.
I really think we're
Think
like
it
we're
depends on what
following
they
this
need us
because
for.
that dog picked up. There was a reason the Doomsday plane left North Louisiana earlier this week. And I followed them command free. Go their social media and all posts, and they're real active. And they have gone totally silent.
Who's this? Who's this?
Command.
Gotcha.
Central Command would probably be the one that, I mean, Southern Command would be handling this. It has to be Central Command. And usually their internet presence is pretty substantial normally. And they just talk totally silent.
Well, my one Christian friend who keeps posting. What have you done? My Christian friend who keeps posting on Facebook her support of Israel and whatnot, and keeps the response keeps being, well, Jews aren't the chosen people. Like she keeps posting and she keeps outing her friends as anti-Semites. It's actually quite remarkable. And I finally commented on this last very long string with probably a dozen people arguing over the nature of the Jew and the covenant. And I'm like, I don't understand your friends. I'm like, this theological debate's great and fine, but the people Israel is fighting with want to kill them, Christians, and the West just as much as they want to kill the Jews.
Absolutely.
So is there a hatred for Jews so great that they're willing to die at the hands of Muslims while they're debating the nature of the covenant?
Make it make sense.
It makes no sense.
Zero.
I mean, it makes sense. Right? It makes sense. They hate Jews.
Right.
But that's the only thing that makes sense.
But them trying to justify it never does. It just never does.
It's not as if she's out there claiming, and she engages in conversation, which is her stupidity, right? She tries to clarify her views on the chosenness of Jews, which is, not unlike the Christians in this room. And, these are people that clearly don't agree. They're like, they are chosen, they're not chosen anymore. These are place theologists. And I just want, I actually make an channel letter just be like, you're losing the debate. You're debating on their terms. Just ask them why it even matters whether Jews are chosen. These people want to see our way of life and us all dead. Their anti-Semitism is definitely shown. Think you're in the Matrix, honey. Hey, Norm. Good morning.
Hey, Norm.
Hello. Good morning. Sean.
Guten Norman. Hey,
Guten Norm.
I like that. I hope you like that.
Very Yiddish of you. Don't tell Jeff, he will call you Oxford normative. Not at all. I've never used Oxford normative in such a way. How do you use it? Oxford normativity to me is the expectation that all things Ashkenazi represent Judaism as a whole. And the expectation that non-Ashkenazi people are expected to conform to Ashkenazi expectations. Right. So, saying if you don't like the bill of fiction, not a Jew would be an the problematic Ashton-Normative state.
You can't be saying that.
It's also a crime against humanity to ignore such a thing.
Now we'll talk.
I know.
I knew I loved it. I knew I loved everything about this devil daddy.
Hey, that's all right. The James for sure. He's gonna take all the James too. It's okay.
Hi.
You guys, I just watched All Dogs Go to Heaven and it made me cry like 10 times.
You're weak.
Jeff, have you seen that film?
Maybe you should join them.
8 years ago.
Oh my god, it made me fucking cry.
Well, I'm glad you have emotions.
Thanks, I think I'm... What do you mean make you join me? You want me to die, Leslie? You want me to die? You're a bad person. Sam, who are you to even talk about me? Daddy, is this on your wedding day? Oh my god, why is no one responding?
I'm just driving and not even
Why
looking
does my mom look like this in the picture?
You are now in Jeff's house.
She's just thinking how beautiful the moment is, Russell.
No.
What, you think she's jealous and she wants the kids to meet True?
I think she's judging it.
Why would you give her less comedy award?
Oh boy.
I mean, she's not wrong.
Is smoking allowed in Jeff's house?
No,
Yes, you can smoke.
Thank you.
only crack.
No, I smoke cigarettes. A lot of people smoke weed.
Snorting heroin is really super.
Spin off it.
Chocolates and cigarettes.
Whatever you're into, sir.
Who do you kiss it?
Maybe everybody on this app is autistic.
Guilty.
I think everybody in the world falls on autistic spectrum somewhere.
It's the PFAS. It's the fucking PFAS, man.
I try to take my time when I pee. It's not good to put too much pressure on the bladder.
It's the plastics. It's the PFAS. It's leaching into our blood system.
I think we just used to call autistics weirdos, and now we have a name for it.
Jeff, did you know that Carmen is a Jew?
Oh,
Carmen Sandiego has Jewish blood. She's on a 23andMe.
but where in the world is she?
No, you're not.
Maybe that's why we never know where she is, because she's a Mossad spy.
I reckon so, yeah.
I mean, most Latins have some Jewish in them, and if they don't, I typically
C6 and Uber Eats
Not
doesn't bring
powder.
food.
Designation.
Yeah, but Uber Eats doesn't bring food to the bunkers.
I'm scared. I'm scared.
You just have to find
Can
that
at least look up.
one amongst you and eat them.
Ooh,
Send me McDonald's, please. Thank you.
yeah, they're eating the cats and eating the dogs in Tel Aviv. There's no
They
food.
let Asians in Israel.
People in Tel Aviv are eating the cats and eating the dogs.
Just start eating the cats and eating the dogs.
You know, once they get their shots, their meat ain't worth shit anymore.
Oh, I saw a rabbi eating a dog, so it's not good. You need help.
Also not kosher.
I'm back to the dog.
And I'll tell you what, if any people should eat cats, it would be the Israelis, because they got a lot of wild cats there. Which is,
Oh, and last week, Speedy Gonzalez was picked up by ICE. Yeah.
Big cats or little cat?
And guess who ICE hired to get to Speedy Gonzalez? Ricochet Rabbit. Bing, bing, bing.
hey dude, you need better content. You brought that to the British show.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to, show some something.
Oh, you're triggered now. I'm in a bunker.
We're not
No, I guess you just exactly don't repeat yourself, that's all.
Oh, well, you should have more concern if I told you I was in a bunker. You don't seem to care.
Please stop my kids.
I would have more concern if you were in Tel Aviv, because you're a fucking
Regardless.
And I think it would have hit better if that door got deported.
Yeah, I agree. Dora is a more compassionate figure.
No, Dora was not a member of Latinos for Trump. Speedy Gonzalez won't. Yeah, Latinos for Trump. Speedy
It's a
Gonzalez.
very dated reference. I mean, I grew up with reruns of Speedy Gonzalez. I mean, they actually, I believe they stopped making Speedy Gonzalez, like, I don't know, in the 70s.
Ándale, arriba, 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 ándale, arriba.
Man's love Mexico.
Yeah, but he was on uppers. That's why he moved so
So,
bad.
tell us, what's worse? Being a woman in Iran or being black in America in 2025?
Oh, being a person of, I don't know, of divine interest and being caught in a bunker is the worst thing in the world. The worst thing in the world.
Oh,
How can you ever have white supremacy stuck in a bunker? Imagine that.
It's good to be black on the moon.
Imagine that.
Black kid.
I don't pay taxes.
Zach, that was a very cheesy joke.
No, you ever seen Space Force?
No.
When was the last time? When was the last time you saw white supremacists have to run into a bunker? Imagine
Who
that.
cares about white people?
When they stop
So,
paying
white
taxes,
people.
when they stop paying taxes,
They're so boring.
It's just a question.
I think if you had,
Let's think back.
I think if you had David Dugan, he'd tell you that white supremacy thing doesn't go always go with plan.
David Duke is fucking Daisy Duke's little fucking faggot.
But yeah, because in Space Force, there's a black astronaut, and everyone's making a big deal about her being black because she's going to be the first black person on the moon when they go up there. And she's all like, I just want to be on, like, it's going to be great. It doesn't matter about any of that. She gets in her own head, and when she finally delivers her, like, one small step for man speech, her thing is now, it's good to be black on the moon, but she meant to stay back.
At this point, I have white fatigue and black fatigue.
She's on the dark side of the moon, literally.
I'm sick and tired of white and black people.
Space Force is actually, it's really funny. Was that a show or a movie? I can't remember.
It was a series.
So funny.
Yeah,
It was funny. I remember that.
we all know how much Jeff loves series.
Yeah, it's full of that kind of sarcasm. It's a lot of fun.
You would really
Steve
like
Carell,
what's his
wasn't
name?
he in it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Steve Carell is like the main character. It's great. love it, Jeff.
Maybe.
I can't believe you're at the hospital already. You know what I love? What? What do you love?
What do you love, mommy?
I love Daddy. It was Daddy. He is correct.
Are you depressed? Are you a lesbian? You tried or used prescribed drug over the counter all the time?
Dude, you made this joke yesterday. Jesus Christ.
I made that joke weeks ago.
Gosh, y'all need some new contact.
Oh, so sad. Yeah. Anyway, Trump just announced that he chickened out of sending Americans to Iran to go and die.
Trump always chicken.
Hold on a minute. I just wanted to take a moment and acknowledge Haas in the comments and just say you were seen and praying for you, praying for your people. Freedom at last is coming. It's been a long time coming. Stay safe.
Yes, I'm broke here in America, so I can't send you any money at the moment, so you're on your.
Oh my God,
It's like so annoying. Like yesterday was annoying.
Yeah,
too.
very, very.
Now it's like a repeat.
People fighting for their lives. Fucking
So good. Also,
Fuck
I'm off at 2
daddy.
o'clock today. I'm off at 2 o'clock, so I'll put some extra
I'm not feeling this.
I did. Me too.
In fact, point took. Carmen, you can stay. You haven't unmuted, but I mean, I know you're like basically just points unmoving.
Hello.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Aw, thank you.
No problem. I remember you guys when you had different characters.
Oh.
I always thought you were the talent in the group.
I'd have to agree.
Exactly. Yeah, someday very soon, us, they are capable of rise up, and hopefully they get the opportunity to hang Khamenei from Ukraine. I think that'll be a good night. Oh, Sam, that's not kosher.
We need a very unkosher sandwich right now.
Right now, are you having the bacon on it?
Jesus died for your lunch meat, Captain.
Jesus died for your lunch meat, Captain.
Oh my God, that is such a
Ham and cheese sandwich.
interesting country song.
Yeah, I was feeling in this country and then like Jesus died for your lunch meat, Captain. Yeah. I'm on it, don't worry. So
Maria.
Hey, Rena. Hi, Rena. How's your
I'm so glad you got rid of that point.
I mean, you know what's interesting? Dude's smart, and usually got some decent content. But today was weak. Today was very weak.
not very strong?
She just sounded like a narcissist. I'm going to pretend I'm in Israel and that I'm suffering because I'm in a bunker that doesn't exist. Like, okay. Like, okay, Wookie. Like, you're not relevant to this story. Stop trying to make yourself relevant to the story. And no, I didn't compare her to Whoopi because they're both black. Because frankly, I'm not sure Whoopi is actually black. It's the desperation to be relevant that I was comparing. Morning, Ken. Morning, B.
My theory is that point is actually like a bald temporary back to that area of the country. Where the water's not so clean because they've had a lot of chemicals still, that kind of area.
And Hot brings up a very interesting point that I've been thinking about. I think Iran could end up being the first post-Islamic country. I mean, I think you have other Muslim countries that are secular, but I don't know that you've got a good example of an Islamic country that rejects the whole damn thing, especially with a population as irreligious as the Iranian population. That part will be very interesting.
I agree.
I can't stop watching this. And there's nothing on the news.
Yeah, the news is coming too slow. When news breaks, we delay it. It's kind of.
Yeah.
So what's the latest? What's happening?
The dog has diarrhea. Iran.
Oh, that's running.
Update, actually.
35 rockets just, got to Israel recently, the last 15, 20 minutes. And hit the port of Haifa.
Oh, really?
Some injuries. Doesn't look like any deaths on this one.
The kid is in critical condition. Also involved. The kid as a child in critical condition.
Updated counts for Israel, 24 people dead, 1,217 injured since the beginning of this.
Is that it?
And breaking news, Iran is ready to discuss limitations on uranium enrichment. The delusion of it's so interesting. Everybody Israel fights is just delusional. Like Iran, it's not about limiting the level of enrichment. You're not enriching uranium. Period.
Okay, fuck you. What do you think is that?
No, I don't mean it in that way, Noel. Jesus Christ, you're taking what I said the wrong way. I mean, it looked like there was more. When I was on YouTube, it looked like there was more damage, so I thought there'd be more casualties. Obviously, I'm glad that there's more casualties.
I actually agree with you. Based on the destruction that's out there, Israel's done a very good job of moving people out of the way. Israel's done a good job of protecting folks for the most part, and thank God it's so few.
I was watching videos of Haifa was the place, and it looked completely obliterated. I don't know whether it was AI or something.
It's AI.
There's a lot of fake shit out there that's showing Israel like it's a third world country. Shit gets through, shit blows up, and yeah, it's terrible, and the bastards will pay for the blood. But for the most part, most buildings haven't been hit in Israel. Although I have to say, I know so many people that I'm here whose buildings have been hit, homes have been I know a dozen people who I just know would have in my network. A lot of people, they're hitting population centers, so shit's affecting a lot of people.
Yeah, but all the parts of buildings are torn down, blown out.
But also, can I ask a question too with this network stuff? I mean, how is there more
understanding how the rules can be.
Well, I know.
Israelis are pretty traumatized.
Right, that's what I'm
Like,
asking
serious.
about, like, I just,
Yeah, I mean, they're on board because they know it would be worse if they don't. But, and also it's part of a religion to keep morale high. Like, that's just like part of the culture. So, yeah, they're all on board to do it more, but I'm sure they're not like, yay, we're getting involved. It's so traumatic. And as far as I know, the Israelis I know, they're scared. Genuinely scared of being the next one.
Welcome to the stage house.
Oh, Gigi's my best friend.
Hello.
Hi, Gigi.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
So are you in Iran or are you elsewhere?
No, I'm actually elsewhere. Given the fact that I know who are else here, you know, like I just see how I want to say where, but I'm not in Iran for many years. But I can tell you this, you have done an amazing job. I mean, it's even far away from movies that we actually know in production. And how you guys pull it off, I'm still stunned. Everyone is stunned. And I put it this way. This is day 7, yeah, okay? This is day 7. Our casualties has been, if I'm not mistaken, around 500 to 600 people, around, let's say, maximum 700 people by now. In the 3 days of the protesting Mahsa Amini's movement, that most people came out of their houses to protest, and the internet had been down like the same right now that you're experiencing in Iran. It's down because you guys are telling them where to hide, where to get shelter, and even that, because they will never message, because they need the casualties for the propaganda, and they will never, let your messages and all that get to them. But like in the previous cases, they got it and they got out, and people were actually nowhere because of your messages. But imagine, about the point here, on that 3 days, the regime itself killed 1,500 people. I'm not sure if you've seen this footage or not, like people on the motorcycles and they're just like shooting randomly, any folks are just on the street. And people are really not what the regime is, trying to image them out. I mean, yeah, you have some people who actually their living is basically dependent to these regimes, these people. But that's not the majority. And the majority is like 80-90% hating these people. So I'm just saying, the war, the actual war, made like 600 to 700 casualties. 3 days protesting against this regime cost us 1,500, and we couldn't even touch them. And you guys did a fabulous job. I mean, imagine this: the world, everyone, every country I go, every people I see, the moment they see on the ring and they will think, "Oh, you're good, you're this, you're that." I'm stuck. You have no idea. When this is over, you'll be all stunned because you will see in the street people will be having 2 flags waving. One will be Iran, and the original flag, and this bullshit, and the other will be Israel flag. I kid you not, mark my words.
Well, thank you.
That's amazing.
I think it's also important to note that when they did protest shooting Shahini's death, were of the 1,500 who were killed, like 80% of them were young women.
And that's also beside the fact that they blind a lot of women, not only women and men, and also they have been imprisoning a lot of people, musicians, this, that. I mean, it's just brutal. I mean, I don't really think in the modern history of human society we had ever had, even Hitler was not this brutal on people. No?
Yes, Hitler was cruel. That was cruel.
And we're not to that extent.
Yes.
Hitler was, depends on if you consider Jewish people.
Oh, yeah, okay. I mean, all right, that's fine. I'll get back to my side. This guy is a nutstop. I mean, you have no idea. Not only him, they all are in a fairyland thinking about it. I mean, the good thing about this is they really played out their cards with religion with people, and people really found out what true this. I mean, I'm not sure if you remember Christopher Hitchens. He would always say the Iranian generation have figured it out. We have already gone through this bullshit, and none of us can buy their bullshit anymore. And it's just like we just need to know, and we just need to know from your side that we are able to get down to the streets. That's about it. It's done. Yeah, and your country is about that. They're just doing this actually. They are just doing hitting all those bases where they are coming out and hitting the protesters. So it's about to happen very, very soon. And Khamenei is gonna get there, which I really wish he won't, because I really want this guy to be humiliated on the camera and do some garbage cleaning and all that shit, something like that. I mean, he has to be suffering. He can't just go like that. But even that would be a blessing.
He ideally dies at the hands of the Iranian people. Hanging from a
That would be ideal, yeah. But
I'm sure most Iranians won't complain as long as he's dead. But the best case scenario for everyone is that Israel continues to do what it's doing. The Iranian people rise up. They put him in jail. They have a trial. They hang him from a crane.
Not to hang him. Just keep them for all the generations for it to be a lesson. We don't want to make a martyr out of this motherfucker. This has to go to bed really well, and I'm pretty sure.
I think one thing I hope when the Iranian people do execute him, they apply the same policy that he applies to young women before they're executed and rape him so he can't go to
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not gay, but I'd fuck that bastard in the ass. Just to give him a
You're not gay. I have a question.
I think every single Iranian will actually stay in line.
I have a question. When you said, Jeff, that he would not go to heaven because he was getting raped, what is that?
Do you want to cover that question?
Okay, I'm going to come back to question with a nice example. You know that motherfucker, President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad?
No.
Okay, he used to be a president for about 2 terms and like 8 years. And this guy was the guy who went to this Columbia University and said in Iran there's no gay. Imagine that shit. Anyway, so this guy, in the years of 1979 up to about 83, where they were like murdering everyone that they wanted to for the last regime, and when they went to the war side and all that. So during that time, this guy was one of the guys who would have raped the girls and the virgins technically before they want to execute the girls. So the girl cannot, because if the girl is a virgin goes to heaven in their mentality. And imagine they have to raise her so the virginity is gone, and then they will kill her. And then this motherfucker will be sent to the family and will be given some piece of Quran and some shit and some money, I guess, to say, okay, now we have this girl's daughter and all that in this way, and she would this way.
So basically, if you're a female and you're a virgin, you will go to heaven? Is that what it is? And so then she's raped and she's not married, so she goes to whatever.
It's like normal, and then she can kill her for that.
What's that? You already won. Well, I'm not trying to remove. I'm not Iran. No. Zach was on Facebook. He's talking. That's not a sign of mental illness at all.
That's very funny.
It was very funny. Especially because iguana and Irani is like,
Yeah, it all kind of sounds alike, yeah.
But sort of kind of a little bit.
Yeah,
So at least, I'm going to be kind and say at least in the IRGC version of Islam, but actually in Islam, if you are raised,
Thank God I'm not a virgin.
You're right. I mean, in that that's actually the real Islam for you right there. If you look at the fucking, I'm sorry, I don't want to be having hatred towards it, so I don't want to be counted to that group. But the thing is this: if you really read it, even the wife of the Prophet Muhammad, she actually pointed out how the fuck is whenever it's in favor to you or whenever a girl passes by, your God comes down, sends you a verse, and now actually they go on. It's not me. It's right in the book.
It wasn't
she
every time. That's not true.
Yeah, not every time, but what I'm trying to say is,
Okay, so
it's
you're
not
lying.
only man-made, it's male-made. You understand?
No, but when you talk about these things, talk about it with like accuracy, because you're misrepresenting. Kawasaki, we're not having an accurate conversation.
No, if you want accuracy, it's accurate. You know how Tabari. Okay. Tabari. Okay.
Cheers, Billy.
All right.
Hey, Kawasaki, hold on a second. Kawasaki, I'm not in the mood for your pedantic corrections. Just because you managed to fuck yourself, you middle-aged piece of shit. Okay, child, still trying to grow
Okay,
this.
then just ask me a question. That's fine. When Khadija, the wife of your prophet, when actually he went to his mother and his father's house because she was upset, and when in the middle of the door, what verse came to Muhammad?
Is this? I'm away from one day. I come to Jeff, son of a bitch, this motherfucker. I come to his room again. It's about Islam.
You were the one who brought it up. You want to be accurate. I'm giving you the verse. Now, if you are being a bitch,
Because when I came into the room, when I heard you prophet this, and his wife said that, and blah, 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 blah. Listen, if you don't believe, for a group of people who claim not to believe in a religion, you should keep yourself busy with that, aren't you?
I live in a country. I was the party of Quran, you dumbass.
Yeah, okay.
Every fucking verse.
Oh,
I know exactly what
you're
it is.
ex-Muslim.
Yes.
Okay.
And to you, I can be killed easily.
No, sister. See, this is what you don't understand.
Who said that?
Who said that?
Infidel, go through the infidel. Surah Nisa, verse 65.
Yeah, but do you know? Here's the thing you never understand, Kawasaki. Sometimes when you presume, you make it way worse for you and for Islam. That was a passing conversation that would have been over, but you got to push us. And Hasno's more Islam. He's forgotten more Islam than you've ever learned because you're an ignorant Italian. So, maybe it'd be better off just to bite your tongue and shut the fuck up and let us move on to something other than Islam. But if you want to stick around and have us demonstrate to everyone that Islam teaches people who reject Islam are liable to, that you have an obligation to kill them under Islamic law. That wouldn't have come up if you didn't open your fucking big, juicy lips. Are we talking to you? You and your dick-sucking lips should really talk less. Why do you have an Israeli accent, Harvey?
Because I'm Palestinian.
You are terrible. It's everybody. Why are you faking an Israeli accent? This is funny. Do you love Israel?
I don't like Zionists. I don't like Zionists.
Hey, look, we are. Look. Here's the thing. You filthy Arabs. We already beat you all. We're now dealing with people like fighting with the Sunni is no last week. group that's like supporting Iran are the fucking Sunnis. They're the ones that are supporting.
Just like the daddy, you are now Samaritan. Two becomes one.
I mean, in the West, it's a bunch of Palestinians and the gays for Palestine. That's the only people supporting Europe.
Even all those wars and all those that came, they're all documented in Iran just came out. Most of them were supported by RDC. Most of them.
A lot of things are going to change when the RDC falls. I don't think most people in the West have any clue how far their fucking tentacles go. I mean, you're talking even the drug cartels in South America. Iran was involved with them as well through Hezbollah. Like things will change in the West in ways that people can't even imagine. Did you get the answer you wanted?
Yes, I did. It was because they're virgins, yes, and they won't go to heaven. Got it.
Yeah, it's to deprive them of, it's to punish them in this world and the next world.
Okay, yes, that makes sense.
Oh, I don't think I can get enough film for the guys. It's empty throughout my apartment.
Jeff, I'm driving, but did you understand that text? Or did I miss something?
I don't know that I got a text.
Oh, okay. There's
Like how?
it's from Jeffrey, and I don't know.
Oh, yeah, no, I didn't understand it either.
Huh?
I didn't understand it either.
Is he okay?
So,
I thought maybe I missed something.
we'll check with him. I also don't have your phone number, so I didn't know you were the other person on the text.
I just assumed, and I didn't know, but I'm like,
Hey, it's fine. We'll figure it out.
just make sure. Okay.
From years ago. Baby, how's the baby? So the baby is from Thanks, man.
The flag's tattooed on his chest.
You got the flag in the basement also.
Oh, yeah, everywhere.
You gotta swallow the baby with the Mars and star.
With the flag blanket.
She's something but I hide it in my house because my maid comes to the house and he stays secrets. I don't know what they're gonna do to my house and my stuff. I'm gonna take a photo. I'm sure.
My house just added himself as living in an Arab country. Or at least a Muslim one. We're never even down on us. We're gonna build it back. Pictures of Mickey, I think it is. Hey, Mickey. Hope you're well. Not sure where you are these days, but hope you're safe-ish. The other Israelis on here. Yoavi, no red alert right now? No. Yeah, I know, an hour ago it was.
Well, you got it right though when you said that. It's not a half country, but yeah. The next one, right?
Mm-hmm. No, that is. Eliminated 27 of the 53, so we're getting close. We'll figure it out here soon.
What did you say though? I forgot what is it in Shalom? What did you say?
No, you just said what is one of the
No. You just spoke of this.
Shalom Aleichem. Peace to you, brother. It's the same as in Shalom Aleichem.
Okay. Nice. I got online on Priceless on second somebody not from Israel. I was like, yeah, I would.
So it's interesting. It's interesting. I guess that was art. I guess it was framed at one point. That's the sort of thing that might hang over a door.
Yeah, correct.
I've not seen something like that really. Oh, Gigi, your other account is here.
Wow, Gigi. These dresses here. I got a breast reduction.
Oh my god, that's not me.
You sure? Cause
It's totally you.
That is not me. That is not my other account.
is that the old me with someone else's face?
It does kind of look like you.
It does, it does. It does.
Listen, I had a breast reduction, GG too, and it really saved my life. So
I really want to do that because it's just digging, the straps just dig
God,
into
and
my
the
back.
pain, like listen, I would go out to dinner with friends, but I put your breasts on the table for breaks.
Well, that is my friend just said to me. She's like, you know, the one thing that you have told me that has always stuck with me. I'm like, what? That when you're depressed that you need to get closer to God? She's like, no. When you told me do not lean your bosom on the table, she's like, that always stuck with me.
They don't understand why we're doing it. It's like we need a break.
Exactly.
Rest. Please.
Exactly. Yes.
Carrying two big sacks of flour around your neck all day by a string. You know, it's not fun. And also, men, you might think big boobs are fun, but trust me when I say don't fucking touch them. They're sensitive.
I've updated the room title.
But breast reductions, thank you. I know my next one is lay on the table. She was like a negative egg. She's like, can I just be on the table and take your excess? I was like,
I know, I could have put it all sorts of places.
I know.
You know, this is totally unbelievable policy that anyone over a C percent reduction because having a D up larger perverts men's minds and leads to yes.
That's true.
We do. This is what
it's true. Like I went.
I think it's in the Quran, in fact.
I really know.
I know my dog listening to you guys, and this guy just looks at me and says hello. You know, just because of the.
Say it back to him like that.
I couldn't even hear him. I was listening to you guys.
I mean, Rena, why are you assuming it's your boobs? It could have been your lips.
Yeah, it could have been your face.
So, you guys were right yesterday. I found out, so when I got home, I went to the pool. My penis floats.
Oh my gosh,
Is
it's
it
a
full of fat?
conversation. Thank God.
Thank God. That means it's real. That means you're a real boy. That you love me. Even though I'm white.
I am a big fan of you and your whiteness. Tell if you're married someday. I will tell you everything. I'm not making something.
But you would have to, because listen, I am so fun and with more friends after. It's fun. I don't have emotion. I'm fun.
That's the best one.
Right. Like I'm soulless
You
happy
have no
in
soul.
some way. Right.
Soulless chickens.
But just love me right and we'll be best friends.
It's okay, no, I'm happy.
True. We get it. We have some empathy, sort of, if you deserve it.
Yeah, if you
If not, then our laser eyes were taking you out. Like we're reptilian on the other side of things, not from this planet. So.
I just had the funniest conversation with the homeless guy, and if it wasn't for the seriousness of what was actually going on in the room, I wish you guys could have heard it. Thanks for reading me.
You know, that time you're going through your text, you're like, I don't know who you are.
Guys, were there a recent income this month?
Yes, just now. They hit Beersheba, they hit Haifa, they hit a number of areas.
25 missiles.
Yep, that's what I read.
Donald Trump.
So the lady is not doing
They're
wrong.
following the
It's very optimistic.
Okay, later on, you can answer this question. Why the fuck Trump is taking 2 fucking weeks to decide?
It's all, this is all a ruse, in my opinion.
Oh, okay.
I wonder why.
I think everything is complete.
Yeah, I think that because the whole thing, from the time that actually even Elon Musk went out, it actually was suspicious of evil now, everything.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, like, look,
Elon Musk
Chuck
goes out,
King,
and right away, Iran is on the Starlink, and blue. Right away. I mean, I know that fucking.
Starlink being on doesn't really do anything for the Iranian people because no one has the terminals.
Some have actually, but not many. You're right. Some do actually. And that's the first layer of connection that we have to the whole country, connected to Starlink.
I feel like unless they somehow start dropping Starlink terminals all over the country,
It was the smuggle during the Mansour meeting, and after that.
yeah. But then they're gonna have to do better to get people the internet.
I will let you guys know I'm watching different news and listening to other people. I mean, news podcasts and all that. I'll let you know if there's anything coming up.
Well, that'd be great. What the hell? Twitter's a very dangerous place, folks. Please be careful.
You mean X?
No, I mean Twitter.
Yeah, ever since they became X, it's good. But it was dangerous, you're right.
I love reading people with broken English. It's fun.
I would love one of these breast reductions.
That's good. Only one breast?
Just for now.
Okay. That's how it works out.
You know where we can sign up?
Hello. Everybody's coming to the breast reduction center.
I think Pikachu is making fun of Jews with his name and he shouldn't be allowed.
Well, thank you for your allyship, Pumpkin.
Thank you for your concern, Pumpkin. Thank you.
Pumpkin, what do you think of the Iranian policy of, if you were in Iran, they would force you to destroy those goddamn Yemenis? What do you think?
I would rape them in their butt.
Oh my God, that's not cheap. Thank the Ayatollah.
Did you
They tried dominating white women One of my friends actually, they tried to get her in a van at Southampton Common.
Because I think grooming gangs go to that club for action.
No, they do sell children as like under 7 years old for temporary marriage in Iran, and they don't care if the child has been completely destroyed by a big hairy man, so they might. But I do think that most of the country people do disagree with those temporary marriages, but the trouble is a lot of them agree with it, so kind of.
You're weighing a little bit here. You're absolutely right.
Issues, it's like issues yesterday. Did you get some women of them?
What issues? I've got issues all the time. What particular issues are you talking?
There was some that you were on about yesterday. I don't know, somebody was using some illicit material about you somewhere. I don't know. Did you get to the bottom of it?
Okay, I need to ask the Iranians in the room. Is this an appropriate title? Thank you.
Very appropriate. Very nice.
Okay.
And about the girl thingy, you were absolutely right. And again, you're right about the religious side of it. And why 7? Because that was the age where Aisha, the wife of Muhammad, was. So it was allowed in Islam. So, okay, none of the
Some
people.
people say 6, some people say 7.
Actually, it's 6.
Is it 6 or 7?
It's 6. But apparently he penetrated at 7. That was, I mean, different sources write differently, but most of them say 6. Some they say, I mean, okay, the worst part is that they say 6, he liked it and he got it from Abu Bakr. Abu Bakr was like best friend, and was like, wait, I thought you were brothers and everything. Why would you like my daughter? And then he was like, oh, we are brothers in the eye of Allah. It's okay. Things like that. And then we found it at 9. That was the worst part. But anyway, however it is, it again has a raid in the roots of the Islam in Iran. And most of us are not religious at all. So we actually fucking hate this kind of culture that's going on. And most of these are happening in the religious cities, like Mashhad, where you have all those tunes and all that shit. So and all these mullahs are actually in charge of these affairs. Not like you would never think that a normal Iranian guy in a t-shirt or suit would ever do anything like that. Never. But those are just Imam and the Ayatollahs and all those towel heads.
Yeah, that's why, like, I'm a bottom in like a lesbian relationship, so it would be really bad if like they forced my partner to get her breasts surgically removed. That would suck. I think that if they told me all of the crimes they had committed and like left me in charge of like some capital punishment, I could peg them to teach them a lesson. Yeah, I could do that.
You know what's the funny part? Most of all those protesters in the Harvard University, in US here, in Boston, everywhere else, that they were protesting against, Free Palestine bullshit, they were lesbians, they were gays, they were homosexuals, and they had no freaking idea what these people would do to them. It's like the most funniest shit I ever seen in my life.
I agree. They still don't know.
They have no idea.
Well, that was what was on The View with Whoopi yesterday, where she was saying it was just as bad being a black woman in New York, in America, as it is to be a woman in Iran.
Wow, said by a multimillionaire looking over. Nice privilege you have. Sorry, I'm back. What was it? I missed it. The View.
I just want to know where my boobs went, where other Gigi went.
Yeah, where'd the boob lady go? It motivated me to walk. Those people.
Find your boobs.
Because I actually can walk now.
I can help you find your boobs. If you send me a picture, I can circle it or something.
Yes, we're all doing that. We all want phone number and
Yeah.
your cash app.
Yeah, give it to my back channel, Lilia, and please follow me back. Thank you. Join on my club.
No, you should follow me back, Hills. Oh, so now you sign it.
Well, yeah, because I'm climbing a really steep hill called Heart Attack Hill, so I don't have a lot of breath, but I can practice talking and walking if you want, but I'd rather not. Respectfully, nothing to do with you. I'm just a little busy.
You know what? Elle was walking yesterday. She was dying as well. And it sort of got me thinking, I just need to go to the gym. And when Jeff was at the gym working out with us, I was like, why am I not doing that? Like, I could go for a walk with you guys.
Yeah, you need to do it. I've been on 9 walks and I can already tell the difference.
Really?
Lungs are getting better. And literally, this hill is 3 minutes up, 3 minutes down.
Well, you know, we don't have any hills here. So,
Yeah,
we don't have that.
A dog?
You have a dog to take with you when you...
No, I got 3 psycho dogs. They stay home. That's too much. That's a broken head. What's wrong for that?
Do you know, one dog broke my wrist. The other one, took Noah's wrist out. It could be brutal. The dog pulls a leash in the wrong direction and you're dead.
Good morning, Abby.
Good morning. Well, I'm in a different time zone now. It's after...
Where are you now?
I don't want to say.
Okay.
I'm in a room where there's not an anonymous at the bottom.
Why is we're gonna track you down?
Yeah, they're gonna track me down. They're gonna find me. Right. Yeah. You think that's a crazy thought? You really think so?
I think so.
Oh, really? You do?
I think so. It's almost like if you tell me your state, it's like, oh my God.
You're shocked. You're shocked that
Don't
that
tell anybody. Don't tell anybody where you're at.
No, I don't intend to. I can tell you where I was.
Okay, where are you?
I was at the mountain you just see in the picture. That was very cool. Hills, that's a mountain.
Oh God, that's gorgeous.
Which mountain is it, Abby?
Hills, that's got your name right on it.
Which one?
It's called, it's Matterhorn. It's called
3 years ago, Abby. 3 years ago, I climbed Kitover in Maine, highest mountain in Maine, end of the Appalachian Trail. I was 43 and I wanted to do this one.
You know what I did when I was 43 hills?
What?
I took a car up to the top of Cadillac Mountain. That's what I did.
You took
That's
the
what I
car. You took the fucking car.
Switch on?
Yeah, the Matterhorn.
Yeah, that's Cadillac. This is
Oh, Cadillac's in Maine. It's Arcadia.
Have you been to the Grand Teton?
yes, I skied there. I camped out there, stayed out there for about 30 days in the backcountry.
So I thought that was like the most beautiful thing I've ever seen until I saw the Matterhorn. That's like a hill.
Yeah. The Canadian Rockies also are something else, man.
The Rockies in get me there. You mean all the way on the west coast?
In Canada, the western part.
Yeah, western part of Canada. Those I haven't seen.
Yeah, those are the Rockies. Those are the Rockies. The Rockies starts at the tip of California and goes all the way up to Canada.
Yeah. I mean,
The most traumatic change in landscape in the world.
where's Whistler is the Rock? Would you say that's the Rockies?
Yeah, that's like look at the map. It starts all the way down from San Diego. Actually, even before in Mexico.
Yeah, Swiss Alps
And
are
it's just
fucking
elevated.
me, though.
Right. It's actually a legendary trail for folks who like to do, cross country hikes or whatever.
But I also might take a car to the top.
Abby, what do you think about pegging Rihanna before he's home for a break?
I mean, I swear to God, I'm reading like a Dan Silva novel with all this shit, right? Like just the taking out of all these military guys and scientists. I think the Ayatollah is spent. Like, I think the guy's like drained of strength. The question is his son, because I think the son is like a mini-me of Dr. Evil. But I hear the son is worse.
Well, the son is worse.
Right.
Most people even think that the son is actually handling the country while the father is just in dead. And you cannot let this regime stand on. There's no top-up deal. There should not be a top-up deal. Because if this regime, for some reason, survive, they will not let you leave alone, and they will not let us alone. So
we need to liberate the baddies of Iran.
Yeah, but how come from within? Like right now, you think that there's enough empowerment for the people.
I'm not bullshitting this because I hate the fucker, but I'm telling you the truth. Honestly, 90 to 80% are fucking hating this guy. But because they are so fucking powerful, right now, on every street, there are vans, there are people with guns, there are checkpoints. They will not let any rally to start. So that's why we have to wait a little bit for your guys to keep up fucking all these mosques and these little they call this the Todd of Basij, which is like one of those tentacles that they have. So it's mostly for subserving the people. So the people cannot come out to overthrow the country. They have done so many times. But every time, they just randomly kill everyone and blind the people and arrest everyone. And even they're asking nobody to take any photos, nobody post anything. They've already arrested so many Iranians over being aside, showing people like the flag of Israel, things like that.
It needs an insurgent from the army. Like it needs a
You're gonna need swaths of the army saying we're not following these orders anymore.
Exactly. Now there are the facts coming along, and the fact that the son of the last Shah was the last thing is like showing like affection to the point that I wanted to be like the king for only for a short period of time for this government to be handed over to a democracy government. So if we have an infrastructure, this country is not going to go through shit. But this country this regime cannot last. If this regime lasts, it's going to be a bad day for me and you guys, honestly.
Well, at this point, Haas, if this regime lasts, though, it's on the Iranian people.
True. They have to.
They're going to have to rise up. And just like the Iranian people could never imagine what Israel's doing right now.
Oh, never. These guys took out our small people. These guys were major players. Major cards for these guys.
So now the Iranian people are going to have to get through their heads that they actually have the power to rise up and the Iron Fist, because this is the best and last chance they will ever get.
This is the best chance they will ever in a million years they will.
I have a question for you because I read a little bit about this, and obviously we talked to a lot of Kurds on the app. So how big, because it sounds like the Kurds want to also rise up. How big is that community population without
it's like 4% of the Iranian people.
Exactly.
It's a tiny percentage of like we're used to the Iraqi Kurds or the Turkish Kurds that are a big portion of the population. The Iranian Kurds are tiny, and most of them don't want independence. They want to be Israel.
Yeah, most of them want to be Iranian. It's just that this regime has been giving them so much shit for the past 46 years. I don't really blame them if they want to get out. But honestly, they will be well off to be as part of Iran. So that will be a decision that I don't know, maybe the future leaders will make, but I don't really think that they will ever want to go out because they will have much more benefit to be as a nation.
It's in the West, and when we speak with Kurds, they say always the Kurds want independence. When we speak with Kurds,
They have every right to be. Under this regime, who doesn't? Honestly.
People have the right to define their own country based on their own culture and their own ethnicity. And I definitely won't support that the minority gets ruled by a majority. I don't care for the Persian dynasty, blah blah blah.
No, it's a different dynasty. I mean, the whole idea of a vagina to be, I don't know, royal, so whoever comes out of it could be the next king. Fuck that shit. But imagine this. If let's say, look at the name, Republic Islamic of Iran. What is that from? Republic means people governing people. When you put Islamic, it means whatever the God says. So who the fuck are you to want to be questioning God? There's no more democracy, there's no more republic.
But with federalism, you can find a solution.
Sorry?
With federalism, you can find a solution for every minority. There are the Azeris.
Oh yeah.
There are the Baluchis. I don't say that the country needs to get cut in pieces, but the ethnicities need,
They're already in the country, near the things, something like that. You're absolutely right. But they have to have their own voice in the country.
John, is not enough?
Sorry?
Never mind.
We can't hear you.
What's the breakdown? What other minorities take up some percentages over there, Jeff? So you said 4% Kurds. What's the other big minority?
You have Christian, you have Baha'i, you have
Baha'i?
Sufi, Baha'is, and Sufis, and also you have Jews, you have Zoroastrians, but 97% are so-called Muslims, which are fake Muslims, trust me.
Yeah, but when you take all minorities together, then you come estimate on 40%.
No.
I saw these numbers. Everyone's better with numbers, but
In reality, it's about probably 20%, all the other minorities. And
You're talking Baloch, Azeri,
everything.
Lords.
I mean, okay, wait. Yeah, Arab, they're like 68% Persian. I thought you were talking about the Islam sort of percentage. We're talking about the race. Race-wise, 68%, 70% are Persian. I really actually recently got some Fox News. 68 or 70% are Persian. The rest, 30%.
I'm saying 56% are Persian.
Oh, okay. All right. Could be wrong.
So 14% Azeri, 9% Kurdish, 5% Iraqi, 4% Muslim, Irani, 2% Arab, 2% Balochi, 2% Turkish, 1% Bakhtiari, 1% Turkmen, 1% Ashrafi, a few Armenians.
Summarizing as well.
That's the breakdown. So it's about 43% non-Persian.
Right. Even in Azerbaijan, in the country of Azerbaijan, they will actually celebrate the root, all the Persian festivals and all that, while we don't. We will celebrate the Islam. It's like we've been captive after Islam had their war with the they took Persians. And we're becoming like Egypt. Like our language was about to go bye-bye. We're becoming like Arabs. We were never Arabs. And so we're Egyptians. But now look at Egyptians. They were no longer called Egyptians. They were called Arabs. Because the language is also Arab. I mean, the culture is now Arab. But for us, we had this Ferdowsi guy who made the Shahnameh thing, which is mostly detected from Game of Thrones and all that as well. But then that guy preserved Farsi, and once we throw them out, but they have already been mating with all the Iranians all around. So imagine this for a topic. We named our children after generation after generation named after our captors and our rapists that came to our country and raped us and they took us and they brought us on by force of the sword. The reason we are here is only one, because we just didn't want to accept this, but we had no choice. But we didn't want to be at least labeled with the rest of them. So we made up, honestly, we made up something that we thought, okay, you see, Shia comes from a word Arabic, Shia, which is like the circles of around one person. But it's like you have opposition in every country. So back in that 1,400 years ago, the opposition of Muawiyah was Ali. And they thought they had the right because of the bloodline and everything of the Muhammad. And his son sold it, which is in Tabari, that guy was fucking up. He sold it, and then it's documented. That's the bloody fine part. And it's not like everything's documented, but no Muslim has ever gone reading even one verse. They just sit next to others to people and they just nod their head and they go along. In the book, the son sold it away. The other brother was saying, came up and say, oh no, my brother fucked this up and then Karbala happened. But then all the way, long story short, that we just picked it up to be not with those people. And then our story became our reality, long story short. And the Mullahs came out of it. So even in Iran, it goes Allah, which is like God. It goes Ali or Muhammad, and then the rest. Ali is in that level, which is the fourth of their moms in the normal Islamic world, which they actually will call us kafir. Like they call us what? Like divided in English. I don't know what's in Arabic, I forgot. So that's why they would say these are like not really Muslim because they're just following something else. Maybe because the book is right. So that is why our country is Muslim. And it's been Muslim like that. And only now we are realizing it. Thank you for technology, this, that, resources, like Tabari, this and that. When you read it and you understand it and you understand why we were picked all of the countries around Saudi Arabia, why the prophet of God will lead war against other creatures of that God. I mean, that's ridiculous. Which prophet will actually lead 72 or 73 wars? Somewhere around that number. And I talk a lot, sorry.
Am I audible now?
Yeah, please.
Oh, I'm just checking if I can.
You guys listen to what Netanyahu said about Cyrus free the Jew. It's time for us to free you.
Yep, it's true.
That's like very, very, very sit well with the people of Iran.
It does or it doesn't?
Yeah, it does. I mean, we've been friends for centuries and for hundreds of years. And these fuckers came along. And we had what the fuck we picked up the fight with Israel in U.S.? I mean, not we, I mean the IRGC. But that was their foundation of their regime. They took the embassy, they went off, this, saying. I mean, imagine in the war, Iran and Iraq, every fucking country helped Iraq. The only country helped Iran was Israel. It's a fact. Check it out. The only country helped Iran. I mean, in terms of their self-over set down, but still, it was Israel. That's why all of our people know this. And it's like,
I actually didn't know that.
oh, because they didn't want Saddam to get like really powerful at one stage. The U.S. helped Iran secretly to Israel with the arsenal that they had in Israel. So Iranian won that fight was called Al-Fajr 8. So if you look back, we had no beef with Israel whatsoever. And in fact, they were the only country who helped us in the war, which they fabricated to save the regime. And they killed all their opposition, who actually went for the first topple of the king. So they stole technically the revolution.
Yeah, I mean, there's a long friendship. It is. You can just repeat what he said. If anyone asks you, just like repeat it.
It's not just size, it's speed. That's all I understood.
Right.
Yeah.
Got it.
And then we said the word circumference a lot. Way too many
It's
times.
also like there's bi-directional. There's also data going out, not just coming in.
Yeah.
TV.
In and out.
In and out, exactly. How would you remember all those times? Oh, yeah.
It's to the. I mean, I don't worry. I can't forget. I can't forget after the way that they explained it. In and out.
We just ruined the word dishing forever. It's now dishing.
At least in here. But yeah, what do you guys think about these 2 weeks that Trump won? Oh my God.
After 2 weeks. Within the 2 weeks.
What a stupid
It's classic Trump. He's basically saying all options are on the table. This is what he does. Give me 2 weeks. We don't know. He's hesitant. This is classic. I don't think much for this.
But don't you think that if he's using all those tricks and it doesn't come through at the end, it's kind of like become like a dog that barks and doesn't bite for a future event that he will actually be serious?
I'm not sure. I keep toying with it because if Israel succeeds and America gave the outside support and moved all those things to the area and the end of the war, he could. It's really hard to say if America should end this war or Israel and end the war.
Why?
I'm sorry, but
by end of war, I'm
just saying that he already got involved. He's making demands. Unconditional surrender, and he's moving for he's basically planning an attack, and all those signals are basically dude, I'm serious, right? And if at the end it doesn't bite, it will look like a show.
Question: we actually need we need the U.S. to go get through the Fordo, we need the B2s, right?
The mother of all.
Oh my God, I'm not talking to you.
That's beautiful.
Anti-Semitic piece of shit. I'm talking to another adult on the stage. Are you a dimwit? I'm speaking to another adult. Clearly, so put a muzzle on it. Anyway, adult Daniel, did you hear what I said?
Yes, we need either to do it with one bomb on photo, and if not, it will be repeated operations on the same spot with smaller bombs, and it will create enough damage, maybe not historic like the Moab, but will create enough damage to render it basically unrepairable.
And that can be, but how much would that? How much longer, or how many bombs, or what's the pros and cons? I guess it's more costly. It uses more, I guess,
It's like an operation because we need to fly all the way from Israel, so there's a lot of refueling that are happening on both directions for many planes at the same time. We have dozens of planes at the same time in the air, and it will require us carrying few thousand pounds. Few 1,000-pound bombs, and dropping it on the same point over and over and over again. Yeah, I guess it will extend it by at least, I don't know, a week, 10 days, I don't know exactly.
It's not even that populated of an area. I mean, it's right next to Ulm, which is like, you know, it's the where the mullahs are manufactured essentially, and then Bordeaux itself is only 1,500 people. Like it's 1,000 people that live there. So I mean, it's not actually dense population wise. I don't understand why we have to wait 2 weeks to do this mission, and we should get into it. When have we cared about
approaching there, like, because we are kind of taking more of Iran by removing air defense system. This is we have control on like west of Iran and now over Tehran, but not the entire Iran yet. We are kind of working our way, like destroying IRGC bases and air defenses, and then we need to also destroy the defenses around Fordow. So it's not like necessarily waiting. It's like one of the objectives.
not you, I meant the Americans. I meant the Americans.
Because they weigh all the like future possibilities of what we did say, like history-wise, like position-wise, finance-wise, what would the IRGC do? Now, I think I heard there's a warning from the FBI, I didn't confirm it yet, about like attacks from Iran and Hezbollah on American soil. I'm not sure anyone saw this. So they're weighing all there's a lot, I guess, to weigh in. United States has their people way more distributed than Israel, with bases everywhere, with like officers, counselors, companies, whatever.
Yeah, well.
Can we talk about stations again?
Sure. There's lots in the link that you sent there. They come in all different shapes and sizes.
Do you need to know where to point it, or you just put it like up? Or do you also need to know how to point it exactly?
Tim run away.
We made what?
Tim rumbles on going up to run away.
It wasn't missed.
It says automatically adjust it. You don't have to know where to
There's
point
no
it.
manual adjustment, Daniel.
Alright, well, at least this. After you did all
No,
those.
the problem is also if it's raining, right? If it's if the skies aren't clear, then you have a problem.
Because again, we said it's not about size, it's also about speed.
Yes.
And the speed will be hindered by the weather. If it gets too wet, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, enough.
Oh my god. We really are going to start using the dishing thing for other things here. Are you gonna get dished this weekend?
It should be some kind of a sexual activity. It sounds like it.
Especially when you're the installation should be the most, the most sensual part of it all. Don't you agree, Daniel, June?
I think the automatic adjustment, actually.
It's automatic. It's not manual. So
yeah, but
you don't even have to think about that part.
Yeah, but you see the dish like moving to the right angle, exactly the right angle. You know what?
I wish I forgot it, but I'm glad you do.
What is Soren in these days?
Yeah, where is he?
Peace be upon him.
I think he's in Bordeaux. No, I'm kidding. Alright, this has been fun, you guys, but I have to work. Talk to you guys later.
See you later.
Bye.
I think yesterday was Aya's birthday.
Mazel tov.
Yeah.
So now the Iranians are using I don't know what to call it, like a missile that when it like has one body, but at the end it splits to many parts and kind of fires like different directions. Oh,
Cluster bombs.
Cluster bombs, yes. Which is like, how can you justify it as like targeting anything? pretty used it against like cities. And where's like all the condemnations? And you know what I'm also wondering? Did the ABC and CNN and Fox and BBC already send journalists because they were complaining about not being allowed to go to war zones? Are they on the way to Tehran to report? Because I'm not getting reports from the international media.
May I ask a question? Did you guys kick out? Did you guys kick out Tim?
I did not. But if someone did, I'm
put him down for I didn't kick him out. He left.
Okay, no, because he sent me a strange message. He said, because he said something about like when you sleep with dogs, you wake up with fleas or something like that. And so I said, why are you so angry, dude? Like, we were just joking in that room. And he's like, oh, now you're victim blaming. I'm like, what? What do you mean victim blaming? So I thought that maybe you guys kicked him out.
He told you that when you sleep with dogs, you wake up with fleas? He told you that if you sleep with dogs, you wake up with fleas?
Yeah, something like
Hello?
that. Yeah? Yeah, he said that.
Okay.
But I mean, they've been telling me that for ages, right? Like, one day I will wake up and everybody would have stabbed me in the back.
Well, in case you wake up with them, it's all guaranteed. That was fun.
Anyway. Yeah, his fighting made me shocked. I don't want to answer him right now. I don't want to fight. I'm in a good mood. So anyway, do we have any updates from this stuff, Daniel? Like, I did not listen to news yesterday.
Well, there was an attack now, a strong one, like today, 21 hits, 2 severely.
Have you guys been hit again?
Yes, and they're using, this one I said before, they're using the blaster bombing missile.
The hypersonic one.
No, that they basically, there's like one body that comes, and then when it's close, it basically splits to different
direction
ordinance, and then it just goes all over to different targets at the same time, just randomly, just like not just one hit, basically.
And you guys are not able to intercept those?
No, we can, but it's many more. But on the other hand, they're smaller, but they just like go everywhere. So they hit like.
So it's like they fragment at some point and they start going everywhere?
Yeah, like big fragments, like big pieces. Yeah. And it's so one hit a mosque, one hit like a kindergarten, some hit a building.
But right now, kids are not at school, right?
No, in any case, even if they're not, but it's Friday also.
Yeah, thinking that it's weekend.
But no, school is closed. But even if they are, they know what to do when there's an alarm. And there's only school or work where there is like access to a safe room, which many have. Like basically every building that was built in the last, 30 years have a safe area. All public.
Do you guys want to go to the Mara house? Oh, Simon's here.
So let's stop here.
Understood. Let's not talk about him anymore. He's here.
Shall we go to the Mala house?
You want us to open a room for you?
No, people go there instead of here. This is more like a bathroom.
You want someone to open a room for you, Lisa?
Or Meyer, like he's the owner. Meyer, do you allow silence?
Did you write them, by the way?
I thought I did, but I didn't send the email. I'm gonna send it today. Okay, let's open a room in the Mala one, and if you guys can, please. I go there with my ticket, and I'll send the email while I'm there with you.
So Simon's opening?
Whoever, you, Meyer, Simon, just not me.
Just not used to being on the top list.
Okay, Simon, can you open it? Oh no, Meyer went.
Oh, okay. Doesn't matter, does. Everybody talks.
Yeah, exactly. He's a doer. I hate the people that drive like that.
They have no resources. They don't have people to update websites. These are the things that we can do. If you know a kid who's a good web coder, pay him $100. I'm saying, hey, listen, go volunteer at this website. These are things that we can do that have real impact right now, because where ICE is. ICE is all over Oxnard right now, but the local little organizations that are putting out the alerts, they don't have the people to really notify people quickly and to get a message to people. How do you, if you see an ICE truck, what do? Take a picture, get a location, send it ASAP to this telephone number, and they will post it online and announce it.
You can also accompany people. You can sign up. I mean, this is a little more radical, right? You can sign up to go. I don't know how it works, but you can do what Brad Lander did. And I actually, let me get more facts on this before I put it out there. But he goes in as a public official into a federal building, and he accompanies somebody who's going in for a hearing, and then physically links arms with him and walks out with him, and then they kind of document and shine more light on what's happening in those spaces, which is happening like every day. But let me try to find out more about that. But in general, I would say supporting them, yes, but I just don't want to underestimate how incredibly well informed these groups are, Rick. I think I've seen how they operate, and it is, well, Charlotte maybe knows a little bit more about this, but I mean, they're very well organized. Obviously need resources.
Well, yeah. I mean, they are organized, but I mean, I get calls every day that we need people. They're organized, but they don't have people. And they don't have the resources. They don't have money. They're very small organizations, most of them. The one in LA is significantly larger than what we have here. We have Ventura County, Santa Barbara County, San Luis Obispo County, all big farming communities. And, there's 8 people, all volunteers for the organization. So it's really, really tough for them right now. So, search, if you want to really help, you're not going to get a whole lot of people that are going to take their jobs off and go and drive people around. You just won't get it. But we can donate $10. We can try to recruit a kid that knows how to do coding and say, listen, I'll pay you $100 to work for this organization for 8 hours and help them with their website. Those are things that probably most of us in this room could do without any, it wouldn't hurt us at all. And we really have to start helping these little organizations, because the big ones can make the noise. The big national organizations can make the noise, but these little organizations locally, they are really doing some hard work, and they are struggling right now because they used to get grants. They don't get grants anymore. Those grants have dried up, and so it's up to us to feed them until we can get things back on track.
I saw that Aram came up, which I see David, first of all, perusing, hey everybody, a quick round robin to recognize everyone, Charlotte, Ben, David, Sue, Barbara, Your Honor, Dr. Francine, and I just haven't heard from Aram in a while, maybe others have. Were you inspired to come up, or were you just responding to, I think maybe I invited you up. Did you want to share on this point, Aram?
Yeah, I mean, I would co-sign a lot of what Rick said. I mean, all of what Rick said, really. I would maybe go even a little bit harder on the give to locals, don't give to nationals. Indivisible National does not need your money, I guarantee you. I know intimately they don't need your money. If you want to give money to Indivisible, find your local Indivisible, give money to them. And even better, if you're in LA or in California, give to Chila, CHIRLA. Amazing organization, they're doing the work, and in addition to everything that Rick said, a lot of these people are directly impacted, so their capacity is actually down because they've got people they need to directly care for in addition to everything else. So yeah, I just co-sign that 1,000%. There's Casa Justa, there's all kinds of them, and I know the California one's better because that's where I am, and yeah, I would just stand to that point of find the local group that's on the ground, that's deeply embedded within the community, because they're the ones that actually are going to have the power and the connections to really support people directly. Whereas these national organizations, there's some that redistribute their money that do really important work. There's, I don't know, the National Immigration Law Center might be a good place to give, but the sort of big umbrella progressive orgs, I just would put my resources elsewhere.
Interesting. Charlotte, I don't know if you're with us or you heard that. I know you're familiar with some of the local groups in the New York area, since they said New York was next.
Hi.
You might not want to shout if you're comfortable.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, I co-sign what Aaron said too in terms of giving local. Well, I definitely support giving to local Indivisible. I think, I'm trying to think who I know in New York. Let me get back to you. My brain's all over the place this morning. Hold on.
Yeah, but pretty much any community is going to have some kind, especially if there's a farming community, if there's a union, go talk to the union people because they will know these organizations. If there's a UFW branch anywhere near you, they can point you in the right direction. Every little community, because I know there's one in Oxnard, there's one in Ventura, there's one in Santa Barbara, there's one in, even little towns will have, but they'll have 2 people working for them, and they're unpaid people, and many times, as Aaron said, is these people are actually carrying people caring for people and their family. So the stress that they are under right now is really massive. Yesterday in LA, car washes. They were hitting car washes all over LA. Car washes are closed. Restaurants, they're going after restaurants. They're going into Home Depots. They hit more Home Depots. These are not the criminals that they are going after. What they are doing is they are trying to change the narrative where if you cross the border, you are a criminal. And they're trying to put that they're trying to tie somebody that crossed the border for work with a rapist or a murderer. I mean, there are rapists and murderers. There's plenty of them. There's plenty of citizens who are rapists and murderers. But what they are trying to do is they're trying to form a connection in people's mind that brown people are rapists and murderers and thieves, and they're here to scam you. And they're doing that every single day. They're repeating, hoping that it will take hold. And it has taken hold. And we've got to change that narrative. It's up to us. We know what they're doing. We've known it for a long time. We're not resisting it. And so we have to be the resistance. Instead of complaining about them, we have to start changing the narrative. Because complaining about them ain't gonna do it.
In Arizona, the organization that does the most with immigrants' rights and protections is the ACLU of Arizona. And they are literally on the ground dealing with the immigrants themselves who are caught up in all these issues. So if you're going to support anything in Phoenix, the ACLU AZ or ACLU of Arizona is the immigrant rights group to support.
Yeah, it's very scary right now, and you know, it's not like it's any secret what they're doing. He says, I am coming after blue states. Now, the bigger goal of this is they want to destroy blue state economies. Why? Because people will move out of the states. It will destroy the economies, and with an election coming up next year, if the blue states' economies are destroyed, they will have more talking points for the election. So you got to think long term what their strategy is.
And Rick, but I think it's even further than that. Like, I completely agree with you, but I think it's even beyond that, which is, you know, they are going at this playbook, dismantling, you know, what they consider to be elite institutions, you know, the other people that might be non-political or non-MAGA that have money, and going after blue states and, you know, sanctuary states. It's not just about the elections. I think it's I'm sorry, it sounds like a conspiracy theory, but it just goes back to Project 2025. It's not just about winning elections for them. It's much bigger. I just wonder if it's possible. And I've been out of, you know, the real estate industry for a long time, but the real estate industry is doing worse in America, and I mean all of America, this year than it did last year. And last year it was doing as bad as it had been doing since like the first year of the pandemic. And there are a lot of real estate people, including this fellow in California, Rick Caruso. That, you know, people in the real estate business have a lot of money, a lot of political connections,
and are usually very involved in community development activities. And they are going to end up coming out of the woodwork and screaming because they are the big donors to things. And I'm just curious where they are. There's an organization in Phoenix called Valley Partnership, where all the real estate people, you know, in some ways it's a bullshit organization because it's very, very developer, you know, friendly and very developer forward. But what it does is things on behalf of the community that are helped out by the real estate industry. And I would be curious what the positions of the real estate industry are right now. And maybe you would know, Aaron?
I mean, it really depends on where, but I mean, I don't know. I have a lot of smoke for the real estate industry. I mean, they've advanced the kind of politics that has left a lot of working people behind, and in particular the very large real estate companies.
Oh, for sure. I'm not arguing that, but
so I think where they are is trying to protect their money. And I think that they're, you know, I would guess like many business owners, they're not real happy about the instability and how it impacts them. But I don't know, if we're waiting for the real estate developers to make moves to address the kinds of problems we have right now, I think we're going to be waiting too long.
Maybe it's local, you know, because I have a feeling, I'm going to go do some research about that because, you know, in Arizona, we have been growing so fast. We have people moving in so quickly that we need labor. You know, I mean, there's like a lot of things that we need in the industry. We need interest rates to go down. We need affordable housing. You know, there's a whole lot of stuff that the industry has been working towards. And of course, we need the buyers, and the buyers are often immigrants. So, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem there is, I mean, when you already went through this in Arizona, right? We did the same thing in California, like the extreme anti-immigrant hate in politics. Like we were the laboratories, and frankly, it should give us a lot of hope that when this happens, there's a very severe political backlash, which I think is coming. But like the real estate developers didn't deal with Joe Arpaio, right? Like they didn't organize.
No, the ACLU did.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would say even more than the ACLU, which was an organization which had been there for a very long time, that Lucha really was the central organizing point for, you know, the movement that pushed back against the Arpaio and all, you know, BS that was going down in Arizona. So I feel like that would be an organization I would definitely give to in Arizona, who's done amazing work. But I just think like the developers, even if they were to get their way wouldn't, in general, I'm sure there are some really good-hearted real estate developers, but as a general rule, you know, they're in it for the money, and they want cheap labor to exploit, and they want margin. And those like profit motives are at odds with the humanitarian crisis that we're at right now. I mean, they may sometimes align kind of sort of, but if we're talking about real change over time, it's not going to be through.
Oh yeah, but I'm just thinking, who has influence in communities who can stop things that are happening right now, like the deportation of necessary labor in communities?
Donors, shareholders.
Yeah, the
business people with the stake in that. That's what.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I mean, that's what I'm trying to say.
You mean the same ones that already called and said this is a problem? You need to stop it, and he supposedly stopped it, but then restarted it, but focusing on.
Yeah, but then he can, him. He restarts and stops things. We can get
2 weeks delay check.
2 weeks, exactly. But we
You have to try everything.
To Aaron's point and to you, Dr. Francine, the way to put pressure on these developers is actually, and I never thought, I think a lot of, is to actually go through the housing commissioners. I didn't realize
Every time such an institution person.
I know. It's kind of crazy. I did not realize how much power we had, excuse me, as commissioners. But, I mean, like, for instance, my board, we just approved, 2 months ago approved a developer contract, and now we're going to yank it because we just, learned, well, at least I just learned a number of things from another agency that used the same developer that disturbs me, and so I think we're going to yank that contract. But see, housing commissioners control a lot, and we control the dollars, but also, we also can control legislative input long term. So in the last budget proposal, I see in the big beautiful bill BS. The one thing in affordable housing that was a positive thing is that there were approval for additional, it's called LIHTC, but additional tax credits for affordable housing for developers. I mean, I have feelings about that, but it seems like the way to at least start to appeal to them is for commissioners to actually band up together. So actually 85 of us have formed a network, commissioner network, and we're planning to activate other commissioners across the country. Because I think if we collectively move with the shared agenda, that we can force developers to, we can force their hand, so to speak. And I think that we have to start thinking strategically in that way, like which elected official, which government officials actually control the dollars that could help move forward our progressive ideals, and how can we put the pressure on these government officials as well as these mitigating parties like developers, for instance, family offices or whatever, and force them in that way. I think we have to start thinking kind of really outside of the box.
Yeah, and who's vulnerable? Because they care so much about being primaried in their job. So
Exactly. I learned at the housing conference, I mean, commissioners, a lot of people who are appointed to the board, a lot of them to housing authorities, a lot of them, depending on the state, have chummy relationships with developers. But at the end of the day, though, most of us are aligned in the fact that we want affordable housing. We are aligned around affordable housing and really taking care of our residents. I mean, ultimately, that's what we're supposed to be aligned. And commissioners, we're kind of, I guess for a long time, we were just kind of this kind of behind the scenes background, like government officials that really people ignored. But now I think we realize, a lot of us are starting to realize that it's time for us to start to step out and assert the role a little bit more aggressively now that things are gone haywire. That's my 5 cents.
Yeah, and this is one of the things that we've kind of discovered in our county here, and very late to the game, is recruiting people to run for things like the Housing Commission, the Water Board, is really critical to getting things done, because they have a lot of influence. Things that people think the city council and the mayor do are done by things like the housing commissions and by the water board. And so getting people into these positions and recruiting people to run for those offices. And we actually elected 2 people that had just graduated from college in basically city management type of education to run for some of these offices. So we now have people, because a lot of these people are 70 years old that are on these commissions. And I'm 70. I don't mind people that are 70, but we need some new innovation in there. And I'll tell you, they're bringing ideas and they're bringing change. Having, people in their 30s running for office. We even have some people in their 20s. We had a guy he was 25 years old, ran for the water board in a small farming community, just kind of in eastern Ventura County. And he won the election. And these are the kinds of things, these elections are not that hard to do because they don't take a lot of money, number one. Number two, it's, you can get volunteers, they have friends that'll come down and walk and knock on doors for you. And people don't know the names. So getting that name recognition by knocking on doors for these things, and this is going to be ramping up really quickly because primaries are coming up. Before we know it, primaries will be here. And if we put those teams in place now and get people excited about it, we can start doing some big changes. And once you get those local people to change, they get the regional people to change, they get the states to change, and that's when you can really start having power to influence your congressional members because they have access where we don't.
With or without the DNC, right?
Yeah, exactly. We have to start on the local basis because I'll tell you, changing the DNC, changing the RNC, it's kind of a fool's game unless you are a billionaire. We all want to change it, but you have to go like, how can I change it? So you start at the bottom and you get the people that can get to them. And I found it took me a long time to learn this. I just would not believe it. I just didn't think it would have an effect. And I'm beginning to see the effect. And I can now call Julia Brownlee, my representative's office. They know my name. Get to know the people in your local office, not the DC office. Get to know the people in your local office. And talk to them. But it's best if you can get a group of people, a small organization, and Republicans are beginning to go after these small organizations. Chirla, which Aaron mentioned, they are going after them in media now. They are basically saying a bunch of Marxists, they hate America, but these people are the boots on the ground that are really working hard in LA and getting some things done and actually protecting people.
Well, just as an aside I don't know if this is gonna happen, but there's in the elections for the vice chair, there's a young woman of color who's come up through the ranks, Obama campaigner, White House staffer, has done a lot of work in Washington State, getting Dems elected up and down the ballot there. I know we're not trying to get into the parties right now, but I'm just saying, after David Hogg's exit and she's a friend and a colleague, a prior colleague from our work when I was in India, Shasti Conrad. So she's a youthful voice, and I'm hoping, and I think progressive, and I'm hoping that she'll bring some energy there, and maybe we put together all your recommendations. We can send it right over to her. I'm sure some of you already know her. Vice Chair, DNC Vice Chair.
The problem with the party right now is that the structure was invented to reify the power of elites, right? Like, the Democratic Party was built in an age when we didn't even have direct elections of our senators. And while there's been some reforms, those elites have always maintained a power structure that keeps them very, very powerful. And they do not invite new energy in. The RNC does a much much universally, close to universally, is I was building power, organizing communities, building for change. I had some contact with the Democratic Party, and they made it really clear that this wasn't the right place for me. And that comes all the way throughout all the different organizations, the DNC, the DSCC, the DTRIP, like these organizations are built to serve a constituency that isn't a people power constituency. And while there are some people who are doing great work and are trying to make those changes, like for me, I have long since made the decision that like change isn't going to happen through the institutions that were designed for it. And to the extent that you can change those designs, that's what Rick said. Be inevitable. Build so much freaking power that they can't even resist you. The DNC right now is broke. They don't even have the power they usually have.
Yeah, I didn't, by bringing them up, I wasn't saying that they are the way forward. I was pointing out that hopefully there was some, I was looking for a glimmer of hope that there might be some agents of change in there, but maybe not, but I hear you.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm saying though isn't that there aren't any agents of change. And I want those people to be successful. Like Cassie Conrad sounds great. I hope she, makes change, even if it's incremental. Like, make change wherever you are. But the thing that I think is really important in this, and why I'm saying it, is that a lot of people want to hope for a higher power to come down and deliver them. And the Democratic Party is often held up as like a higher power that could come and help us do that. And I just think it's better to act as if they're completely hopeless and do the work that you can do locally.
Well, that's good for democracy overall. So I'm with you.
Yeah, I just put into the chat. There's two guys here. Both of them just out of college again. That one of them's been out of college for a few years, but it's called elect.org. Very simple. Go to it. So they are recruiting people, training people to vote, raising money for them, finding campaign managers for them. And they just really launched a couple months ago, but they got 4 candidates elected in the last election who locally here, including city council members in 2 cities in Ventura County. And that's a big deal. And they, they like to say we have 100% success rate, but they did. All the candidates that they supported got elected. And they're young, they're really enthusiastic. I met them through the Democratic Club. But when I went and had lunch with them, they said, we're not Democratic loyalists. We're getting things done loyalists. And they said, we know the power that the Democratic Party has, and we're going to take it. And we're going to use it. And so they are literally changing the party from the inside. And they're really remarkable. They're really smart. They're very, very dedicated. And, again, it's a little tiny organization that needs money. It's a local organization that nobody's ever heard about. But look in your community to see if you can find one of these and give them some money. Because, they're working mainly locally here, but they're starting to do some tours. They're planning on doing a little tour where they go to other communities and saying how they got this done. This is how we started. This is how we get this movement rolling and start taking control of the party back from the bottom up instead of from the top down. And it's not going to be quick. It's not going to be quick. And there will be a lot of resistance to it.
More than a third of Arizona voters are independent. So
same here in California. I mean, that's pretty much the way it is in every state, Dr. Francis. Francine.
So why,
Most of the voters are independent.
so why do we have to, have any allegiance to the Democrats? As far as I'm concerned,
You
the
don't.
Democrats are crooked.
You don't have to have allegiance to the Democrat, but you have to have organization. And it's marketing. It's like, how do you defeat Coca-Cola? From the inside.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, part of the answer to beating better Democrats is to be better Democrats, right? The one way that I really believe you can change the party, and I advocate for this in California, by the way, Rick, and feel free to steal this and make it happen in Ventura. There are lots of great organizations that all they would need to do is become a Dem club, and they would get power. So the way, at least in California, endorsement works is for every 20 members you have in your Democratic club, you get a delegate. And if you have enough members, you can really sway these things. Because, in the average Californian county, you've got about, I don't know, let's say 800 to 1,000 people who are deciding who the party's going to recommend, or is going to endorse, I should say, in the primary. It's basically nobody. So you've got some of these organizations that have 800, 1,000 people in them on their own. And so you literally can sway endorsements just by saying, they get to pay you're like $5 a year dues or something. And you're going to deal with some really annoying rigmarole around bylaws and whatever. There's a lot of arcane stuff, like hoops you got to jump through. But once you jump through them, you just have power within the party. You don't even have to meet except for once a year. And that would make a big difference. And you would actually change who the party is and make it more reflective of, the vision that you have for the future.
Yeah, and that's, you brought up a really good point about the delegates. I really didn't think, because I was an independent, and when I moved up to Oxnard, I tried to contact people in independent political groups. Nobody got back to me. And I'm going, well, what the fuck? They say they're independent. They're saying they want to take power from the parties. And nobody will call you back. Part of that is, of course, they don't have the people to do it. They don't have the resources to do it. So if you want to start an independent movement, you got to raise a bunch of money. You got to recruit a whole bunch of people with a common cause. And I discovered that it's easier to change the Democratic Party from the inside, not from the top down, not from the DNC. Forget that. You have to start at the club level. And that's how I was able to get a non-registered Democratic candidate to come and talk to our club, is because I said, screw it, I'm inviting her to speak to our club. And I don't care if the county frowned on it, And she got elected, and she's now our county voter commissioner, and the Republicans hate her. She's an independent. She's not a Democrat. And these kids with elect.org, they are registered Democrats. They registered a Democrat to get in the door, but they are not loyal Democrats. They are not party, my party, love it or leave it Democrats. And we need a lot more of that, because that's really the only way we can change. You're fighting Goliath, and the Tea Party kind of did that with the Republican Party. And even the Tea Party is kind of minimalized now by the Trumpublicans. But Donald Trump went to the Republican Party for a reason. And, he didn't run as an independent for a reason, because he used the power that the Republican Party had to take it over. And we can't do that and fix the Democratic Party And if you want, hey, change the name of the Democratic Party to something else. But it's the values that we're fighting for, and not the institution.
Yeah, I think the values. Go ahead.
I love the idea of changing the name of the Democratic Party because the Republicans have so many things they say about Democrats and how evil they are, and I think it would sort of pull the rug out from the more I think about it as someone who's dealt with words my whole life, pull the rug right out from under them by making this not the Democrats.
It would be fun to do. I mean, the way this has been done in the past is, rather than rename it, you sort of, have your own brand within it, right? And you've got the New Democrats, and, Obama kind of was a brand unto himself that people attach themselves to as Obama Democrats. And, that's, I think, usually the most effective way to get this particular thing done. Because, starting a new party is basically, starting a new party is extremely difficult. And also the parties, in frankly very corrupt ways, have made it almost impossible to do, even if you want to do it. You can't. It's not an easy thing to get on a ballot in many of these states. And lots of parties who, I may or may not agree with their politics, but I do believe they deserve to be on the ballot, have failed to do it. It shouldn't be that hard to get on the ballot. The Democrats and Republicans have conspired against their parties to make it impossible. So, build a new brand, right? Separate yourself from the sclerotic Democratic brand that, is so deeply unpopular right now. And, take it and do something else with it. It's not going to be the work I specifically do, but I think I'd love to see it. I think that's where there's actually an opportunity is to, come up with whatever that new brand is for people to rally around that speaks to problems of the day.
Oh, I was just going to say in the comments section here, I see Frederick is going on about how the Democrats became elitist after Obama's term. And I do want to kind of address that whole thought process. I mean, if you think about Barack Obama, he is the epitome of elitism. He went to Harvard. He's an Ivy League grad. He was an attorney. I mean, that is the epitome of elitism. And it's really interesting that people equate Obama to not being elitist. I would say the Democrats became elitist because of Obama, if that makes any sense. But honestly, both political parties are elitist. I don't even know, it's just, yes, he is the child of a single mom, but single educated mom who was like a professor. And both of his parents were actually, in the true sense of the word, elitist too as well. I mean, there is that overarching story of being a single mom, but you want to, but honestly, the last president who wasn't actually elitist was Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton literally was the epitome of yes! No way! Oh my God, listen to the way he spoke. No, I know it's more than that. Yes, but yeah, no, I mean, honestly, Bill Clinton from the deep South, the poorest of the poor, rising up from there. Obama wasn't the poorest of the poor. Where did he go to college? Charlotte College. Where did Hillary go to college? But Bill Clinton became, I think he spent time in Oxford. He got to those places because of his intellect. He actually worked for that. I mean, his mother was poor. Are you saying Obama didn't get there because of his intellect? I just want to ask that question. No, he totally did. But the stories are completely different. Well, one is middle class versus Jimmy Carter was less elitist than Clinton. Yes. Come on.
exactly. No, I know, but I'm talking about in the most recent history of the United States.
Just the fact that Clinton was from Arkansas, you know, was shocking to the East Coast.
Yes.
But also, I want to stop this narrative for a second because there are a lot of working class and middle class folks that work their tails off and sometimes get into Harvard. I'm not defending the institution. I'm not. I'm just saying that not everyone there is elite. Once you're there, you have access.
I'm not elite. I mean, I worked my ass off, and I also attended Harvard and NYU. But I'm saying that the everyday American, I guess, they are looking at things. You and I, we look at things differently because, I mean, you and I together, we have similar outlooks and look at things differently. From the populace that Trump is appealing to, that somehow this person in our comments still, you know, Obama, yes, I think we need to just kind of stop romanticizing Obama, honestly, and just look at it. My sister said it best in 2008 when it all happened. My sister was like, this is like one of the greatest marketing campaigns ever. And it is true. Obama is an intuitive marketer, and so was Bill Clinton. But they are two men from two different economic spectrums, and we need to accept that. Bill Clinton also, I mean, the reason people didn't look at the Democrats the way that they look at the Democrats now from the Clinton era is because Clinton came from the South. Clinton, I mean, everything that was the antithesis of what Obama is, coming from an intellectual, you know, state or whatever, you know, too, as well. And, I mean, yes, I just want us to be like, live in reality of what the populace is thinking and not what we're thinking, because we are, you know, I hate to say it, but we are also the elitists too as well. But elitism mind frame, we have to like kind of go back to basics and just kind of look at the history of our presidents, look at what was appealing about them, and then just like live in reality so that Democrats can actually, so on the left, we can actually reprogram ourselves and get with, you know, what our populace wants. And yeah, I mean, that is what it is. Unfortunately, I mean, I hate to say it, but it is true. I don't think the Democrats are any more elitist than the Republicans at all. And, you know, I mean, in fact, I think it's the reverse. But it's the overall perception of the Democrats as being somehow elitist more so than the Republicans. The Republicans thrive on economics, which is actually pretty elitist if you think about it. And we thrive on the left, we thrive on the working person. But for some reason, the roles are reversed. And I honestly think it's because of Obama. I don't care what anyone says. You know, I really, honestly, how do we go from Obama to Trump? It makes no sense. And that is the only answer, is because of that. But that's all I have.
Well, you know, personally, I want somebody elite in power. I don't want an elitist in power. I want somebody who's elite, which means they're very skilled. They're at the top of their game. I want an elite doctor to be operating on me. If I'm having a piece of furniture made by a woodworker, I want an elite woodworker. But I don't want them to be arrogant. I want some humility. You can be elite and humble. And, you know, that's an ideal for me. It's hard to get, you know, but I want the best. I don't want an elitist, somebody that says only we can be at the top, only we have the ideas. Probably the most elitist president is Donald Trump, because he really has people convinced that only he can solve problems. If there's anything that's elite, that's it.
Well, that's
Donald Trump
narcissistic.
was.
That's elitist. But there's also a huge backup. When we start to do this, I think we have another problem, which is the definition of elite and the inherent resentment about it, because we're seeing this is becoming a huge problem, is particularly with science, which is another front that we're dealing with, an assault on, you know, leading scientists right now who have been screaming about Earth boundaries and what we're all facing, all of us, everywhere in different degrees, depending on where you live. But it, you know, we are facing this backlash against science and knowledge, or a mounted backlash, I should say. But then that also means that sometimes links to these elite institutions, like what's going on with the cutting of the grants and the stopping international students from coming, and removal
well, I think, thank you for thoughts about that.
There was a guy that used to come in here and record all the movies, and I searched his YouTube channel, and there's like 3 listeners. You know,
Yeah, Adrian did.
he's got the most amount of views he got on any video was screaming Trump's inauguration, and it was 1,000 people. Most of them are probably him and his mom watching it. So anybody else have anything that Sharma want to? Sharma has a great website that I checked out this week.
Meetings are my product. I'm so excited.
it's very interesting to look at, and we are way behind the power curve in having done something in that direction.
I think just pointing people to Schoolhouse Rock and all those fabulous things that many of us grew up with, that my daughter is never, well, she's heard of it because I've made her listen to them, but, you know, that we need some revival of that. I know at one point during the elections, I believe that when we all vote people, or some of the Obama folks started to get behind like a revival of that, or a new Schoolhouse Rock, and I just think we need to start getting more creative and almost even, you know, building stuff that's even, it's civics, but it's not political. I don't, you know, how can you talk about government and what it does in your life and community, how it impacts communities and families in a way that doesn't, you know, make it political, that makes it more palatable and, you know, really arms citizens with, you know, stuff they
I just want to share Rick's. I'm trying to go. Last thing is that I'm trying to get my professor, Marshall Gantz, who was a big organizer for the farm workers back in the day in March with Martin Luther King. He's doing a huge, he teaches up at the Kennedy School. It's based in Boston. I bumped into him the last time I was in Boston on a walk, and he has decades of organizing experience and is doing a new course online if folks are interested. It's not one of the free ones, but it's all about shifting the public narrative. And so it's very relevant to our time. And when and if I get him, I'll do a lot of promo and get organized in advance.
Yeah, that'd be fun to get some of these organizers that are really having some success talk.
But he's old school. I mean, he's old school and historic perspective.
Well, that stuff's great. So,
I think you Paulo Freire from Pedagogy of the Impresso.
all right. Well, thank you for coming. And of course, Monday at 8:30 Pacific time is Tuesday Radio, so 7:30. Dr. James has his rooms.
Oh, wait, is Dr. James's exam on Monday? Oh, no. Dr. James,
It's definitely this week. So
you mean next week?
yeah, this next week. So it's definitely, you see him, tell him he's coming. I think he has anxiety.
Oh, yeah, that's why I was mentioning it. So I want us all to put the vibe out there. The vibe that you just said. And by the way, I want to say this is the whole, if we call this comments and protests. And I met you 4 years ago, and you have emerged as one of the wisest men I know. You are an amazing person, and the fact that you, when you first came on the app, didn't feel comfortable speaking is just absolutely phenomenal. So I want to say how much I love you and how glad I am to know you and how much I appreciate you.
But, you know, I am. Now, I'm blessed that I am right.
I'm asking a lot of detail right now. I don't know. Some of the shit that people say, they feel just
And also, just to point out that obviously people have already said this, but metal is, especially types of metal music, is so like far more violent. But again, for some reason, it's frustratingly, it's like when it comes to black people and black culture, we get this monolithic view, and everyone represents the entire culture. Sometimes it feels like there's a higher bar. It's just a bit frustrating. To me, though, at the end of the day, it's a format. Like, you know, to express yourself like any other genre. You know, there will always be people who are more raunchy and people who aren't. And yeah, but yeah, I don't agree.
Thank you, Alaska. I remember this. I'm going to date myself now. When I believe it was NWA that came out with the song "Fuck the Police." Man, let me tell you something. Set the world on fire. Set the world on fire. But there were artists before them that said basically the same thing. I remember I think it was in Detroit. You guys can fact check me. Where they were told, do not play that song at this concert, else you will be arrested. And as soon as they started playing the song, all you saw was the Gestapo running on stage. And you know, it's sad. You know, freedom of speech for some, but not for all. And that's just how I feel. Kitover, I got you. Kitover,
that was low. That was low.
That was what?
That was low. Little Too Loud Girl came out with that. So when that shit got shut down, like, nah, you can't do that. They did free for speech for all. No, that was Too Loud Girl. They got shut down. That's when they came out with 2 different albums.
18, that was typical shit. Say, hey, we don't want this out here. So adults can buy the 18 mature version of it. So no, that's how it was.
Thank you, KP. We're gonna go Leroy, David, Kitover, and then Othello. Hey, Leroy, how you doing?
Hey, brother. I'm actually marvelous. I'm doing good. How are you?
Man, I'm so happy. Listen, respectfully, I had no idea that who you are until CO said it yesterday. Man, I had respect for you before, but now even more so.
Well, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate the compliment, but I'm part of the community like everybody else, man. But I do appreciate the acknowledgement. Which brings me to what my perspective is, right? So I'm interested. I think the hip hop community are children, the left behind, right? And what's brilliant about the hip hop community is that their ability to reinvent themselves, right? So the creative process is brilliant. It will try to do what it needs to do, no matter what. Now, how you guide it, how you put it, what you put in front of it, that's a whole nother topic. But that creative process, man, to create language and to be studied in universities and to be celebrated and played even in cars, and so much as far as it's been Turkey. I was in Turkey for 5 years, and here's a guy driving around with a convertible listening to hip hop. Hip hop has changed, has given language and creative outlet for young people all over the world, in France, in China. I think that's pretty brilliant of the power of the human spirit. And I'm gonna land with this. I don't condone, deplorable behavior from any culture. But when I saw the movie Sinners, right? The thing about the movie Sinner is that the guitar player, he needed a community where his passion could be celebrated in a positive way, right? Somehow the church community just wasn't enough for him to really express his passion. It wasn't allowed for him to express that. So the only place that allowed him to express his passion was in the Sinners Club. He never gave it up, but he still was able to hold on to that. I think that's very powerful about the hip hop community, is that they show you the power of the creative spirit and how it tries to live. But if you feed it right, then it'll heal.
I have a question for you. I'm being sincere. Is there a difference between hip hop and rap?
From what I understand, hip hop is the culture and rap is the language. Rap is the dictionary. Rap is the way they communicate. Now, I don't know for sure, but that's what I think it is. I live in New York, so I've heard people say, "Man, they're trying to change hip hop culture." They never just put hip hop without culture. So I'm assuming hip hop is about a culture, a way of life, a subculture within a culture. And I think rap it has nuance. It changes. It started off one way and now it's being used another way. So I think, James Brown talked about rap. We used to say, let's rap back in the 70s. Rap, the word rap, when I first heard it came out in the 70s, man, let's rap about it. You know what I'm saying? So Gil Scott-Heron rapped. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's a language and a culture.
But if I can answer that difference between hip hop as quickly as I could, please. So hip hop is a culture that has 4 elements: breakdancing, DJing, MC, and graffiti writing. So it encompasses all types of being able to speak, dance, draw, all this different kinds of things. MC is more controlling the crowd, microphone control. So that is where you get the early kind of, even before Curtis Blow and those type of raps, like, oh, we did it, it was, now everybody said, oh, they were just the party, like the entertainment for the DJs. So it used to be that the DJs were the most important thing, and then they would allow different people to get on the mic, and those people would say, hey, we got DJ here, everybody say, hey, everybody say, oh, and then it started to get a little more complicated about, now I'm over here on the mic, and I'm over the bass,
everybody, and then they started to become rappers and almost lyricists. And when the corporate element got into it, they said, well, we don't need the DJ. We don't need to pay both of you. We'll just put a drum machine. And you start getting the rise of these rappers who are not MCs. They're not there to maintain the culture where there's all different types of dancers, artists, poets, poetesses, all encompassed in the same culture. It's let's get the rapper for the entertainment. Then it's now let's control the rapper's message, and then we can feed them more of what they want and what they like. Because I'm a DJ, and I started DJing in '99. So what I noticed very early on was, it's the home of R&B, the home of rap and R&B. No matter what state I would go, because I would drive back and forth from Virginia to New York all the time, and I just keep the radio on because I want to hear the difference. I get to hear all different types of, country music, classical rock, and stuff like that. But every time the radio station that was playing the home of hip hop and R&B would be the same 20 songs all up and down the Eastern Seaboard. So they were manufacturing a personality. That's why now you'll get people who are the children of hip hop who are wearing Jordans, and they've never seen Jordan play basketball. They're just he comes in.
Well, you have a problem with your throat, man. Go clear it in the audience. Because I have to puke. David, how you doing, David? We'll go David, then Moore, and then Holly. David, how you doing, David? And then I got you, Doc.
Man, first of all, I want to thank everybody in this room for the contribution, man. My brother, who's moderating. My name is David. I'm from Washington, D.C. I'm an OG, man, 63 years old. I just had an interview on my TV network last night with J-Rob for like an hour and 43 minutes. He's a rapper, but that's not really my genre, but I'm learning so much. Because I remember back in the day, man, like the 70s and stuff, 80s, when I was coming to high school, it was just popping on. And but I never really studied the history of it and flowed with it, like you guys are going, man. But I'm learning so much in this room, and I would love it. Any of you guys to come on my TV network and virtually talk about this thing, because our kids, man, they just live in a world of technology, and they program. They really don't understand what life is about, man. As we do as we grow older. So, man, I'm just in the learning mode, man. Thank you guys, man. Check out that interview I had with J-Rob. If you can, I can put it in the chat.
Yeah, put the link in the chat. I'm sure some people will be interested in that. Thank you, David, for your share. Kitover, you voice good? You clean your throat?
I apologize, buddy. As soon as I pressed mic, I was like, damn, he threw me off the stage. I just did that to kind of break up the monotony, but yeah, I apologize.
It's all good. No, you good, man. What impact has rap/hip hop had on our children in society?
For sure. One thing that I noticed, with a little bit of studying I did with the effects of music on the brain. See, when you listen to music, about 60 seconds in, your left brain, which is the logical side, in your frontal lobe, kind of dials down a smidget. And so your right brain is just absorbing everything that's being said, even if you don't know that it's being said. So it's bouncing around in the subconscious mind. Now, this had an effect on me at an early age, and it was a lot of built up strife and tension. And we're intelligent beings, but not all of us are smart, as we're coming to find out about humanity. And so we can put two and two together. Cricket is intelligent, but as far as us supposedly having dominion over this realm or whatever, and not to get too esoteric or to the left, we stop paying attention to the small things, and this is the spiritual warfare that's going on in our society. So things like strife, it's always strife in these rooms. And the subtle things, someone could be speaking with microaggressions, and if you're
it, your body will just pick up on it, but you just won't be aware of it. And that tension will build up over time, and all of a sudden there's a shootout. All of a sudden there's a fight. All of a sudden, all the things that's been happening since I've been here and been happening before me, but now it's worse more now than ever because we are becoming a watered down society. And we're not paying attention to the small things. So music, I believe, has a huge effect because of the chanting that's involved in it. You're chanting the same thing over and over again. And it could be a positive influence on you or it could be a negative influence on you. I love hip hop, but I had to change the lyrics that I was listening to. All I used to listen to was 3 6 Mafia. Now, mind you, I grew up in the hood, jumped plenty of times, left for dead, did so many different things that I'm just now liberating myself from mentally. I've been I stayed under the radar and haven't been caught, but I should be in jail. And a lot of people, and the reason I speak on that is because there's a lot of strife build up that a lot of people want to get something off their chest, and there is a assertive way and a positive way we can go about doing it, especially as men and women. So it has an effect on us, and I'll land the plane here. I agree with everything God said as well. Shout out to KRS-One, and also one more thing. Our ancestors, when they used to chant and do their ceremonies and rituals, which we don't have to do anymore, which we don't have to do anymore, they snatched away the drums and our music for a reason, and they wanted to have power over that. When I say them, I mean the rulers in the high places. Thank you.
You want to chime in?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I've heard bits and pieces of it, so pardon me if I missed somebody made these points, but really great conversation as usual. I think it was Nye. I would love to hear that's a silent interview. If you want to post it in the chat, and you said you did an interview with them, man, please post it. That's Sonic. People sleep on Seth Sonic. They were legendary. I don't know if you know Nye. He's a massive who kind of founded the D'Angelo, Neo Soul, Erykah Badu movement, and ended up becoming the president of Motown. He was the managing director of that whole Step Society thing with them kids coming out of New York and turning up way back in the day. So man, love for that. Just to say a couple of points if I could add to the conversation. We're really having a classic conversation. Does art reflect life, or does life reflect art? And it's both a continuous cycle of both of these things impacting each other. And so I think, as you would imagine,
this is what the plea deal is for. All right? So they don't have to come out the pocket to spend money on your motherfucking ass, claiming that you know the laws and thinking that, everything is on your side, man. I told people from the jump, just wait till the facts come out. And jump into conclusions and quit jumping into goddamn a faction, thinking that you know what the fuck happened and you don't know shit. Right? Because I guarantee you, when the facts come out, it's gonna be a lot of people, whether you be black or white, it's gonna make you look stupid as fuck on this fucking trial. There's a lot of different factors that are going to come into play when it comes to how much time they trying to offer this nigga, what the trial looks like, and what is going to be the social ramifications or the fallout of this shit that's going to be. All of that shit is going to be taken into account, because right now, this case is being tried in the court of public opinion. And I don't know about y'all, but the court of public opinion does have some weight to it, especially when it comes to the jury, because the jury going to feel like they're socially pressured to go one way, even though they feel like they should go an entirely different way. We've seen that shit happen time and time again, right? So I just want y'all to just chill the fuck out,
quit jumping to assumptions and conclusions, and you don't know what the fuck happened. If there's a videotape, that shit will come out, and y'all will watch that shit for yourselves. Alright? Just let that shit play the fuck out. Because I don't think y'all really understand what it's like sitting in that room across from the goddamn DA, and they offering your ass a motherfucking plea deal. If you don't know what that shit is like, please shut the fuck up. Because you don't know what the fuck is going through these people's minds when they offering a plea deal and they looking at how much time they could potentially get for this bullshit. That's all I gotta say, man.
Appreciate Adrian. All right, 256.
Yeah, no, I would agree with Adrian. I would agree with Haitian that, some statements are summarily being provided because there's an alleged video out there, right? But again, nobody's seen the video except for the parties in the case and maybe some private parties that have exclusive access. What we know is that, Austin Metcalf was much bigger than Carmelo Anthony. What we also know is that Carmelo Anthony, went to a tent of another team or, school during that track meet. So it wasn't his tent, but he was getting away from the rain because it had started raining on that day. What we also know is that Austin Metcalf's brother was there, who was also much bigger than Carmelo Anthony. What his proximity was when the homicide or the killing happened to Carmelo and Austin, the brother, we don't know, right? But the bottom line is going to come down to the question of self-defense and whether or not, Carmelo initiated the confrontation. Because to my understanding, based on the facts, and correct me if I'm wrong, because this is a developing thing, and we still need to get the facts out, like the brother Adrian was saying. But, the initiation originally came from Austin because Carmelo wasn't in the right tent. He wasn't in the right, he wasn't with his team, right? And so he initiated that confrontation. What happened from there, we don't know, because we're speculating about a video that may or may not exist. Somebody talked about, race doesn't matter in a courtroom. And I would beg to differ, because I think it does. When you're talking about voir dire, and you're talking about selecting jurors that'll ultimately make a decision about this young man's guilt, you want to know if these people have bias or not towards, let's say, black people, or bias towards people that, are defending themselves in situations where they believe that they're in imminent harm of bodily injury, right? But it's going to come back to whether the use of force was justified, whether it was reasonable, whether or not he initiated the confrontation, whether Austin initiated the confrontation, and whether he had the right to defend himself. And in Texas, I understand that you are entitled to that defense. So it is a developing story, like the brother Adrian was saying. Let's just let the facts play out, but let's not jump too quick to assumptions about things that we don't know.
Can I ask you a question? So I'm personally not one of the people who's rushed to judgment to say, because I really don't know the facts. We haven't heard any bad information about either of the boys. Well, none of them. We haven't heard anything bad about them academically, about them getting in trouble. So, all I know is from what was in the police report. But what I did notice is that there were a whole lot of people, particularly from the African American community, that were so quick to say it was self-defense. It was self-defense. Basically, doing what a lot of you guys might think the other side is doing, saying it's, just saying, oh no, we know for a fact it was murder. But I do see, that kind of pisses me off, because I see so many people, just because the boy's black, they want to say, oh, it was self-defense, and then they're just going to stand up for him no matter what. They can't possibly know that. It could have been a cold-blooded murder. We don't know. But do you think it's wrong for people to prematurely declare it to be self-defense and to stand up for Carmelo?
It's not just because because I live here, like literally in the metro, and you say I wanna give you a high five for that, but you gotta realize the conclusions are to the conclusions first.
home. He was trying to steal out of their bags. You got people reporting that he was put out of school. He wasn't even supposed to be at that event there that day. I could go on and on and on about all of the assumptions that were made just off race when they realized this is the black kid and all this stuff had gone on, right? And so neither side is innocent of assumptions, which was why I came in here with Ms. Lopez earlier, because people are getting off. They're getting rewarded for putting out misinformation. The way social media is run, clickbait, spreading false narratives. And I'm here to tell you that the first narrative was not run by the quote-unquote blacks that you're talking about. It very much was white. I'm going to just put a name on it. And they used everything against this boy's race, right, in terms of statistics that they felt like were accurate. And it was a bunch of lies. And then when it came out that none of that was true. He comes from a two-parent household, no blended family, right, nuclear family. The boy has a 3.7 GPA. He plays sports all year. And I'm just going with the facts. There's no bias here, right? I just disprove what you just said in terms of you viewing it from the black community. When you point a finger, you got 3 more pointing back at you, babe. So no, I'm not going to let you sit here and say that. That's not true. White people spread false narratives far more than black people do. But neither side is innocent of that.
Well, that's my point. Is that like I don't think it's fair for either side to do it. To be honest.
Can I say something? No, let me respond. I'll let Tori go. Hold on, I'll let Tori go, but I was off the mic for you. Let me say this to Pepe. It's not. I'm not even gonna do what Tori did and make it a both sides thing. I'm not gonna let you off the hook like that, Pepe. When you say you hear all these blacks assuming just because he's black, you making these statements just because he's black and defend him. No. See, you're diminishing black wisdom to understand that it's not black folks saying that because they're black and he's black. That's not what, just like Tori broke down. It's the facts and it's the situation of all of what was being said is what drew so much by these white folks that was saying what they were saying and then trying to, what black folks do understand. Nobody was there, but what black folks definitely understand is being painted in a negative light. When black folks have been painted in a negative light, that is all everybody is doing until the jury gets on the situation and starts, deliberating on the actual facts that they get a chance to see. All of this energy, ever since they started making the social media and our media in general and all that, this intention from white folks is where black folks said, oh no, we've seen this rodeo before. And so it was a matter of what was being said, like Tori just brought out. Why is clever?
Well, I actually
hold on. Let me just finish because she's coming up. Let me just finish this thought. So the point is, the actual facts and the facts of self-defense.
I was gonna find the cutest girl in here and send her fucking $20 on cash.
Come on. It's very unclever. Let's say this. So the reality of, again, this non-rushing to judgment and
like my cute girls DM me.
Yeah, put her in the garage.
No, I want something about
she gotta go. Pepe. Real quick, let me just try to I'll have it done in 10 seconds, but let me just say this. So again, the whole point, Pepe, is that it was just the fact. It wasn't about because he's black and other white folks, maybe yourself, can label it that way and try to discredit the fact of just the actual facts is what everybody's been pushing. And so if it leans towards the favor of black person getting due justice and that upsets you, we'll say that. But it's not about black folks just siding with the black dude just because he's black. No, it's because of the fullness that Tori started bringing up. And as time is going on, and even the mother's position in the interview with the mother, all of that is being factored in. And it's not just because, and it also is always the undercurrent of, as has been brought up and will continue to be brought up, the lack of fairness in the justice system, meaning when white folks kill some black folks, it's well documented. We see these stories a lot, and then it comes out, they were justified because they were fearful for their life. That same standard we're watching, people speaking are not applying that same standard and giving that same argument to Carmelo Anthony. And then throwing that all the way out the window. It's not
class again, like the brother was talking about. It's 2-tiered, it's 3-tiered, 10-tiered, but it's definitely, if you're black, you know exactly. That's why I was saying from the very beginning. Expecting this system all of a sudden to do justice by black folks, that'll be new territory. So again, just know that where you send your children to school matters.
I don't think you're being completely honest.
It's okay. To you, I know I'm being completely honest, but whether you agree with it or not, go ahead and speak your mind.
Sure. Well, I mean, I was in Lufax rooms when they were talking about this. I mean, we're going to pretend like there are not, and of course on Twitter, there's a lot of racial troll accounts that, you know, you have the pro-white side, the pro-black side.
So there's definitely... Say all blacks are on the same page. Lufax room. Well, I'm not saying you were in Lufax room. Because you were in, it makes sense to me.
Sweet, chill, gotta let they finish.
I'm trying to understand the relevance of Lufax room.
No one interrupted you, Sweet. Stop. Sweet, stop.
I would say this. Just like how we know there are racist white people, okay? We know that just like we know there are black people that are really right for their race. They don't give a fuck about white people. They exist, okay? Now, I mean, I can even think back to like O.J. Simpson. Nobody was dumb enough to believe that he didn't do it.
Guys, oh my gosh. Yo,
nobody was dumb enough to believe that that black people that were cheering after he's found not guilty thought somehow he actually didn't do it. To them, it was just like them rooting for their team. I mean, it's kind of silly.
Okay, so Pepe, how about we just say it's very unfortunate that a teenager lost his life in somebody, situation, period, right? You guys over here focusing on, how you gotta get the win for the white team. And saying that basically black people are delusional, thinking that he's not guilty. But y'all the same motherfuckers that see Palestine every day and say Israel's not committing genocide. Y'all the same motherfuckers who say don't resist. Y'all the same motherfuckers when black people get hung on trees, they give 2 fucks. So it's very fucking funny how this is such a big deal to you guys versus just being a narrative of a child being killed. Well, so again,
did I say that race play? Did I say he was guilty or not guilty?
I'm talking about Keegan and a
real quick, Haitian. You made a lot of assumptions here. Real quick, Haitian. You made a lot of assumptions. Number one, I'll make this I'm going to say this very, very, very quick. Free Palestine. I don't like Israel, Haitian. Haitian, I hate Israel. I probably hate Israel more than you do, Haitian. But let me say this. Let me also say this. Again, blacks, especially in America, are probably, other than Jews, are the second strongest when it comes to ethnocentrism. Right? They are the most ethnic-centric race, other than Jews, in America. They will support their kind, whether or not, without doubt. That's great. We're innocent. A lot of people, on the other hand, and I posted a study earlier that shows this, that white people,
that is a crazy assertion.
You know what? I'm going to post a study. Everyone can read it.
Do you think studies matter? They don't care about studies. They're black. They don't care about studies.
White people change the narrative to make the white lies not also not be fucking lies. Like, bro, who the fuck is gaslighting is it 2025, bro?
Keegan, you know we have the word coon.
Y'all do the most idiot shit. The world is fucked up globally because of the white man.
Wait. Do any other fucking power have the word coon in their vocabulary? Black people are the only ones who have the word coon. We are not race loyal. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't call them coons. I call them well-trained blacks.
Haitian,
how is he using that kind of language in front of all of these black men on the stage? Those are not real words.
That's what we're gonna do. On mute, quit tipping out. Let's have some decorum, black people. Hey, black people, shut up. Hey, black people, don't prove the stereotypes right. Let's have some decorum. Right now is your time to shine and not prove the stereotypes correct. Fuck
question, how are these people able to use such language? It's called the First Amendment here in America, and people have free speech. So there are people on the stage who have actually fought for the First Amendment, and we understand it. So if you haven't fought for the First Amendment, I'd advise you probably it'd be best to shut the fuck up and allow people to speak and not get too emotionally triggered.
Actually, I have fought for the First Amendment, number one. Please and thank you. I have fought for the First Amendment.
Hold on, sir. Relax. You're not dying. You don't have no bruises.
Some of us have fought for the First Amendment, but that does not change the fact of what not words, ma'am. Unless the courts were about to sound like I do, you need to stop.
Sir. You don't tell me what I need to do. You need to stop being so emotionally triggered. Look at your body. You have no cuts, bruises, or scars from anything that's been said on the stage. So let's act like it and be mature.
Hey, what you said doesn't apply.
Real quick. I'm gonna open the stage up, I promise. All right, but we gotta have a little bit of decorum. People on both sides will say offensive things. Haitian came on, was talking about male monkeys, and very quickly was being racist, right? So let's just be clear here. Let's have a little bit of decorum. And I hate that black woman didn't leave because I was gonna tell her, I was gonna give her the space. Sid, just so you know, this is Black Queen Friday for me, so we are allowing Black Queens to speak. I do love my independent Black Queens. All right, we're gonna open up the stage again. I know that there's a lot of opinions being wanting to be shared here, so go ahead.
I just wanted to correct.
We're gonna go King, then 256, and then we'll open.
Abner. I'll go
Let's do Nerd, because Nerd hasn't spoken yet. Then we'll go King, and we'll go 256.
Okay, so I'll keep this quick. I have credible information from a second cousin down there that said the Metcalf brothers had done some odd and strange things to black women. They had made some comments at, house parties in reference to wanting to smut out black women. They had also had some bullying altercations. Now, 2 black women are currently being interviewed, and they're not allowed to speak. They are on, what is it called, a hush order from the whatever prosecution and the judge or the DA. So hopefully it will come out in the next. I hope it doesn't take too damn long because from what I heard, their statements are pretty clear that the Metcalf brothers have a history of being belligerent to black people. So there's your motive right there. I guess we'll see with this video, but again, that has to be taken into account, the history of the people involved. That's all I got to say.
So, with somebody before me, I'm going to keep it short. King, I didn't know if King was there.
Go ahead, 256. I'll go after you.
The first point, Sig was talking about First Amendment protections and First Amendment protections, your freedom of speech. There's no implication of First Amendment if it's a private citizen that you're claiming that's precluding you from making whatever speech that you're claiming is you're not being allowed to say. So if it's a government actor acting in their official capacity, then you can say there's a First Amendment violation. But if it's just a private citizen or just these people on stage, the First Amendment doesn't apply. I'll say that first. The second point is we know that black people aren't entitled to the same presumption of innocence as people of other races do. We know that for a fact, and it's supported by statistics. Black people are 8 times more likely to be wrongfully convicted than white folks, and 80% of the wrongful convictions in which people were later exonerated and those convictions were overturned are of black people. So we know that we're not entitled to the same presumption of innocence, right? When the Metcalf boys' dad came to a press conference of the Carmelo Anthony family, what do y'all think would have happened if the shoe was on the other foot and Carmelo Anthony's dad came to the Metcalf's family press conference? He would have got lynched. How do y'all think that would have lynched? You would have got lynched for sure. You asked the question, 2296. As soon as Austin Metcalf
take my son's photo off of your webpage. I denounce everything that you're doing and everything that you represent. That's what he did. And trying to say that if the shoe was on the other foot in 2025, a black father if the shoe was on the other foot, that he'd be lynched in broad daylight. No doubt. This is why no one knows about, bro. He'd be lynched in broad daylight. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. That's why a black person would never do have the audacity. Right. Yeah, right. You'll never see it because a black person would never do it.
Real quick, sweet. Let's let G land his plane first. Guys, we gotta have some decorum to have the conversation.
No, because 256, he asked a question in the middle of the submission, so I don't have any problem with the fact where he can finish and then King can go. But like, we be over exaggerating so much and crying wolf so much. The time of white guilt is over because of people like Sweet. I'm gonna have to live the rest of my life with no white guilt. No fucking DEI, no fucking white people being afraid of me because I can tell on them and shit. Because of this over exaggerating shit, bro.
Okay, yeah. You can live your life however you want to, bro. That's not my problem. You talk to your therapist how you want to live your life. But all I'm saying is this, we all know that how that situation would have played out. Reverse all the scenario, make everything that was white black and everything that was black white. And you have the black father coming up there in this highly charged area with these white folks. Bro, you know no black person alive would even do no shit like that. So because it's understood, motherfucker, you will be met with extreme animus that is uncontrollable by these white folks. And your ass, it would have been understood that y'all was an act of aggression and your ass would have been dealt the fuck with. It didn't play out like that with Austin's father because black folks don't get down like that. But to say if it was in reverse, I don't know what planet you live in, if it's white or black or sometimes, I don't know that shit. But again, speak to your own therapist about how you're going to live the rest of your life. I'm clear how I'm living mine, bro, and I know what the fuck I'm up against out here. You play with your own emotions if you want to. My child ain't going over there for school with none of them. I promise you.
I don't commit crimes, no.
Well, you do it, then you're going to be all right. You'll be all right.
You don't have to.
Don't be yourself. Don't be in a white neighborhood and defend yourself. You're a white boy. Come on.
Yo, 256, mute up, please. I'm telling you guys, we can have the conversation. You guys have to show some fucking mic etiquette. Quit jumping off mic. Let G and Sweet finish up their dialogue here for another few seconds, and then 256, you can jump.
Y'all are saying, geez, I mean, you don't have to understand it, but the reason the brother asked the question, because it was those that understand, they ain't on two sides of being black, sometimes they're white, sometimes they don't know what the fuck they are. Those black folks that really understand, they know goddamn well. The white folks know too. Shit, it would have been a whole different scenario, bro. And to include the possibility of a very strong likelihood of lynching his ass. Shit, it would have been understood as an act of aggression, bringing up here insensitive, and you just gonna be in our face just coming up here like it ain't shit. Bro, you try that sometimes to create the scenario and see how.
So it's being given. I just have to say the craziest things, and no one can be like, all right, bro, like discrimination exists, but you're saying that in a press conference, all the way we cameras.
Yeah, I don't know why.
We disagree.
We both disagree. Can get the next speaker speak, please, for the room.
All right, so 256,
Somebody else can go. No, I think Sweet was flushed out my point well. Somebody else can have the mic.
All right, King, if you want to go, you have the mic.
Yeah, I want to push back on this notion of white guilt that you keep speaking about. White guilt doesn't exist. And my observation is that there hasn't been any inclusion or the advancement of most minority groups, including Jews, that didn't have to be enforced by some type of government intervention, legislation, or protection. Like I mentioned before, in spite of what one of these fools tried to suggest about in-group favoritism, trying to suggest that whites had less in-group favoritism. White people, they fight the hardest to keep themselves segregated, to keep their schools segregated, in spite of legal legislations, trying to integrate the society to make us all equal and make us less likely to believe bullshit about one another. We know that the private school movement, the Christian school movement, was actually it originated after the Civil Rights Act, and it was because people, the churches in the South, they established these Christian schools so that people wouldn't have to send their children to school, to integrated schools. That's how Christian schools got started. It became a racial issue. This is how, you guys really need to do your history, like seriously. So, this whole shit about white guilt, like, I don't know what the fuck. You say it, but it just doesn't hit for me. And hold on. One more thing, and just I want you to keep in mind that first of all, whiteness is a construct. White people are quote unquote white people are different, right? There's always been Quakers and abolitionists and people who had the intelligence enough to know that individuals are individuals, that don't believe in race science and all this other motherfucking bullshit. People who interpreted their Christianity or their religious practice and saw people through God's eyes. All people, not just people with the same skin color. So, there have always been people who have been racialized as white in this country that have not been for white supremacist bullshit, right? So I think that that's just some people that exist in the world who have that belief. But I don't believe in this notion of white guilt. I don't think it exists. And maybe you can, I think that white fear is a thing, and maybe that people are fearful to say the quiet parts out loud because they fear sanction, because it's illegal, right? We have EEOC, or up until about a few months ago, we had legal protections, so we wouldn't have to be harassed and discriminated against at work and have to be abused at work, right? Now they can say the quiet part out loud, so, but it's not that it wasn't there. And we know, goddamn, who didn't know that it was there, seething beneath the surface? This is America. Nobody has forgotten. So that's what I wanted to share.
Okay, let's give Gia a chance to respond. Gia, if you wanted to fire back at
Yeah, the Queen speaks nice. Maybe it's my tone of voice, but I literally said verbatim that white guilt doesn't exist. And then she was speaking like she was speaking against that. So like I'm sitting here, I'm like agreeing with everything that she's saying, because that's what I said, that white guilt doesn't exist. So
you said specifically that you think that you said something to the effect that black people, that white guilt was no longer a thing, and white people don't have to do this white guilt thing. You said that was...
Yeah, so I said that white guilt doesn't exist, but... So
you guys said the same thing. Beautiful. Can I say something? I don't want to just pick a fight when there's no fight. You guys, you don't have to fight. Real quick. Let me say what he says. Real quick. I do read the chat. I'm one of the moderators who do like to read the chat. And what I want to say real quick is that very clearly, I want to make this very, very clear. The article shows that there is new footage that's been reported on. So I don't know why we're like this. This doesn't show anything. Guys, we're not going to see the footage until the case is done. So I don't know why we're like, this isn't big news. This is pretty big news. Probably because we haven't seen it, Keegan. So right now it's hearsay at best. I was just going to say this idea that King Rose appraised up, whether G agrees or not, I don't know. We'll find out in a second. The idea that legislation thou shalt not sleep with your neighbor's wife type shit. Like, don't do that no more. Okay? Thou shalt not kill these motherfuckers, okay? So that's against the law now. Wasn't always that way, but now from this point on, you can't just do that to Jewish people and shit, okay? You can't just do that to black folks. You have to do things with justice. No, it's difficult, but that's the whole point of a lot of the legalities of it, to try to rein in some savagery. Let's just be clear about that. And then when we see, no matter what, certain neighborhoods, they're not going to rein it in, like, well, okay, fuck it, well, oh well, I don't know. We tried type shit.
Okay, I just find it convenient, real quick, just find it really convenient how they're not releasing this footage. Yeah, the Trayvon Martin incident, the phone calls released, the footage for George Floyd was released. Seems like whenever it fits the narrative that a black person is being oppressed or murdered or killed, the evidence just comes out, you know, to give the public opinion. I'm sorry, to give the court of public opinion that leverage to lean towards a certain narrative. But in this case, you know, if they're reporting that, hey, there was no altercation, this black man being targeted by two racist Southern Texas white boys, all of a sudden we don't want to release the footage. I just noticed.
I mean, exactly. I said this earlier about the court of public opinion. This case has already been tried and adjudicated in the court of public opinion already. They're just going through the fucking formalities of taking this shit. People already have their minds made up. People already are situated on which side of the fence they want to be on, right? And there's no amount of evidence or video footage that is going to sway people's minds. They already got that shit made the fuck up. And it's evident, listening to this conversation, that a lot of people in here have their minds made up. There's no swaying. So I don't even understand what the fuck is being debated here, because we know how this shit goes. Like you said, Sig, good point about the whole Trayvon Martin shit. I'll take it a step further. Kyle Rittenhouse, right? It's people, believe it or not, it's people on this app that still believe
He killed black people.
how he shot black people. I bullshit you not. It's people on this app that think he shot black people. And he didn't shoot a single black person. And even when the trial took place, even before the trial, people were calling for that boy's death. Not only just black people, white people as well.
But
white people was calling for his death. I know, right? I know. But, you know,
people, so.
well, what I'm saying is, people jump to conclusions and assumptions all the fucking time, even without even having all the facts, including our president at that one time jumped to a conclusion and assumption. Went on TV and called that boy a white supremacist. And I'm not sitting here defending Kyle Rittenhouse. Nah, I'm just sitting here telling people, slow the fuck down and wait till the facts come the fuck out. Because honestly, if you want to try to sound like a professor right now, when all the facts come out, you're going to look like a dumbass with a dunce cap on your head. And people are too egotistical to admit when they were wrong. And they're not going to admit they were wrong, that they got it wrong on this shit. So just get the fuck back, people.
I do have a question though, right? If there were footage that were to come out, and there's footage that shows that he wasn't touched first and he was the initial attacker, would it change some people's minds?
Hell yeah. It'll change some people's minds. Hell yeah.
Yeah, not mine, but I'll tell you why.
In here.
I'm in here, so yeah, in here. It will change my mind.
I want to hear the individual said, no, it won't change our mind.
Mine. It's not going to change mine. I'll tell you why. If you didn't touch him, right? Because you this dude Adrian, y'all just got to talking about Kyle Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse, when he murdered the first guy never touched him, and he was completely unarmed. Never touched him. And please
allow him to finish.
Stop. So the first guy he shot and killed not only was unarmed, but didn't touch him. Not only that, because this is to address what Adrian also said. He said people was calling him a white supremacist. Yeah, people was calling him
white supremacist because he was caught on video saying he wanted to go to the protest to murder black people. This is what Kyle did. And yet the racist ass system said, we're not going to introduce this in the trial. We're not going to put this in. You thumbs it down, but I'll give you a fact. This just proves white people don't like facts. They hate facts. Or black, you're a black guy, I guess. You're a black guy. You know, you weirdos don't like facts. The fact of the matter is he said that and they didn't even allow it in the trial. Okay? The judge said it's not germane. It is germane because it's intent on why he was there in the fucking first place. So anyway, look, I know a lot of you guys like to have revisionist history. This is how white people are. Sorry, y'all like real history. Because your history is a fucked up history. But the truth is, Kyle Rittenhouse was a white supremacist. And this guy, he felt Austin Metcalf. Let me be very clear. I live in Dallas, Texas, right? My best friend, his son, literally went to the same school as Carmelo Anthony, right? I could tell you so much about not only the kid, but what's going on. The kid was a good kid, right? But let me tell you something. The kid himself said he acted in self-defense and he felt threatened, okay? So to me, the litmus test comes down to whether or not he felt threatened. If he felt threatened, that is the litmus test that I have, period.
See, here's my thing. If it came out footage,
he still has to explain. Can we have an outlet for this? He still has to wait. Give me a second. He still has to explain why, if we see the evidence, if the white boy isn't.
He just explained it, bro. You don't have to like his answer, but
No, I didn't. Wait, yo, stop yelling. Yo, Al, I don't think he explained it.
It's very clear. Hold on. It's very simple.
So I
made the comparison with Kyle Rittenhouse because nobody touched him. Right? Kyle Rittenhouse specifically said, well, he said he wanted to harm me, so I can't. So that's what he said, right? So in this case, Carmelo Anthony, he could say the same thing. If Carmelo Anthony is saying, hey, this guy said he was going to kill me or give me great bodily harm, then he felt threatened. That's enough. Period. It worked for Carmelo Anthony.
I have to respond. Can I exercise questions? No. Bro, you're not going to change his mind, G.
Please. This is my room. I don't care. I don't care if you have a chance. Al, the difference is between Carmelo Anthony and Kyle Rittenhouse. We have a video of Kyle Rittenhouse being chased down. He had to turn around because he was being ran down by these individuals. He didn't walk up. He wasn't down. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. You can say, well, he was feel threatened. Yeah, because he was being chased down.
Can I please respond?
I want to make sure I'm clear.
No. Hold on, wait, bro. Because you check.
Yeah, but you was a coon shit, nigga.
Hold on, bro. I know I'm a coon, completely opposite of niggas. I know I'm a coon, right? What the fuck? The fuck is we talking about?
Look, bro, crazy.
This is crazy that we're talking about Kyle Rittenhouse and Carmelo Anthony, right? When we know for a fact there was a trial that happened, right? A lot of y'all didn't tune into the trial. A lot of y'all didn't care to tune into the trial because you already had your minds made up.
I watched the whole
during the trial, actual evidence came out. Matter of fact, the FBI produced video that they were recording that night of the whole entire
aerial.
Exactly. They had a drone. Exactly.
Hold on.
G, guys, hold on one second. Guys, please, I'm asking you, as mature adults, Adrian is speaking. Don't come off your mic. Let him finish his point, and then somebody else can go next to Adrian.
Yeah. The FBI had a drone, showed the entire sequence of events that happened. The first guy that you referenced, claiming that he didn't touch him, he grabbed his firearm. Sir, I don't know if you grabbed his firearm.
Hold on. Al, please. Stay on mute. Look, we didn't allow anybody to interrupt you. Still factually incorrect, but we're going to let you have a chance to respond, Adrian.
Yeah. He grabbed his firearm. Anyone who's been around firearms and handle firearms regularly and know about firearm safety and the self-defense, once you try to grab someone's firearm and try to disarm them, you are essentially a threat at that point. And I have every right to blast your motherfucking ass, right? I don't care if you disagree or agree with me on this. This is a fact, right? Please learn what self-defense means and what the duties is of a person claiming self-defense is. Kyle Rittenhouse
fled for his fucking life because people tried to shoot him, right? And they actually tried to goddamn assault him and take his firearm. He had every right to blast their ass. Regardless of the fact, if you said there is video of him, and I highly doubt there is video until you prove it, that he said he was going to the protest to shoot black people, he didn't shoot any black people. Regardless of what he said. All of his victims were white. Every single one of them. And the black man that tried to kick him in the face, he didn't shoot him. Didn't do a fucking thing to him. So it's irrelevant that you bring up a video that you just referenced. I highly doubt it exists, right? To make your point and push a narrative that he was a white supremacist, it don't hold water, bro. Okay. So I encourage you.
We get back to what Sean
I need you to eat your food.
Guys, hold on. Sweet, I'm gonna ask you again. You're not moderator on the room. Please show some decorum. You're not controlling anything in this room. Okay, yes, sir. Give Al. Let me know when I get something. Yeah. Okay, good. Roger that. Thank you. Al, let's give Al a chance to respond. Go ahead.
Yeah. So first of all, this is what I mean. This dude Adrian just lied. First of all, the dude never grabbed. The fact that you said he grabbed the pistol when the footage that you're talking about shows he lunged at him. That's what it shows. He never grabbed the pistol. He just lied. That's not.
He didn't have the pistol.
Wait, hold on. Just relax.
I'm gonna let you. G, if you come off on mic, anybody that comes off mic, you get just dropped down automatic. We're not gonna do this shit, guys. We're gonna give people respect. Whether you disagree with them or agree with them, we're gonna give them respect. Get the point out.
Can I ask you something, bro? Because
no. Al has the mic right now, G. I'm asking you politely, with respect, to just stay.
I respect you. I'm gonna put myself down until we're done talking about copy and nuts.
Okay, copy. Al, go ahead.
Yeah, so that's number one. The dude, Adrian, literally just like he said he watched the trial. So first of all, secondly, if you said you watched the trial and don't know that this video, they literally suppressed the video. You said you watched the trial, you wouldn't know that. So I'm literally saying you're lying about even watching the trial. And the only reason why I brought the video up, Adrian, is because you said black people called him a white supremacist. I was giving you evidence on why black people called him a white supremacist. You did this false narrative, Adrian, by saying people said he was a white supremacist because what he did to black people. No, people called him a white supremacist because of what he said out of his own fucking mouth. I was addressing your claim, Adrian. So again, you just don't know what the fuck you're talking about, or you're just lying, just a liar. And the last point I'll make on this, right, when it comes to the Kyle Rittenhouse case, if you believe if it's okay to literally have an AR-15 and point it at people, because you pointed at the guy that you're talking about, and the guy has no ability to do anything, you can just kill him, then okay, then I stand by my statement that Carmelo Anthony has every right. If this white dude, 240 pounds, Carmelo Anthony 160 pounds, if this white dude, two of them, come over to him, threatening him, he had every single right to stab him.
This is clear evidence of the analogy of two screens, one movie, right? We're clearly watching two different screens here. I watched the Kyle Rittenhouse footage, and you watched it backwards. That boy ran for his life, and he defended himself, right? Like, what the fuck are we talking about here, man?
All right, so Sweet, yeah, you want to go Sweet?
All right. What we talking about is what Shai asked a question about Carmelo. So whatever that psychosis is that has us to run over there and answer a totally different issue, somehow, I don't know what that is, but I'm going to address you, Shai. When you asked the question, I'm going to explain why I said, if it came out, for example, to your question, that we could see on a video that Carmelo walked up on these white boys and said, I don't give a goddamn. Motherfucker, I'm standing in your tent. Yeah, do something about it. I'll stab your ass, motherfuckers. I'm up under your tent. If I saw some video footage saying some shit like that, like, yeah, damn it, in fact, I'm mad about that shit you did last week or last month or whatever. You told me, baby, next time we meet, and he came out where he was coming with that and he had that shit in his hand and walked up on him like that, that would totally change my position if the facts came out with that shit. You understand what I mean, Shai?
Yeah, thank you for answering.
Yeah, and just to be clear, Sasha, now, Sweet, so I hear what you're saying, Sweet, but that's actually not her.
I don't know what's going to come out, bro. I'm not a crystal ball Nostradamus. All I'm saying is, to her question, if that footage came out, I'm open enough to not be already locked in that, oh shit, that's very condemning, and all the videos that's played show that. Oh shit, I have enough sense to tell you. Now, whether I think that's ever going to happen, hell no. But if it does happen like that, my brain ain't so locked in that I I see these facts coming out, I'm adjusting. I don't think it's ever gonna come out. That's a different question though. She said if it comes out like that, so I played the game with her along her conditional question. If this happens, then what would you do, Reeves? I can do that all day long with a million topics, by the way.
I would love to reverse the question as well. Like if it were to come out that the opposite, that he was just, sitting there innocently and these kids came up to fuck with him and pushed him or shoved him, hit him, whatever first, would it change the minds of those who believe he should be in jail for life?
Yeah, I would say absolutely. And I think Shy, from the conversation we've had around this Carmelo Anthony case, I've heard overwhelmingly, especially when it came out that it was thought that Metcalf put hands on Carmelo first. I heard a lot of people say, you know what, I don't condone Carmelo resorting to deadly force because of that, but we can at least understand that, hey, if someone put hands on first, they toppled that first domino, and then the rest of the dominoes fell after that, after that situation. So me, myself, if evidence came out and showed, Metcalf put him in a situation where, it was reasonable for him to be in fear of his life to use deadly force, absolutely. The truth is the most important.
So let me actually, the truth isn't the most important thing, because in 2025, 2024, 2022, 2023, when we have video evidence, 360 infrared evidence by the government, all types of cameras, 80 witnesses at a track meet, you're going to see it doesn't matter how this case goes for Carmelo. It won't matter. What's the most entertaining thing is what people want to believe. It doesn't matter how it goes. That's the best thing about the race war. The best thing about the race war is that the facts don't matter. Only what people want to believe, so that their side can win a battle. World War III is about to start, if it hasn't already started, and I'm interested to see who's gonna win in the race war. Who's gonna win?
Well, and what I'll say is that if it came out that Carmelo Anthony came up and grabbed him and shoved him to the ground, and it looks threatening. It looks like life is on the line there. I would still support him. Because for 400 years, black men have had their knees on our necks. And this is just us going through,
black men have had their knees on our neck. Is that what you meant to say?
Yeah, he meant what he said.
Black men have had their knees on white people's necks. Sweet.
Well, let me finish my point. Okay? The prejudice, racism, the constant the reaction that
Keegan, you're coming in low, bro. I don't know, something happened with your Bluetooth or whatever, but you're coming in low.
You know what this is about? They're trying to. Of course, when a white man starts speaking.
No, you're clear now, bro. You're loud and clear.
No, well, Isaac just came on stage. Isaac, I know he's gonna have a great opinion on this. Isaac, what did you think?
I didn't see the video, but I was gonna ask, it shows him actually stabbing him. I'm going to assume, right?
The video hasn't come out yet. The article, if you click the link at the top, you're going to see that supposedly the video was given, I think a few media outlets got to saw the video, about 2 of them, and those media outlets who saw the video said that it showed something else. If you click on the Twitter link, you're going to see. But there's no video yet, so it's still hearsay. And in my opinion, I don't think it matters if the video comes out just because of how
What did they say it showed?
It showed, just click on the link. Just click on the link.
Say what it showed, bro.
It's so
insane. They said that there's people that said that it showed something.
They're saying that it showed Carmelo stabbing him without
agreeing with what people said.
I just read
Said
it.
he threatened me.
I got it.
It says no physical confrontation, quote unquote. That's exactly where I clicked on the link and it said.
I got it. I heard it. My opinion is we all still have to wait until we have full evidence and a better view of the full story, because me personally, I haven't been paying a whole lot of attention to this. I'm not gonna lie, more important things to focus on, but the actual issue is we need to wait for the full report. I mean, this only happened a couple of months ago, and it's in the state of Texas. If anyone knows about Texas, these guys process a lot of deaths and a lot of crimes. So this particular thing, going through all the proper procedure, is going to take maybe what, like maybe another month, maybe another 2 months before we get anything that's actually substantial and verified. So to be quite honest, anyone that thinks that, oh, you should be on the side because it says that they're lying about, no, I'm on the side of what is the full story. Like all of these sensational big cases that for some reason has been popping up every 6 months nonstop for the past 7 years. I really don't understand where this whole thing, black and white, is coming from, because we need to be quite honest. I remember one day where we're all Americans, and then if anyone wants to go about, oh, look at the black man getting punished by the white racial justice system, no, he stabbed the guy, okay? Whether it was self-defense or not, that's what happened. So until we have the full story, and until the police corroborate the full story, guess what that means? We're going to wait until all the evidence comes out. Then we can make a decision. Screaming about racism 24/7, yeah, Keegan's right. That's going to get tiresome for everyone. So please don't do it.
Okay, I'll say congratulations on creating a title that drew everybody in, because I thought there might have been a smoking gun. But when I saw the article that you put up the top there, it says there was no physical confrontation, quote unquote. But let me say this for those that don't know. There's been many reported situations where people have stood their ground, where prior to that there was absolutely no physical contact at all, let alone confrontation. So defining physical confrontation, it doesn't change any calculus at all. We still got to wait and see what it shows. But again, if your bet is leaning a certain way, oh, he's guilty, oh, the smoking gun, oh, it's blood is on his hands. To say that based off saying, okay, there's no physical to my mind, so I'm open to the facts. There could be no physical confrontation prior to, but it could have been a whole lot of fear still present inside of Carmelo Anthony, and it could have been a touch. They could have been putting hands on Carmelo, and that might not be raised to the level of a physical confrontation prior to, but it very well could have been that boy, man, Carmelo Anthony feared for his life. So I'm waiting to see the facts myself. But again, Keegan, good job at creating a title in the hallways of clubhouse to get folks coming in, and people probably thinking they're gonna see some footage that corroborates, oh, he's guilty. That new footage shows he's guilty. I think that's a straight up.
It's a little bit of clickbaity, but at the same time, even after hearing your response, I mean, I used to run track, and I guess the only way that a person can, sometimes people help you stretch. I mean, if he was being touched by Austin, and it wasn't a confrontation, maybe Austin was helping him stretch his hamstrings. I don't know, like stretch his quads. Maybe Austin was giving him a back massage. Or if he wasn't touching him at all. I mean, the only time I've seen a person get off on self-defense for killing a person, and they weren't the person being touched, is if the person that they killed is posing a grave threat to another person. But it doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like this is the case. Okay. In this case, so like when you start to have when you start to do this like mental gymnastics, and you start to like hypothesize and use your imagination to really fill in blanks that are so far in between, bro. People just start to roll their eyes and realize, you're just doing this busy. So
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, G. You're arguing my case. You're arguing my case.
I want them to get off. I want him. It's not that I want him to get off. I don't want the book to be thrown at him.
Yeah.
And the way that you talk, like this energy that you have, is the reason why the book is about to be thrown at him, because he's not taking a plea. Because he thinks he can beat it.
I know you got to get the law. I know you got to get the law. I can't explain why you don't know about the situation where a white guy heard some loud music with some other black dudes that pulled up at a store or something, and then he killed them. So I can't explain why you don't know. Yes. So I don't know why. I don't know why you don't know about that, and I don't.
No, show me the case.
Whether I show it to you, or not, I get that you don't know about that. Because you don't know about it.
It was like a 70-something-year-old who was violently shoved on his ass by like a 20-something-year-old.
That's not what I'm talking about, bro. That's not what I'm talking about. So, but beside that, though, physical confrontation. I've been in many scenarios in life, maybe nobody else has, I'm sure many people have though, where someone can sum it up a certain way, a very real situation, and can sum it up. What was no physical confrontation? Well, that's a judgment call. And we're going to see the footage, and here's what I'm saying. So, was there a knockdown, drag-out fight prior to? I don't think anybody's ever argued that there was. So, how do you define physical confrontation? But that, to me, again, is a far reach from, you're going to lock this man up now, and he's guilty because of whatever that says, and we haven't seen anything. That's what you're talking about, G. That's the rush to judgment I don't hear you having any problem with. But you ready to just quickly assume that means, oh yeah, guilty and all this other stuff because of Texas, or whatever you're saying, bro. But the facts remain. Coming calmly back to, let's just see what it shows. And then probably people are going to be like, oh, see, I told you, on whatever side they're on. And that's all I'm saying, because there's a strong bias already in it, and nobody on this stage, including Keegan, has seen anything. We just going off of something that somebody reported about. There was no physical confrontation.
And that's what I wanted to get into. This is coming from the Texas Bureau Chief, according to the link up top. And the Texas Bureau Chief, and I'll read this, is a senior reporter or journalist in charge of a media organization's desk dedicated to covering news across the state of Texas. It's a leadership role with a focus on guiding statewide coverage, managing reporters, and coordinating with the outlet's main newsroom, often based in another city like New York or Washington. So that's who's reporting this in that link. So just so everybody's clear. But I know 256 wanted to chime in. We want to give you the mic, 256. Yes.
Well, I mean, obviously there was no physical confrontation because there was a stabbing that led to a death. The real question is whether or not Austin initiated that confrontation. And I think they're throwing the book at him because he is black, let's be honest. Because they could have charged this case is charged as a first-degree murder. That's akin to capital murder in Texas. That's as high as it gets. This was more of a negligent type of situation, if anything, or a lesser type of homicide. The facts do not comport with a first-degree murder. They just don't.
So I think it just has to be premeditated, and that can be within matter of instances. Well, a lot of people get it just for shooting somebody in an argument. You generally get premeditated murder. You thought about it beforehand.
Yeah, that's fine, but it wasn't premeditated.
But plunging a knife in someone's chest, I mean, just like firing a handgun, any reasonable person would think, and that's why he's going to trial, would think that is a deadly, you're using deadly force at that point.
Well, no.
This is the evidence
What they would use as premeditation is the fact that he brought the knife to begin with.
That's not premeditated.
That's not premeditated. So typically, second-degree murder. Yeah, and I have to agree with 256 on this one. Usually, when it's they call it a crime of passion or in the heat of the moment, that's second degree. So imagine if this had been a husband and a wife, a domestic situation, right? And the wife and husband got into an argument, and the wife decided, fuck this motherfucker. I'm pissed off right now, fuck him. Or she caught him cheating, right? She walked in the house, he's in bed with another woman, and she grabs a gun and shoots them both. Premeditated murder would be overkill, and most likely would not be the charge that would stick. It would have to be second-degree murder. And in this situation, in order for the state conspiracy that ahead of time, Carmelo Anthony planned on coming to this event solely for the purpose of killing Austin Metcalf. But it seems like there was an altercation. Hold on one second, Josh. So what it seems like is there was an altercation right at that moment, and then in the heat of the moment, Carmelo Anthony responded, and it would be, I think 256 is right, manslaughter or a second-degree murder at that.
Can I say something? So can I read this real quick?
Let's try. Hold on, let's try.
Shasha ain't saying shit.
Shut up, bitch.
Go ahead, Shasha.
So, with the crime of passion, yeah, like the husband and wife.
You're the only bitch I see.
Would be different because they have knives in their home already, right? It's not like they're bringing it with them somewhere, right? That would be a little bit different. That would be evidence of premeditation had they, cheated on each other or something, according to he's cheating, and then they brought the knife with them to kill them. I figured that would be how it went. But in this situation, there would be no reason for him to bring a knife to a track meet, right? Unless they intended to use it.
And that's a fair point, Shai, because we actually dug into this. Because Texas is one of these one-off states that has weird laws. We understood that, on school grounds, especially on school grounds, you can't carry any type of weapon. Well, actually, when this first came out, we actually dug, and according to the school district and Texas code, they have a restriction. You're allowed to carry a knife that's less than 5 inches in length anywhere in that state that you want, including school grounds. Anything above 5 inches is called, they got a special term for it in the state of Texas. So the knife was over.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, we dug into that, because we were like, you're not allowed to bring a knife to school grounds, but we dug deep, and actually in Texas, you're allowed to carry a knife that's less than 5 inches in you.
Yeah, but so, I don't like to talk about things that are, not relevant to the case, because obviously when this happened, wait, why
bro, you kind of interrupted me, bro. I still don't get it. Why is that so much?
Guys, to be fair, Concrete was trying to go after shots. So
my bad.
No, you're good. No harm, no foul, brother. And Musanda's new on stage. We got OG.
All right, then I'll go after Musanda. I have no problem.
Just for the record, I love Shasha, even though she's an asshole. Anyway, so what I did was, y'all niggas are posting X-links and people's opinions who, I don't know, verified credentials or credible. And so CBS News actually has written a little article about this, right? And I'll read a couple paragraphs to get to the gist of my statement. Frisco Independent School District has released surveillance footage of a deadly stabbing that occurred during a track meet in April, but only under strict conditions. Under Texas open records law, requesters may view such video in some cases, but are not permitted to record it. The video begins several minutes before the altercation between Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf. Here's the key part. The camera positioned near the press box captures half of the field at Kendall Stadium. The tent where the incident occurs is located in the bleachers near the 50-yard line. Due to the camera's distance, individuals are not easily identifiable. That means a lot. At approximately 9:55 a.m., a sudden movement is seen under the tent, followed by interaction between two figures. Frisco ISD officials say this is the moment the stabbing occurred. Several people are seen walking or running away while others approach the area. So, what you guys were talking about earlier is that there was a level of detail where somebody could make a pronouncement that there was no physical altercation. And obviously, based on what CBS is reporting, this isn't easily identifiable. You can't even see who the people are. That has to tell you that they're at some distance, because we understand that one is black and one is white, where it should be easily identifiable who is who, right? But since it's the case that this is reporting that they're not easily, I can read it again if anybody is doubting this, but I would suggest you go to CBS News before you go to X for your information.
Funny enough, I was going to reference that. My question now was to address the blacks
is if there is more video footage that shows that Kamalo is at fault, are you gonna start not siding with him anymore and side with the white guy?
That's what Shasha already asked that question.
I didn't know. I just came back.
Oh yeah. Well, just a quick summary. If the facts, wherever the facts lead, I'm cool with it. I'm not stuck on no black white shit. If you know whatever the fuck it is, it is. That's where I'm at. So, contrary to Pepe and everybody else telling you that the facts room and OJ or what the fuck ever, everybody black is on the same page. That's bullshit right there, man. Whatever the facts are, I don't know.
I said a lot of you are doing it because of race. Like, I never said they're all black.
So what?
Even if it's not me. It's not probably me. So what? That's a good point.
Look,
like,
if there are people who are defending him because of race, so what?
Like, well, then they can't complain. That was the point of the room. So, well, if that's the case, if you say so what, then you guys obviously can't complain if white people do it.
So what?
I would say the logical thing would be that if you don't know all the facts, which I don't, because that's why I haven't claimed either, guilt or not for Carmelo Anthony, because I don't know all the facts. But it seems like I am listening to some black people wanting an excuse to still stand up for Carmelo Anthony.
So what?
And, what do you mean, so what?
You keep bringing it up like it's a problem. What's the issue? What's the issue? Oh, okay. So, do you ever do anything that's on it? Sorry, you got it, bro. It's almost like humans do unreasonable things, so what?
So why even talk about it? Why be in the room?
What? So you can't talk about things that aren't unreasonable?
So what?
So what? That was a question.
No, I'm asking you.
That was a question, not a statement.
I know what it is. I'm saying, so what? Like, why do you care that people are caring about something that doesn't matter?
Why do I care? Because I'm curious, obviously, about why they brought it up.
Yeah, but your curiosity, so what?
What you mean, so what? You asked a question, you got an answer.
All right.
You asked a question, you got an answer.
All right. Yeah, well, I would just say it is actually a good gauge just for me to kind of like measure how are black people. The people that will stand up for Carmelo Anthony, kind of regardless of not knowing the facts, I would say these are people that are no different than white nationalists or white racists. They're gonna ride with their people no matter what, and I like seeing that. I like it. Even though they won't flat out say it, I mean, it says a lot to me, and I know that a lot of, at least when it comes to getting along with black people or thinking that you can reason with them, it kind of shows me that with a lot of you, we can't. You guys are just, and there's no reason we should extend any courtesy to be reasonable.
Yeah, so what?
Like people like tribalistic, like Canadians are tribalistic, not tribalistic.
What do you think the whites are retaliating? That's what we want to hear. What do you think the whites are going to regardless of what the issue?
Well, I think the blacks they keep on performing how they've been performing for the last 60 fucking years. No matter who's the majority, Hispanics, Asians, they're gonna still be doing poorly. I mean,
So what?
The question is, that's why they say so what? What are whites going to do about it?
I don't think whites will do anything in particular, but I do think society as a whole in America, they no matter the color, they're gonna. If anything, they'll just. What can they do? If black people fail, they fail.
So why do you care if they fail? So what? If black people continue to lose, no matter who's the dominant culture, so what? We gonna keep losing. So what?
Yeah,
right?
What's the response to that?
Yeah, like so what? Who cares?
What's the response to that?
Nothing. I mean, I think that.
Why'd you bring it up?
Shut the fuck up.
Why'd you bring it up?
Okay, it's getting annoying. So what I would say is that, let's say when there's more Hispanics and Asians and whites, blacks can say, oh, it's slavery. but then, you know, they have sob stories of their own, and they're really not going to give a shit about black people's sob stories.
So what?
And that will be a good thing for you dumb fucking idiots.
I think you should work in there, bro.
Do you think black people need white people's sympathy to progress in life?
Oh yeah, they like even like this whole FBA thing. It's like a pathetic nationalism. It's parasitic. These people, they like to brag about how they were foundational. They weren't even the ones who fought in the fucking Revolutionary War. They're not the ones who even earned the fucking freedom. I mean, but they parasitically claim the achievements of right. Okay, do you want to get?
I know we're talking about the topic. Black community, Pepe's only topic of discussion.
Concrete, chill.
Yeah, no, I mean, I just think it's pathetic.
So he's hijacking the conversation to cry. Okay.
He's talking about he can hijack.
Alright. You're defending him crying. Okay, that's man.
No, I'm defending hierarchy and respect.
Who cares? Need power.
What it is you niggas need decorum and understand that, hey, when someone comes in your space, you're gonna want the same respect. That's how it works, man.
So I want to go forward and say, so you think black people are now going to suffer more because they won't get white sympathy?
Yes, that's precisely. I think whites are becoming less sympathetic, and I know the Hispanics aren't going to deal with their shit, and you know, who's becoming a larger percentage of the population. Yeah, nobody's going to want to deal with it. I mean, just look what they do to black people in places like Brazil. You go to a prison, you know, in the 70s and 80s, it was almost all black. The favelas were all black. You know, they just shoot those fucking turds once they left the favelas because they were looked at as a fucking problem.
What? Like,
people don't want to deal with it.
Why you hear them cry?
No, he's not crying. I want to ask. In Latin America, black people are struck like fucking dogs.
Hold on, let me ask you a question. Do you like hearing Pepe cry? The conversation was interesting up until that point.
I don't give a fuck what I like or don't like hearing. I'm interested in hearing where people are coming from and understanding where they're coming from.
Well, Concrete, you're still here.
I don't want to start crying. Hold on. Shut the fuck up, Concrete.
Hold on, bro. I'm talking to you. I'm not your bitch, bro.
Well, nigga, I'm gonna talk to you how the fuck I want to talk.
You doing that whole shit.
Right now.
Shit.
So what I'm saying is, Concrete, bye. Get the fuck out of here. Go change your little fucking tampon. But, yeah, I know. But, again, I don't give a fuck what someone says, you know, as far as getting emotionally charged and triggered. I remove my emotions from the conversation so that way I can understand where they're coming from and then have the conversation. Then if I don't agree with them, oh fucking well. But I'll have respect for them if they're able to articulate their point, so at least I'm able to understand it. That's just as good. But Ali, welcome to the stage, Yasser, OG, and you guys want to grab the mic?
Holly's probably off the line, you know what I mean? Mid Friday afternoon. You know, I look at the name of the title, Carmelo Anthony guilty, and then I see Pepe's mounted. So I'm gonna bring my black ass in here, and then I'm gonna be surprised when I hear some racist shit, right? That's the only thing that be confusing me, gang. Like, that's the only thing I'm like, y'all know what y'all about to hear. like, you know what I mean? Like we say every single day. Yesterday was Juneteenth, and while I was celebrating Juneteenth, I was like, bro, like, there isn't a single day that we don't talk about systematic racism. I'm not saying that's a bad thing or a good thing, but we talk about what this country is every single day. And then when it happens, we're like, oh, like, you know what I mean? Like we just saw a Bigfoot in the wild or some shit. I don't know, man. I'm kind of jaded a little bit. I'm ready for the race war. I'm trying to have this American experiment crash into a brick wall as soon as possible because we want a race war. This is what we want. And I just don't know what we're ready for.
When you say we, what do you mean?
I mean, the American public. It seems like the American public wants a race war. So let's just have it already.
What if Pepe is correct? I'm not
point, right? On the sense of he realizes that majority of black people have everything because of white sympathy. And if whites are to punish black, they're just gonna say we won't help you. And I'm presuming most white people predict this, that the blacks are just gonna ask the whites for forgiveness. Because the reality is, I don't know why people want to go towards a race war. Like you did on the civil rights, you begged the whites to understand you. You didn't do a race war. No, I'm just saying in general, in the West, none of you blacks have ever done a race war. You begged yourself into quote-unquote civil rights. So, I mean, to be honest, you don't even have the numbers for most people. That's why you begged yourself. And by the way, this is not an attack on anyone. I'm just saying from an outside view of this, because I'm not in the middle.
No, you're absolutely right, Masanda. Like, it is pretty pathetic that we sit here and talk all this cash shit, but then all we end up doing is begging. And then when we actually do take physical action, right, to physically let the world know that we're pissed off, we just firebomb our own shit. We just destroy our own shit. Like, it's literally like me being pissed off at my next door neighbor, so I light my house on fire because I'm pissed off at my next door neighbor for what they did to me. Like, it just makes absolutely no sense, and it looks
and then when your neighbor says, hey, it's kind of dumb that you let your house on fire, you call it racist again.
Exactly, right.
The other part is, I think there's a lot of projectiles here, for most parts, of people that maybe want quote-unquote a race war, but the reality is, they don't really define the populace. I'm not saying it's good or bad, but the populace, and maybe white people know this deeply, that the populace are so integrated into the system, they barely even care. I mean, fine, Commander Anthony raised over $500,000. But the reality is, if all the black Americans were all united to support this guy, who would raise a lot more than that? Right? This is a select few of a select few of a select few who actually have to be stretched into it. Right? I'll presume majority of black Americans are probably have their own struggles. I'm just presuming. That could be it.
I mean, I would say this. I don't want a race war. I don't think most people don't. Like, no, I don't want to see, like, innocent, hardworking black Americans getting fucked with, let alone, like, hurt. I just want, in a magical world, I could wave a wand and black people would, a whole bunch of them would stop being that 6-letter word, and I think the country would be a lot better. That's miracles can happen, I guess. I don't know.
Fine. But I want to understand, how can you have a race war with somebody who's going to work on Monday? Somebody who drinks coffee, bunching, and whatever.
I don't think anybody would have a race. No, because people are very comfortable to have a revolution or a race war.
Exactly. I was just about to say the thing I find absolutely retarded, and those of you who are in the room that do know me on really Mr. Lifestyle Clubhouse, yeah, exactly. Hello. Here's the reality. America is way too comfortable to fire a gun. To fire a gun is a bit emotionally taxing once you get accommodated to how just good America is. Like, you don't have to go to trek miles upon miles to hunt food. We still have places like that around the world, by the way. There's a few places, but they exist. You don't have to scrounge garbage, sewage, and everything else to find edible food from India, parts of China. And you don't have to have some weirdo cultural system to not be banned from making money because your culture is weird. Looks at Japan entirely. This is the United States of America, where once you get your social security number, once you're an adult, or once you're verified as a citizen, you can now go work at the local McDonald's if you can't get a job anywhere else. And it might not be the best life. It might not be the extravagant one that you see. But you can get a place, one that income will shack up with other people, right? And most of your problems, I'm not going to say they're going to go away, but you're going to be doing better than the majority of the world. Because the rest of the world, they got to scrounge to live. I'm talking scrounge, where you won't get paid for the next 3 months. European countries, by the way. You are not going to have a job for the next 2 years. This is a place where issues are solved the moment you start working. And the moment you start getting a lot more money, yeah, you can be trapped in a high income place like California. But as long as you're making enough money to where your bills are paid on time, you're getting enough food, your electrical expenses and your entertainment is more or less paid every single month, no one is going to do anything when life is that good. And that's the actual reality. Life is too good in America to have a race war. It really is. If you think it's not, the poorest people in our country have better living experiences than kings throughout all of history. Kings, men that went to war, that has directed entire battle formations or paid someone or hired someone to do so. They live better than these people. They have lived better than Genghis Khan, Alexander the Great, Mansa Musa, one of the richest men in history. Mansa Musa would sell his entire country to bring his family to America if he lived today. And that is the thing that people don't seem to get about this race war. Your life, you would not trade your TV, your Netflix, your streaming, the wife that you go home to and cooks you dinner, the side piece that you get kicked down by every other 3 Fridays. You ain't trading none of that to go to war. Do not have any emotions sexually, because the moment you say you would, trust me, there's going to be a psycho, a true, actual warfighter at your door with a gun saying where you want to do this, and you're going to go right back to your comfortable life. So please stop saying this crap. Don't love stupid.
Yeah, listen, man, the second thing about it is this, right? Ever since I got a phone call.
Yo, Dr. Welcome to the stage, man. You wanna take a stab?
Hey, what's up, guys? So what are we talking about? The standards of living, or like now, or the Commonwealth case?
Yeah, but what was popping was the link that this is Keegan's room, but Keegan posted a link that the Texas chief, or was it Texas bureau chief, for the Daily Mail, has viewed the footage and said that the footage shows no physical confrontation between Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony before the stabbing. So we were discussing that.
Wow.
And kind of delved off a little bit.
Yeah. Well, then here's the thing, man. I thought there was a chance, even though I thought it was wrong. Like, I believe in, protecting yourself, the Second Amendment, all that stuff, but you better make sure that you have a reason to use it, if you're going to take someone's life. And so I never thought that even if it was pushing, that it wasn't enough to justify killing them. But I was thinking, possibly he might get away in this racially charged world. But if that's the case, there was no physical confrontation, and I don't know how he can get off, in Carmelo Anthony. And, people are going to be freaking out, the certain people, either on the left or on
certain people.
Oh, you know who he's talking about. They'll have what I'm talking about? Yeah, and this young black man, very well could be that he had an N-word moment and he's going to spend the rest of his monkey life in prison, in the monkey cage, because he didn't know how to behave.
What do you mean by monkey?
Well, like at a zoo, monkeys are behind bars. They can't behave.
You talking about Carmelo?
Are you going to let a chimpanzee out in the public? It can rip your face off if it gets mad.
I'm back.
And he'll stab people in the chest.
Let me explain it. This type of white-black relationship that you think, I'm going to pause for a second. Yeah, it's not, black men and white men, from an outsider coming from Mexico, right? Your grandfather and stuff wasn't here. We don't have this type of cynical, deep hatred. Like, we have issues but it's not to that degree what you think. That all white men is not going to be like one day wake up in the morning time and be like, oh yeah, Pepe said let's kill all black people, right?
When did
It's
I
not
say
going to
that?
happen.
No. When did I say that? When did I say that? I said I'm against violence. I said violent people need to go in the monkey cage. I'm against violence.
So a race war. We look at Ukraine, right? Russia has about 1.2 million soldiers. Ukraine has about 600,000, right? And look at the destruction. If some type of civil war, right, with 44 million black people happen, right, in this nation, it's going to collapse the nation, and our enemies will come in to capitalize on it, and it won't be in America.
Yeah, I'm against the race war. Somebody just asked me that question. I said I'm against the race war.
No,
The last Civil War,
I think a lot of people most people are against the race war, but a lot of people are for the race war. And I think the people who are for the race war should just get it back in blood. Like, there's a lot of people who are for it. There's a lot of black people who, what they want to do is they want to do to the white man what the white man did onto them. An eye for an eye.
They can't win though, bro.
You know?
They can't win.
You tell them that. Because
I think a civil war would be more likely and stuff, but for a race war is so silly, and you don't see black people aren't a monolith, even though they do know a lot the same. But I mean, because of your limited population, that's just not enough. If you have even a little bit of divide among your community, it's just not quite enough, bro.
I don't know what it works out for you. So I'm trying to explain to a lot of these people that think, oh, we're going to win the race war because blah, 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 we can physically overpower white people and all this other crap. But they say, okay, let's just give that on for a second. Let's say you're right. You know how many black people are going to sign up for the United States government when they say, hey, go kill all of the people that probably killed your friends when you were children, and we're going to pay you to do it? Dude, that would be the quick Strathy history. You would have multiple amounts of black men saying, wait, you're going to pay us to go into these places while you quarantine, to put every single one of these people down that's on this, and we get benefits for it? Yeah, that's how the U.S. government works. It's not going to send a wave of people at you. It's going to say, okay, we're sending these people at you, and they will use other black people if any sort of race war pops up to go and fight other black people. They do this in other countries. They literally use other countries to fight that country. What do you think is going to happen here, where they have all your communications, where they have all your logistics, where they have everything they need to win, and you're basically a sitting duck?
Well, this is why I've always thought like talk of a race war is stupid, but to the people, the black people in particular, who think that somehow like you could feasibly win. I mean, white people have the majority of the guns. When it comes to the people that actually use their guns and have any kind of marksmanship, it's going to be weighted very heavily, particularly on Midwesterners and Northwestern too, and Southern white Americans. New York City probably doesn't have any white people that really know how to shoot, but then think of who has all the fucking money, who has control just logistically, who can ship ammunition places, like whatever supplies you need. Like, how the fuck would that work out? Like, you guys are so vastly outnumbered. Like, I'm somebody who's against a race war, and I'm saying, like, you guys should, I mean, for your own good, like, it's not a viable option for you guys. I mean, it's just silly.
It's your lack of understanding. I'm saying again, every white person in America won't, like, some white people we fight on our side, because what you're doing is they're morally corrupt, and you thought white men and black men been fighting together for centuries now. This is a cynical type of imaginary type of war in your mind because you lack knowledge. Your ancestors are not
from this country. Right? I have a lot of we have black men in America have white male friends.
Okay, I think Nathan.
Go ask CA.
Nathan, I think you. Yes, I know. No, Nathan, I think you caught me like trolling. People like to say I'm not white. And I'm a Mexican white from Arizona. So I've been trolling like the people like in the room last night. Yeah, they know I'm not a Mexican. But actually, the person, with my last name came to this country in 1605. So I am a white American with long ties back here, at least on one side of the family. Now, I'm not, nobody's, a race war is like a hypothetical, and it's just so fucking stupid and animalistic. I'm not saying it's likely. It's just like people started bringing it up. I think it was G that brought it up.
No,
I'm just saying it's stupid.
I think it was a movie I watched, and the situation, what I'm trying to explain is this. Yeah, we might look betrayed, but I think when the battle was, I forgot what movie it was, whatever, the one side won, and then the Peters came in. You know what I mean? It's like America will be weakened. I mean, we have enemies around, and they don't give a fuck when you're black or white. As long as you're American, that's it. They want to wipe us out, right? So people just gotta look. Did you reference movies too during COVID? Is that what you thought it was gonna be?
I just want to know something.
I forgot what. I think it was
something. Hold on. Could this be why we're not mentioned in the Bible? Like America is maybe not going to get taken out by. Well, they're just going to become. There's either going to be a race war or a civil war that breaks us up. And it makes us like not powerful as we know it, and that's why we're not mentioned in the Bible. I don't know. I'm
too strong.
I'm trying to think about it, man. Like maybe America will break up and just be not America as we know it, and that's why there's nothing mentioned.
For whites of good
right now, bro.
What did the first Congress of the United States say about citizens? What did they want?
I don't know. Tell us.
Whites of good character.
Yeah, our very first Congress.
Men of good character.
Very first Immigration Act.
So I'm saying, could it be a race war or a civil war that breaks us up?
The only way to defeat your enemy
I think we'll have a class war. I think we'll have a class war before we have a race war. Well, I'll be a class war. There'll be a class war.
So a civil war. I think it's a lot against the right.
The war's not going to happen the same way. It's not going to be as organized as the first Civil War. It's going to be in different pockets across the country. It's going to be more sporadic, more chaotic. But I don't think that's going to split up the Union. I think that's towards the end of the movie. I think what's going to split up the Union is us overextending our empire in World War III. That's just literally just started. Russia said that if the United States or the West does anything to fuck with Iran, they're gonna. If we do anything major,
Russia said they're staying out.
It's done. It's done already.
Russia said they were staying out.
Russia can't do shit, bro.
Russia just publicly stated that they're not getting involved in the conflict between Israel, the United States, and Iran.
No, they said they said that the United States does anything tactical to stop the program, because what the Russians did is the Russians put their own scientists inside of
use a tactical nuke. Yeah, they use a tactical nuke on Iran.
It's not just a problem.
They would use one against Ukraine.
It's bigger than a tactical nuke, because if we try to destroy their nuclear facilities, we're going to be killing Russian scientists as well, and then they're going to loop themselves into the conflict.
Nathan, what are you talking about right now?
He's saying it's only about the United States using a nuke or Israel using a nuke. It's not just about Israel using a nuke, because the Russians literally put nuclear scientists inside of these Iranian.
I don't think they did.
That's what Putin said. That's what they just said an hour ago.
When did Putin say this? Because I know
this is less than 24 hours. This is incredibly bad. This is something that's happening right now.
Russia would be in breach of its signatory to the nuclear non-proliferation treaty. So
then they're in breach of it. They just invaded Ukraine. They're in breach of a lot
couple weeks back. Do you realize that Turkey shot down a Russian fighter jet in like 2016, 2017, and nothing happened against the island? Just because there's a death doesn't mean it's guaranteed that another country will drop the war. Why did Turkey is a NATO member. They shot down a Russian jet. Why didn't then Russia attack Turkey, and then why didn't NATO respond? Because it never happened. Just because some person may die who's not even meant to be there doesn't mean shit. It's not going to happen. It's not going to guarantee war.
That you don't understand about the relationship between Russia and Iran, they are not allies. They are not on good terms. Iran and Russia, because you might have forgotten, Russia went to the Middle East before America. The whole of it, Iraq and Iran, and they attacked those people. So the moment I heard the Russians put nuclear sign, no, they didn't. They got nuclear facilities.
I think you're making judgments based on information that you got in the past. You're not watching up on how this
Iran is
evolving.
They are relying on it. So Russia, since the sanctions, since they started the war in Ukraine, they've been relying on Iran for a lot of shit.
Iranian drones. The United States relationships, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, I said. So you have to realize this too as well.
Jay, I'm not dismissing that part, but what I'm saying is because of that event, and recently Iranian side, the people, they will not accept that. They might sell things to Russia, but they are not friends with Russia. Russia would put nuclear facilities in Africa, and they have nuclear facilities in Africa before Iran. Because they do not
Isaac, that is your political opinion, and that opinion is being countered by current facts right now that you can just look up. You can just look it up. It's not me saying it. This is something that has emerged in the last 24 hours. So and if you think about it at all, none of these countries are friends. Europe isn't even our friend. It's about an alignment of interest.
You know what? I think
that's what it's about.
The conversation.
At this time, the interests of China, Russia, and Iran are aligned.
Yes,
that's how the Soviet Union in one of the world's wars was our ally.
You guys, I want to say this. I want to ask.
The Nazis run away. There are enemies. So friends and enemies always change in these things. And it's changed.
All right.
Changed a long time.
All right, G, hold on a second, everybody. Hold on a second. So, I know this isn't the room. Keegan, do you want to change it? Like, since
we should do World War III because of that.
We can do like America first. Will not die for Israel or some shit.
Oh, yeah,
I change it. All right, change it. Yeah, we're not dying. So we don't need to. That way we don't. Us blacks and whites. We can. Us blacks and whites can now be on the same side as Americans, and we can talk about not dying for foreign interests.
Exactly. Because one thing that people need to understand, just because Russia does business with you, does not mean Russia is going to protect you. So someone saying I highly doubt that, because Russian policy with other countries is not to protect, and it is to protect.
It's not Syria from falling. Syria was able to fall and Russia didn't intervene. They were able to stop it.
You're missing the point. It's really about China, man.
China intervening is more likely, but Russia intervening, I doubt it. They would just pull their people out. Because here's the thing, the United States will tell Russia, hey, we're about to bomb the hell out of Iran. They will do that. We have nothing relation to that happen. So I have war, even if it needs a facility there, which I highly doubt because the Russians are lawbreakers internationally, but they're not much targeted. They would just get their people out before the bomb dropped. So I'm really failing to see why people think Russia is going to join a war when they are already fighting one, and then two, Putin has said plenty of times that he is not interested in joining a global war. He doesn't care.
If it is not a problem that Russia has to deal with, they will watch entire countries bomb each other. They do it to the Middle East and Africa all the time, and they have business with multiple countries.
Okay, guys, let's stop talking about Russia, but let's talk about what's going on. And God damn it, Nathan, did you have something to say about the new topic, or do you want to chime in on the old one?
Let him land it.
Trying to redirect.
Yo, Pepe, let him finish up the last point, and then.
Oh my God! All right, hurry up, Nathan.
Everybody may cut me out like 15, my own way, cut me off. And I'm trying to make the point is that we don't give a fuck about Iran with nuclear bombs. Israel don't give a fuck about that. It's about a long-term, not the short-term situation, but more long-term. And people are missing it. Things they're not saying on the news, right? It's the thing that they're worried about. It's about China. China is growing their military right now to surpass Russia, the likes we've never seen before in this world. That's what's happening right now. You go everywhere look at the map, and you look at Iran, it's a closer launch point to China. That's why we're doing this type of thing. It might, crush Iran to put our military bases there. What comes after military base? Long range, short range missiles. That's why this is an important location for us if a battle, opens up with China and it cuts off China oil supply, which is Iran as well. You need oil to fuel the war, right? So that's what it's really about. Russia, they really don't care, like Ozzy said, about Iran like that, but they do care and don't want some type of United States footprint in that area, because they do have an allegiance with China as well, with getting weaponry, drones. They get drones from. That's why North Korea actually said things about helping out Iran. So it is some type of alliance, whether you like it or not.
Well, Nathan, I'll tell you why I disagree, though. All right, in 2002, America came out, and there were 7 Middle East countries that they wanted to have regime change in, right? Syria, Yemen, Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran, part of those nations. Well, guess what we've done? Iraq, Afghanistan, Yemen. We haven't got Iraq yet, but we're strategically placed in a much more confined area with a lot of fans. My point is that if I'm getting the right part, you guys know.
You're in Matrix.
Well, the reason why we have regime change in the Middle East. Am I in Matrix? Am I out?
Now you're out. Now you're out.
Okay. So, but my point is that the reason why we want the Middle East, the reason why we have regime change war in the Middle East, and we've tried this in Cuba, we've tried this in Venezuela, we've tried this in, we even tried with Russia at one point, right? If we don't feel like you're a threat to the United States, if you don't have a nuclear arsenal, then we will try to change you. We just will. We're the world police. That's what we do. So Iran saying we want to have nuclear capabilities is just them trying to be sovereign, trying to keep their existence alive, right? North Korea has the same thing. North Korea wishes death to America every single day. China wishes death to American imperialism every single day. No one gives it. No one blinks an eye. But when Israel says Iran's a threat to us, we have to stand up and we say, well, that's our greatest ally. Again, I believe that Israel has a larger effect to our American government than probably most people think. But Iran, this situation with Iran has been going on for 30 years now. And this is just the Israel striking, knowing that they have the full back of the presidency right now. So they're like, okay, we can do what we want. And whether or not the American public wants it, Trump is going to back us militarily. So that's what's actually going on.
Iran has attacked American interests numerous times, including in the past year. And today, Iran made a terror attack in London, UK.
Really?
In case anybody cares.
And how many people did they kill?
It looks like there's about 7 on the ground. I just was watching video. I haven't got a count yet.
Oh wow! And they said Iran was responsible for it.
IRGC, Iranian genocide regime.
Oh. Well, I mean, I personally, and I think the IRGC is bad. I mean, I'm not gonna.
I mean, the 2 people were arrested for assault. Is this what you're considering an attack?
No, I'm talking about the terror attack on by the IRGC, the Iranian genocide regime, on pro-regime Iranians in London.
Again, where's the sound I'm looking for, bro?
I'm reading from the BBC is arrest as 2 assaulted outside Iranian.
Keep reading.
All right. Not seeing any shocking terror of them.
So you didn't see that the Iranian genocide regime did a terror attack in London?
2 for assault. There's no mention of terror. British police arrest 6 men on suspicion of grievous bodily harm.
What would you call that?
A pub fight.
Except it wasn't in a pub, and it was political, making it a mess. Making it.
If it's really seen as terror, did you have to make it terror?
I'm not making it anything.
Terrorist act. You should understand this.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing it like even on Twitter.
I know, but don't get in the way. Don't let the truth get in the way.
All right, well, let's before this London attack, Omar, you did make the case that Iran has attacked American interests
in
the past year.
In the past year, 170 times American servicemen all over the Middle East, men and women. And not to mention our commercial ships.
I thought this was Israel's fight, and they didn't know about it.
Well, to be fair, that is why that I forget who it is who got Jinsu bladed in Iran. I mean, there are a lot of American troops that got traumatic brain injuries, and some were killed because they were constantly firing those rockets at military bases with American troops in Iraq in the past. So.
Well, yeah, what about the sheep charges that they were given to to these militants that were attacking American soldiers?
Sure.
Iranian soldiers, yeah.
But when we went into Iraq, the civil war basically broke out largely between Shia and Sunnis, and the Shias, obviously Iran ended up sending in a lot of people, or a lot of Iranians came in to fight with the Shias. On the side of the Shias, I should say, and a lot of them received training from the Iranian government, got weapons from them, and so Iran, they were attacking U.S. Bases. I mean, the IRGC does suck. I'm not gonna.
Well, again, I think that the point that a lot of America First individuals will make against El Normo of why Iran has been attacking and why we've had this conflict in the Middle East is, again, because we've decided to allyship ourselves with a country like Israel. I believe that if we weren't involved with Israel, and I believe if we weren't involved in the Middle East, that we would have safe communication through trade, just like we do with Saudi Arabia, just like we do with the UAE.
I don't agree with that at all.
Just like Iran. Well, again, if you get
what year did the Middle East start having an issue with the United States? So,
guys, oh my gosh, guys, please, allow me to finish my point. That, sure, even in 1979, but 1948, I'm saying this goes all the way back. We started backing Israel for a long time. I'm saying that we probably could have the same type of clear trade talks that China has with Iran to buy their crude oil, because guess what? Money talks at the end of the day. And we have backed the wrong people. That's just it. We backed the wrong people.
Why did they take over our embassy in '79? Had nothing to do with
what
Israel.
year did the terrorism begin?
Keegan, it's just that simple. That's just it. We just backed the wrong people. It would be so peaceful.
In what year did this Middle East terrorism begin against the United States?
I don't know.
Would it coincide with the
I
creation
can
of
tell you in 1970,
Would it coincide
over our embassy, kill the button. Hang on.
Would it coincide with the creation of Israel?
Hang on.
Maybe
You have to
Israel
show
solved
that.
that problem.
Well, maybe you should tell us why didn't you try to find the answer to your question? When did the Okay, so why did they take over? Hang on, why did they take our Why did they take our hostages in 1979, American hostages? Why did they kill our Marines in the Marine barracks in 1983?
Maybe because they outlined the fucking terror regime.
Well, that's not what they said.
Oh, really? Is that what you say that they said?
Really? Why don't you go find out then? Why when they say death to America?
Forgive me for not trusting what a Jew says about other people.
Well, I don't trust what a schmuck says, but you're still talking.
I don't listen to Jewish words.
I don't listen to
another word. Have you another word for that one?
Find the room that says schmuck. It's down the hall. It's all for you.
That's right.
You can talk to your heart people.
Keep your Yiddish bullshit to yourself.
Again,
Take your halfway.
we as Americans, we're
half man, power,
Mr. Anderson, when you do this, you engage in this conversation where you're going like El Normo, when you say they attacked an embassy in 1979, what do you have to say about that? First of all,
Say again.
You said that when they attacked, what do you have to say about when they attacked an embassy in 1979? What do you have to say about that? Well, why did they? Do you know what was the reason why they attacked our embassy in 1979? Do you know why, El Normo?
I don't. Tell me.
You don't know why? It's because U.S. backed at the time their leader, who was an authoritarian, and they completely.
What leader is that?
And the U.S. I can't pronounce his name, but it's like Shah.
President Pahlavi?
Yes.
No, we didn't back the leader. In fact, we
Yes, we did. It's been stated.
No, we didn't back the leader.
We did not back U.S. backed it.
They did the opposite.
No, we have completely misinformed you. We did back it.
The leader was in this country.
Show me why. Show me where we did it back.
You have to show. You want me to show you where we did? You have to show me.
Show me where we did it back.
We did largely support him up until President Carter, who basically said, "Oh, we'll just let the people decide," and then he basically had to leave.
The guy was actually.
We literally supported him. We supported him for.
Well, so I'm looking here. The first terrorist attack on us was 1920. It was a Wall Street bombing. So it was actually domestic terrorists. Like, I don't know, man. It's disruptive.
Well, when did Islamic terrorism start?
I don't know. But it doesn't matter. I mean, for them to say though that because we're aligned with Israel,
for decades, including him to return to power after the CIA backed a coup in 1953 that overthrew a democratically elected prime minister.
No, you're incorrect about that.
I would hate us too.
Okay. You're incorrect about that, first of all. Second of all, it has nothing to do with Israel. And third of all, we got the Shah out of the country so that they could take over. We facilitated that takeover by the Iranian Revolutionary Genocide regime and the mullahs and Shah, and Ayatollah.
Again, more regime change war. Why is it
We didn't do regime change. The mullahs did.
No, we just think we got them out.
Yeah, we let them come here for cancer treatment and they took over. That's what happened. Read it.
It's just so funny that again, it's literally stated by
okay, the first Islamic terrorist attack in America was 1992. So I'm failing to see where whoever's saying because we align ourselves with Israel that we're getting attacked more. That's fucking crazy.
Well, it is partially true.
Like America anyway.
It is partially true. I mean, if you were to look at like Osama bin Laden, when he declared war against the United States, he first did it on television in like 1996, and when he wrote his manifesto, the number one reason was our support of Israel. That was.
No, it's crazy about that though.
Wait,
could it be that we're also Christian too?
Wait. The number one reason was our base in Saudi Arabia. Because they thought no foreign warriors should be on Islamic soil. That was the number one.
Yes, but when in his TV appearance in 1996, he mentioned Israel first.
doesn't matter, man. Israel, and he said that, we're tired of U.S. imperialism, usurping resources from Muslim lands, military coups, dictators, and all that.
When did we ever do that?
U.S. has been involved, of course, our government's involved.
He's being
Sorry.
What Muslim land did the United States?
Sorry, but I've been patient listening. Just don't interrupt, please.
What Muslim
Sorry.
land?
Don't interrupt, please. Don't interrupt, please. Yeah, I know.
I'm not interrupting. I'm asking a question.
You're interrupting. Can you stop?
Yeah, hold on, Norm. Let him finish. You can ask him when he's done.
Yeah, he's asking him to finish. He's asking me to finish.
No, he gets to finish, and then he can ask.
All right, have some courtesy. Look, I interrupt you. All right.
Stop whining like
Israel's been dragging the U.S. for decades to fight wars on his behalf. There's a German here mentioned 7 countries in 5 years. Wesley Clark mentioned it. These are the countries Israel wants attacked. He drummed up a weapons of mass destruction. Hold on. Just look at this, guys. This character is evident for everybody to see. What Muslim land did you Hold on. So Israel, particularly Iran, has been drumming for war for over 2 decades. Iran's on the verge of having a nuclear weapon in months, a matter of years. He said that 26 years ago. Every few years. Dude, hold on. Don't interrupt. Just chill. Add to my time. All right. You're interrupting every 10 seconds. So, because you don't like when people are exposing the genocidal state of Israel and are supportive of it. American tax dollars should not go. American lives should not go towards defending a genocidal country. Iran hasn't fired any weapon over the land. And that never fired at Iran, and they've actually allowed inspectors to inspect their facilities. Stringent criteria. They signed a deal with the Obama administration when Trump rescinded. And also, Israel is the pariah state is known to have nuclear weapons and refuses to allow any inspectors into its facilities. And it's an existential threat to its neighbors. Israel's been bombing the past year. I'll finish here in 15 seconds. Bombing Syria, bombing Lebanon, bombing Yemen, bombing Iran. They're a threat, and they're genociding Palestinians.
When did America make so-called Muslim land?
Hold on, you gotta ask him something really quickly. Dean, hold on. Dean. Just wait a second, brother. Hey, man, hold on. So what's the average time? What's the average time it takes to develop a nuclear weapon? Do you know, Dean? It took us 3 years. So the average time. So when he's saying that Iran is on the verge of getting a nuclear bomb, it doesn't matter if it was in the fucking 90s, doesn't matter if it was in the 80s, doesn't matter, bro. If it takes 3 years to develop a nuclear bomb, anybody's on the verge of creating one.
He said it was going to take a week the last time.
It doesn't matter, bro. It doesn't matter. They're on the verge. I don't want to try to be an hyperbolic too if there's some serious.
Iraq has weapons in
It takes very little time.
Iraq has weapons.
It takes very little time to produce a nuclear weapon.
Hey, I'm going to give you just a quick response, Doctor. Quick response.
Literally,
it doesn't matter. He's everything. So in one quick response, Mr. is right. He's replying to Dr.
Shut up for a second, bro.
Just quickly. I'll just quickly reply. 20 seconds, right? He said weeks, he said months, he said years. He's quoted many times over the past over 2 decades. And lastly, Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence for the U.S., just said about 90 days ago, 3 months ago, you can look up at Newsweek. For those on American Newsweek, is a popular news publication in America, said that Iran has no nuclear weapons. You can literally look it up. Tulsi Gabbard, the national director of intelligence, said no nuclear weapons.
It's not like he was wrong. Said that they did.
No, they didn't. They've never said that, Norm. They've never said that.
She's literally the head of all the intelligence services, but she's wrong. She's wrong.
Wait, actually, hold on.
Guys, seriously, we have to have some decorum. I'm gonna have to do a queue. So, who
want to be added at the end of the game.
It adds no more.
Okay, well, let's go. Then we'll go Jai, and then we'll go from there. But can we
I want to go.
You need to. Okay, that's fine. All right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to do Oklahoma, we're going to do Mr., and then we're going to do Bilal, and then we're going to do Jai. But this has to do
Dr. Wise. One test. So
stop. Let's go to Oklahoma.
This weird Islamist idea that there's such a thing as quote unquote Muslim land is odious in the West. There's no such thing as Muslim land, except in some fundamentalist Islamic terroristic mind. That's number one. Number two, somebody said, oh, America took Muslim land, and then never followed up with any example. Then they tried to slam Israel as though Israel has ever done anything except for defensive reasons. It hasn't. Or as if Israel has ever taken land from somebody else except when it was attacked, which it never did. And ignoring the fact that Israel has always been willing to trade land for peace, as when it conquered the Sinai from the much bigger country, Egypt, and then traded the Sinai back for peace at Camp David in 1978. But lo and behold, Egypt didn't want Gaza because it's filled with Muslim fundamentalists, with the Muslim Brotherhood, so Israel got stuck with it, even though it didn't want it. Those are facts. Then Syria attacked Israel relentlessly as the mule, as the puppet of Iran, and Israel finally got back at it by taking out Hezbollah, Iran's proxy in the region. It is a part of the Iranian government as well. Iran occupies the south of Lebanon with this Hezbollah, occupies Syria with Hezbollah, occupies Yemen with the Houthis, all of which attack Israel relentlessly. And Israel finally said, you know what? The hell with that. We're going to attack the head of the octopus, as it should. And by the way, the International Atomic Energy Commission said on June 9th in their 94-page report to the Security Council of the United Nations, which means, by the way, it's very serious and threatens world peace, that Iran had enriched uranium to 60 to 70%. Just so you understand, civilian use is 5%. There's only one reason to enrich it to that extent, and that is to make a nuclear weapon, which is why Israel attacked now. That in combination with the fact that it took out Iran's air defenses in October, and then when they rebuilt them, took them out again on the 13th of June, just the other day. By the way, 613, the number of mitzvahs in the Torah. No accident. I'll land it there. Guys, feel free to question any of the facts I just listed.
So Tulsi Gabbard, who's the head of DNI, which is responsible for 17, 18, 19 different intelligence agencies, is entirely wrong when she stated that they don't have or are near have nuclear weapons.
The inspectors disagree with her.
Amazing. I thought we were having one at a time there. Amazing. Anyway, but of course, we have to go and invade Iran because they have nuclear weapons, but we can't go and touch Israel, even though they may have nuclear weapons.
They're our allies.
They're our allies. To who? Have they ever fought? Did I interrupt you, nigger? Did I interrupt you, nigger?
I'm sorry, what was that word?
Hold on, we're about to drop you down the piano.
That's right, because the niggers have no impulse control.
What was that word again?
Nigger. Do you want me to say it real slow?
Oh my God, I'm blushing.
All right. You're going to come back up.
So people should learn about how Israel has nuclear weapons. And if you don't believe me, you should look up a man called Mordecai Vanunu. He was a Israeli research, he worked at the Dimona Research Center for nuclear weapons and eventually ended up leaking the information to the British press in 1986, of which the Israelis locked him up for treason, even though he's meant to be a whistleblower. Why is it then that also when they lured him to Italy, if he didn't, if this is all lies, that Mossad lured him to Italy and fucking drugged him and abducted him back, taken back to Israel, and which he still can't speak to this day, although that time will come out, I think, next year, he'll be allowed to speak. So this is how Israel treats people who they don't have nuclear weapons, and if they're talking about the nuclear weapons that don't exist, that's what happens when they talk to the wider world. So if we're concerned about Iran having nuclear weapons, why are we not invading Israel if they do suspect to have nuclear weapons? If it's known since the 60s that they have nuclear weapons,
Literally, JFK made Ben Gurion resign. Ben Gurion, the then sitting prime minister, for threats made because of the fact that JFK did not want Israel at that point in 1963 to have the nuclear bomb. And that's arguably why they killed him, because of his opposition to Israel having it. So Israel is not part of the non-proliferation treaty that other countries that are signatory to. Is a country like Iran allowed to have nuclear weapons and not be a part of the non-proliferation treaty? And the exact same is true of Israel. Israel should be invaded and allow at a minimum independent UN weapons inspectors. But no one wants to talk about this. Why are we allowing Israel to have nuclear weapons if we're not going to allow Iran?
Is my turn up here? No, I think it might be Dean and then Bahram. I don't know.
I believe it's Bahram and then we're going to go Dean.
Thank you, guys. Dr. Wise, I'm not going to get involved in what Netanyahu did or does inside Israel. Thank God we have freedom of expression in Western countries, and in Israel itself, those who are pro-war or against this war, they can talk freely in Israel. I'm from Iran. 17 years I lived in the United States in exile. For me, the question isn't that how long it takes that Iran would be capable of having a bomb. What we have to focus on and have a proof for is, are they after bomb or not? Look, whatever you like it or not like it, this government in Israel or the government before or government after, none of them write that on their missiles that we are going to destroy this country or that country. It's in the purpose of defense. But if you look at what founder of Islamic Republic, Khomeini, said, long before we have this problem, he was referring to Saudi Arabia 1400 years ago, that what happened to a Jewish tribe in Saudi Arabia when Muslims attacked it. They named that castle, name of that ancient castle, on their missiles, Kitover. Most of you may not know the ideological point of Islamic Republic better than I do. Finding moral ground for me as someone who lives in Iran is really hard, because if you don't have freedom in Iran, basically you don't have homeland. And when my American friends and colleagues asked about my feeling, I gave a really hard complexity, because at the end of the day, those who live in Iran, they're human beings, and I'm really sad. But on the other hand, this regime created 2 wars, if not 3. One of them was against the people from the get-go. From 1979 to this day, women's rights, journalists, freedom of expression, freedom of having political parties, all of them torturing, killing political prisoners, and even going after opposition leaders in Western countries, by which in many cases you would be surprised that countries like Germany and France did nothing about it when Iran's regime was killing leader of opposition in Western countries. They did nothing, basically. They're doing their own business. Second war, first war was against people from the get-go, which continues. Second war was the war with Iraq, because
Khomeini was thinking Iraq has 60% population of Shiites, and many of this imam's grave or whatever is their land, and they started creating covert operations.
I'm going to give you about 30 more seconds, okay? I just want to...
Okay. 1 minute, please. And they started a covert operation inside Iraq, which Saddam Hussein had no option just attacking Iran. This is not what I say. The ambassador of Iran in Iraq said it in his writing. It's a fact that Iran attacked Iraq way before, and they created 8 years war, which I lost many friends. And third war is this new war that they're going to wipe down Israel. My question is not Iran next week or 2 weeks after is going to have bomb. The question basically is, are they after bomb or not?
Can I respond?
Yeah, I think it's my turn now.
Yeah, we're not a bingo.
I didn't know there was a...
Yeah.
No, I'll put you off.
Yeah, so to answer your question, Bahram, is quite simple. And Eagle posted a link in the chat from Fox News from today. I believe today is June 23rd for many people. The title says, UN nuclear chief. UN just says Iraq has material to build bombs, but no plan to do so. There's no plan to do so. There's material. Material can be used for energy, which many countries of the world use uranium for nuclear energy, essentially nuclear substances for energy, but has no plan to do so. All right, we have confirmed that
that's a technical question.
I'm asking about stop.
The whole premise for this illegal attack by Israel was nuclear weapons, right? And our national intelligence here in America said Iran has nuclear weapons. The International Atomic Energy Agency said they have no plan to do so. And so they have no evidence that there's nuclear weapons, according to the U.S. and the leading authority on the matter in the world, the IAEA. All right, so that's something I just want to clarify. I'm not how much that to go, but there's no evidence of it. We're being drawn in, just like Iraq.
That wasn't my question.
Hold on one second. I'm not going to go. We're drawn into war. Hold on, please, 1 second. Please. I'll finish. So, Iraq, remember, Iraq had no weapons of mass destruction. It was all a lie, fabricated. We fought a war, and tens of thousands of American lives have been lost. Many of them survive without limbs, can't walk, or amputees, have traumatic brain injuries.
Enough. You're wrong topic.
No, hold on. Yeah, just providing facts. These are facts. These are facts. No, this is very on topic. You just have some patience. Everybody should fact check Norm whenever he says something. We just proved it. No, listen to what I have to say. It's very relevant, and everybody will understand when I finish my sentence. Is that thanks for moving them down. Oh, it's very relevant because Iraq had no weapons of mass destruction, so we cost billions, hundreds of billions of dollars, U.S. dollars, over years to fight a war on behalf of Israel, because Netanyahu was pushing with all his might, with all his heart, to fight Iraq, but there were no weapons of mass destruction. It was all a lie. Colin Powell had regretted it. And he's the one who was pushing on behalf of the U.S. For the UN. And this is another same thing. It's not off topic. We're being drawn into war for Israel based on lies. Israel's propaganda, their lies. They don't have nuclear weapons. That's the official position of the U.S. Director of National Intelligence, the U.S. official position, the IAEA, and we don't want our taxpayers going for a genocidal, terroristic state to fight their war that Netanyahu's been pushing for decades for no proof.
Okay. I just want to say very quickly. I just want to respond quickly. There's a lie to everyone. Wait, can I speak? No. Mr. King, right over the actual version.
No, but Norm, why can't you just respect the maybe the next person who's gonna speak me is gonna say something that His Highness ass likes. Just chill, right? Okay. So I
understand the sentiment, and this is a problem with lying to citizens. The problem with lying to citizens is that when you start telling them the truth, they can't distinguish between the truth and the lie. Let's talk about Tulsi Gabbard and her saying that there aren't any nukes right now in Iran. She's right. But that doesn't mean what you think it means. Right now, they're at 60% enrichment. To be able to make a nuclear weapon, the only reason why you'd even be at 60% is if you're trying to get to 90%. And the only way to have enough fissile material to get to 90% is by being at 60%. So you guys can try to convince me that Iran, the oil energy exporter, cares about green energy, and that's the reason why they continue to enrich uranium past the point of needing it for energy uses. If I was Iran, I'd be trying to get nuclear weapons too. I don't think the Iranian regime is stupid. Having a nuclear weapon means that America can't bully you anymore. It means that Israel can't bully you anymore. So of course they're trying to go for nuclear weapons. All right, that's what they're trying to do. All right, and the United States isn't going to let that happen for free. And the only reason why I'm against intervention at this point, and I'm for diplomacy, is because even if we stop the Iranians right now, they're going to try to build it again. Are we going to try to stop them every single time? And then it looks like Russia and China, well, right now it's Russia that's open with it. Russia is, kind of giving them security assurances in some ways, so it doesn't look like this is going to be an easy road. It looks like if we agitate the situation even more, it's going to lead to World War III. The only reason why I'm not against the conflict is just because whether we stop it today, we can't stop it tomorrow. The Iranians are going to acquire.
I agree, and I did.
It just is what it is. So instead of inflaming a situation to make further diplomatic resolutions even more impossible, I think we should take the time right now and be like, okay, fuck, like we can't stop it anyway. We can't stop it. They're trying to get the nuclear weapons. Both sides are telling the truth. They don't have the nuclear weapons right now. Let me give you guys a timeline when it comes to getting to 90% enrichment.
Let's make it brief. To get to 90%,
bet. To get to 90% enrichment, it takes less than a month. And to gain the fissile material takes less than a few months. And then to get the warhead in the delivery system, which is a missile. So the estimates are like in about a year or under a year, they can have a nuclear weapon. And those are the mainstream estimates. They don't have it right now, but they can easily get it. Even if we try to stop them today, they can build it in the future.
So it's not an issue if they build it in the future until or unless we have a counter for that particular uranium bomb or missiles. So USA want to stop it until or unless they don't have a counter. Ultimately, they are going to build that. And the other thing, a lot of people are forgetting how important is Israel for USA geographically. It is situated at the crossroad of Europe, Asia, and Africa, near the Suez Canal and Strait of Hormuz. Okay, Israel provides the military and surveillance access to all of countries that are surrounding Israel, and most importantly, Mossad. It is the top secret agency in the world right now.
Alright, normal. You know you wanted to go, but here's before you go, normal. You gotta chill and respect people talking, man. Just like you're gonna get the same respect.
I'm gonna get in there one of these days, yeah.
Thank you, Sig. So I appreciate it. No, we said doctor. Thank you, Sig.
We said doctor. Okay, Keegan said doctor. We're gonna respect Keegan's room. He said doctor, then normal. Understand. You get dropped down so many times, then we lose invites to bring it back. So you just gotta chill, man. Okay, thank you, doctor. You go in the norms then.
Yeah, I agree about the military-industrial complex wars. I don't like them. I really don't, man. I was pretty young when we went to Iraq. Afghanistan ended up being bullshit. It was probably our government that knocked those buildings down. We have, the Gulf of Tonkin incident, where we said that a Vietnamese ship attacked our ship, and so that was a pretext to get into the Vietnam War.
there's many reasons why, there's why we're getting involved in these wars. I think the Ukraine thing is the same thing, but I think there's a different situation here where Israel's such a small country that they can't possibly sustain a nuclear bomb. We said with a stupid nuclear Iran deal, the international community said that it was a way to stop, the Iranians from getting a nuclear bomb. And I guess we just weren't going to follow that. Israel's doing the dirty work. I'm glad that they are. And, what would you guys do if you had somebody that was going to kill you and your family, and you had a way to stop it? You would stop it. Don't even act like you wouldn't. And this whole thing with JFK being assassinated by the Jews, I don't believe that, by Israel, because Israel was going to get a nuclear bomb anyway, to be frank. Like, they just were. Lots of politicians are evangelical Christians or Jewish. And, and most Christians believe that we have a duty to protect Israel. If you're not with them, you're against them. That's just the way it is. So they were going to get a nuclear bomb regardless. We had a couple of CIA agents and FBI agents that helped Israel get it, but that was going to happen regardless of some presidents. I think it honestly had to do with JFK's failure to, put 300,000 soldiers in Vietnam. There was just a limited special forces incursion, which we had 20,000 special forces advisors. They obviously wanted more of the military industrial complex, or LBJ. And then the final straw was the Bay of Pigs invasion, when JFK called off these 2 airstrikes, when the military industrial complex, the military leadership had it all set in motion, when we were going to overthrow the Cuban government. When that failed, when he called that off, that was finally it. We killed him for it. And it makes sense because Donald Trump doesn't want to be involved in Ukraine, and they've tried to kill him twice. I don't know, man. I just think I can explain that. But with this whole thing with Israel, I think it's a different thing. Israel has not said that they're going to, wipe out other countries and shit. But what country has been North Korea. Fortunately, that's just too big of a problem to deal with, and the humanitarian issue would be horrible. And then we got Iran. In Iran, we can stop these people. We can stop them from getting this bomb, and I'm afraid of them maybe not attacking Israel, even though I think they will, but giving this nuclear weapon to many of their proxies. Are we going to allow that to happen, or are we just going to say we should have done something when we could have, but we didn't? I just don't want to be wrong about this one. Yes, we have been wrong in the past, folks, but do we want to be wrong to where we are getting held hostage by nuclear weapons, by Iran, or by proxies, some nuclear... Imagine ISIS if they get a fucking dirty bomb, a tactical bomb, you name it, man. That's going to be horrible for the world. And if we don't stop it now, what the fuck? So I'm with Israel, and I always will be. And it's a different thing. So, and I think most evangelical Christians feel the same way. Deep down, they're with Israel, and that's the right thing to do, no matter what you think. So, that's all.
Thank you, Sid. So these are the countries that have nuclear weapons: Russia, U.S., China, France, UK, Pakistan, India, Israel, and North Korea. Of these, 2 are our putative enemies, Russia and China, although we also do business with China. I would say China's not really an enemy. Pakistan is on the fence. They harbor terrorists, and they've done a lot of terrorism around the world. North Korea, obviously, not an ally. The rest are our allies, so we want our allies to be able to defend themselves and us, and we do not want our enemies to have nuclear weapons. Iran is an enemy. By the way, on June 9th, the International Atomic Energy Commission found that Iran was in breach of the regulations governing nuclear weapons, that it had enriched its uranium from 60 to 70%. There is no legitimate reason to enrich uranium to 60 or 70% except for a weapon. Let that sink in. No reason except for a weapon. So to contend that they are not developing a nuclear weapon is a lie. And you've had Dean on this stage before, A, speak over a man actually from Iran, and B, lie to you and pretend that enriching uranium to 60 or 70% and be used for anything other than a nuclear weapon. The world agrees, your president agrees, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. So unfortunately, an Islamic fundamentalist named Dean came on this stage and tried to lie to you and distract you with talk about traumatic brain injury from a war that was as if that has anything to do with the current threat that Iran poses to the world. You should know, by the way, there was a terrorist attack by Iran today in UK, in London. Iran has attacked U.S. interests numerous times and even taken up people hostage. It was Israel that neutralized the terrorist Nasrallah, responsible for the 1983 Marine barracks bombing, by the way. You're welcome. Thank you, Israel. There's a reason why we're attacking Iran. It's because its air defenses are down, and this is an opportune time to prevent them from developing nuclear weapons and to prevent them from using their ballistic missiles to sow terror around the world. Iran is the world's most terroristic state, and as Bibi said, we don't want them to have the world's most dangerous weapon. I'll land it there.
Yeah, and again, this is what I would just fundamentally disagree with Norm, right? It says that the world agrees. Now, the world may agree that Iran shouldn't get a nuclear weapon. Do you know what the world agrees with? That they're not making a nuclear weapon. Right? That's the key issue here. Are we allowed to preemptively strike nations just because number one, we don't like the regime, and number two, we don't want them to develop any type of military, right? Because that's really what it is, right? Sure, it may be a case of, we don't want them to develop a nuclear bomb, but again, we don't know that they're developing. All we know is that they have the nuclear capability, but we know that as of right now, based off of intelligence, based off of the U.S. intelligence and the world's intelligence, that they are not developing a nuclear bomb right now. So what you're just doing is you're saying, hey, what the fuck? That's what
Can we talk?
I didn't interrupt anyone.
May I speak to you, Keegan?
I know. Not my mid-sentence. I do want to get kind of here because I told we could. So, just final points here. Number one, I disagree fundamentally with Doctor saying that evangelical Christians should support Israel based off of religion. I do not believe that Israel was not a place, but rather a people. This is very, very clear. And that the Israel that was developed in 1948 is not the Israel that is of the Bible. And then, again, number two is that just because a nation is developing a nuclear bomb does not give America the right to preempt, or Israel, I say America because it is. Israel and America are the exact same thing. They are the same. But we do not get the right to preemptively strike Iran just because they say death to America. North Korea says death to America. China has said death to American imperialism. And they both say that. We don't affect them. But again, we are just being hypocritical, and we don't like Muslims. At the end of the day, we have tried regime change wars after regime change wars in the Middle East. Syria is now controlled by ISIS, thanks to us. Afghanistan and Iraq are now controlled by terrorist groups because of us. So thank you, America, as we've been the worst world police, and we're already terrible police of our own nation. But let's just keep doing it. So that's my final point. My man, Cairo Bill, and then we'll open it up.
Can I address you for a second?
Please. Second, you agree with me, Lion. Come on, people were
I just want to ask you a follow-up.
Come on, guys. We listen to you guys lie and spread propaganda. At least let me talk.
Name the lie.
I'm not. So as people try to rewrite history and try to make lies, we know for a fact, because Tulsi Gabbard just said it in March, Israel A, doesn't have nukes, and B, they weren't trying to build nukes. So that's
They don't have it, and they weren't trying to build it. You forgot to add that part. And so now let's go to the nuclear deal. We had a nuclear deal with Iran, and Trump ripped it up, correct? Okay, so Trump rips up the nuclear deal, and then because he didn't want it. So that being said, and then Biden, when he was running in 2019, 2020, he said, I'm going to bring the nuclear deal back with Iran. So what did Iran do? Iran waited. Biden didn't end up doing it. They waited. They still did it. They had a chance. The deal was ripped up then. They didn't do no enrichment. Why? Because they wanted to go back into the deal. That's what Iran wanted, is the reality. I know people don't like it. And I don't understand how us as Americans, we cannot be idiots and let these people lie to us with the same script they did with Iraq. Do you guys remember how Iraq was tied to 9/11? Well, if you don't, I'll help you guys. Israel came and said, we witnessed a secret meeting between Muhammad Atta and Iraqi soldiers, and Iraqi soldiers gave Muhammad Atta anthrax, which led to the anthrax attack that also happened during 9/11, which was exposed as a lie. These people, these are the same people. We know they lied then. They made it up, and now they're doing it again, and they think we're stupid. We understand what's really going on. America isn't a threat to Iran. But Iran is not a threat to America. They're not doing anything to us. They didn't bomb us. In fact, America has been attacked by a Middle Eastern country. It's called Israel. We know this. USS Liberty. We know this. They attacked us. Iran didn't attack us. If you hate Muslims, just say, hey, we want to go, and we're going to go waste more trillions to go bomb some more Muslims. I would accept that more. I would respect you as a man, other than being a liar.
Yeah, so what was the lie? Can I talk? I'm waiting for the lie. By the way, 44. Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. What was the lie? I was waiting.
One second.
Just wanted to say a couple things about Iran attacking the United States.
The mass destruction. Say this again. Do you know what our intelligence agency said? They said there was a secret office in the Pentagon where they were ignoring our intel and taking intel from the secret office that was making up lies. Iraq has where was it from? Some African country. They have uranium. They're getting uranium from
Yellow
cake country. Yellow cake uranium.
Yeah.
We don't want to be a much.
There were 44 intelligence agencies around the world.
They hit us with the same line.
There were 44 intelligence agencies besides Israel.
It's a mushroom cloud. And now they're
there were 44 intelligence agencies besides Israel.
Was it a lie?
Says that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. I believe it was a mistake, not a lie, sir.
No, it was a lie.
I believe it was a mistake.
Yes, the shit, though. How many fucking times? How many
I wanted to bring up a couple of things.
Hold on, let Blake speak.
They said Iran never attacked the United States, which is totally wrong. From the get-go, this regime started with hostage taking.
Israelis and Zionists are
Well, no, he is correct. Hold on.
Hostage taking. Right from the get-go, hostage taking. Attacking a U.S. Marine base in Lebanon. Siding with Al-Qaeda. Many leaders of Al-Qaeda now live in Iran. Siding with Taliban in Afghanistan war. Destabilizing Iraq after U.S. tried so hard to religion building. Listen. Iran from the get-go attacking the United States. They are ideological regime. They have nothing to do with Muslim or non-Muslim. This is the first of all. Second of all, we have lots of Jewish people who lived in Iran, Christians lived in Iran. Iran is not a Muslim country. This has nothing to do with fucking Islam, okay? You have an ideology because...
Don't say you brought up Jews being attacked in Saudi Arabia.
It has nothing to do with Islam. Don't collude it.
Why should I get our money?
Passenger planes from Iran. With money up. Listen. Passenger planes. They took the seats of passenger planes. They sent 120,000 rockets to Lebanon.
Hold on, Cairo. He's not Israeli, obviously.
I'm Iranian. Okay? They took seats of passenger plane, and for a decade, they sent 120,000 rockets to Lebanon.
He's Iranian,
Sending rockets to Houthis. Sending rockets to Houthis. 60% of Iranian people live in full poverty. And you fucking idiots still supporting the regime and equalizing it with Iran. Iran is a Iranian people.
I don't want 100% of the time to live in their property.
Resistance. We have a queue.
Islamic Republic from the get-go said United States is biggest evil in the world. And that hasn't been changed until this day. This is what they say, what they said, and what they did, actually. They're not saying. That's why I'm focusing on. Talk about this ideology is after bomb or not. If we be clear about that, then we can talk about timeline, how many days it take. And some people forget that. Mossad, during the last head of Mossad, make lots of covert operation and cause lots of delay. Mossad is working on that program for the last 20 years. Mayor Dagan always said that head of Mossad also supported Obama. And sorry, Obama, but he never said that Iran is not after bomb. Islamic Republic of Iran was after bomb, is after bomb, and they do whatever to make bomb.
I appreciate it. I saw Blake wanted to go. Blake, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll try to make it quick. I was just appalled by it was a mistake comment. It's like, how many fucking times are we going to spend trillions of dollars on governments and budgets to do a job that they can't fucking do? Like, seriously, mistake after fucking mistake. You thought COVID was this, but it was that. And you thought 9/11 was this. You thought it was fucking WMDs. You can't find out who actually fucking put a ban in the bottom of the World Trade Centers back in the early 90s. Like, dude, you train the fucking Taliban and then you turn around and fucking, support Syria's government. Like, come on, man. How many fucking mistakes are you going to let these folks keep getting away with, and yet you still don't even know who actually bombed JFK? Like, bro, wake up. This Judeo-Christian value shit, like, this shit is over with, bro. This is America. We don't give a fuck about Iran. We don't give a fuck about China. We don't give a fuck about Jews, like the Jewish government. Like it is what it is, dude. You want to come to America, you come here legally, you do what you got to do. We fucking support our military to defend our borders, but all this like spook operation shit, bro, we're tired of it. All that Lindsey Graham like fucking shit, like come on, man. Like get on Fox News, bro. Stop watching Fox and CNN, bro.
Amen, brother. Amen. See, I look at Israel like I'm a Zionist. I support Israel existing and defending themselves. And I know there's some of the Muslims here might be like, oh, well, you're a shitty person. Well, fuck you people too. I mean, you guys aren't exactly the best characters. I mean, I'm just saying. If I had to live around you guys, I'd probably want to do a lot worse than what Israel's doing, just to be fair. But with that being said, Israel they are a thorn in the ass of the United States. I mean, they're just constantly begging for more, the billions and billions of fucking dollars every fucking year. How many billions have you given them this year? And, and when it comes to them being involved in just like the lobbying, I mean, look at that cuck Senator Ted Cruz. Like, what a disgusting faggot. He was like basically sucking Israel's dick. He was using biblical justification, which doesn't even fucking exist. It's in the Bible or Christian. We don't believe that. Well, maybe there's evangelicals that do, but we don't look at Israel as even a group of people. We look at it as the church. It's not a land, and it sure as fuck isn't a modern government. But they're not our 51st state. They're not our closest ally.
I just don't agree with that because Jesus is supposed to rule in Jerusalem.
Well, I'm a Catholic. You're evangelical, though. Like, we have a fundamental.
Yeah, I know, but why do they keep saying, though, that Israel is just an idea when he's literally supposed to go through these gates of Jerusalem and rule in Jerusalem?
Well,
I don't understand why we'll get that.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, that's not how we look at it. So basically, the new covenant after the destruction of the second temple and the crucifixion of Jesus, the new covenant is with the people that are baptized and are basically Christian, and it's so the new covenant is with us. We're now the ones that are chosen with God to have this covenant.
Where's Jesus supposed to rule, though?
Who?
Jerusalem.
I don't.
You know, why do you say we? The Bible says that.
Okay, yeah, the Catholics do not believe that the Jews have to be in Israel. Like we don't believe that Jews have to be in Israel and then they have to be fighting wars all over the fucking world, and then we're gonna have, the return, or Jesus will return. That's not something. I've only heard this from evangelicals.
No, bro, like that's crazy. Jesus is supposed to come back. He's supposed to go through these gates in Jerusalem. That's where he's supposed to rule. Like, it's important, man. That's a place where we're supposed to protect. You guys can hate that, but that's just what the Bible says.
Yeah, but doctor.
So I mean, for you guys to deny that is just that's your own interpretation that's wrong.
Yeah, but doctor.
And it's almost like
just sensationalism is that something that we just don't have.
Well, your interpretation will be also wrong because those are not even the Jews that they're talking about in the scripture. Doctor, so what you just said, you understand there's a lot of Jews and a lot of rabbis who actually disagree with
yeah, they don't believe in Jesus in general. I mean, I understand.
No, that's not.
They believe in him, but they don't believe in him.
Doctor. That's not what the fuck I was gonna say. Just chill, relax. What I'm saying is you have a lot of rabbis, you have a lot of Jews who say, hey, Israel shouldn't be a nation yet because it says that they're not supposed to go back and take that land until Jesus returns. So you got a lot of Jews that say, hey, Israel is right here. Whatever. But they're even protesting saying, hey, Israel's 100% wrong because they're not supposed to occupy that land until the Messiah comes back.
Okay, well, they're interpreting it wrong, I think, too.
Oh, maybe you're interpreting it wrong in your people.
I mean, I'm not questioning. Look, I don't even want to make this about religion, but I just realize I do understand that there are the Christians that, because of their beliefs, they really strongly support Israel. That's fine. I mean, I support them too. I think they should exist and be able to defend themselves, but I do think that they're just way too involved in our foreign policy. They've definitely encouraged us to make a lot of very stupid decisions. Like when it came to, they made a lot of very stupid recommendations to try to get us entangled in foreign wars that were absolutely not only cost us a fucking fortune, but it had deleterious effects. We can look at. I mean, fuck. I don't think ISIS would have ever been a thing if we never fucking went to Iraq. I don't think we would have had, of course, the Syrian refugee crisis. I don't even know if Libya would have Gaddafi would have been toppled. And, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just like, most of us, the fact that they're put front and center, like, it politically here in the United States is kind of, like, disgusting in a way. They're not our greatest allies. They have next to nothing they have no shared history with us. They're a new country. We have much older allies that have fought and died in the same fucking wars along the United. Hold on. That have fought along with the men in the United States in foreign wars, and just culturally, we have way more in fucking common with Australia, New Zealand, the UK, and Canada. These fucking people need to get out of our politics.
Let me answer this for you. Maybe you can maybe you can finally get your answer. Wait. I'm trying to answer this really quickly. Pepe, okay? This is just the truth, and I know you don't like it. This is the fucking truth. Our politicians, most of them are religious. a Christian. So wouldn't it make sense that most of these people who are in the place of power, in the position of power, would make these decisions that maybe you, who doesn't feel that strongly about it, wouldn't do? What I'm saying is, dude, that's why we're so fucking, closely aligned with Israel, because our politicians are religious too, and they find it their Christian duty to align themselves with the country that the Bible says.
I'll just come around to that answer. Yes, I'll come around. Shit, I'll come around. Hold on. No, we don't. It does have something to do with evangelicals.
I'm not talking to you, resistance. I'm talking
to the room. All right, I'm not talking to you. I'm in the room.
Hold on, resistance.
I'm literally having a covered question. It's like a couple of fucking things with Petman. All right? Why do you have to unmute yourself when I'm trying to talk to the moderator about something? You can just wait for a second, brother. All right, sorry. Go ahead, Ben.
Well, I would say when it comes to evangelical Christians, I'm going to be honest with you. I think it's, and I don't want, I usually try not to bash, like, I'm not that religious of a person, and so you guys usually don't hear me talking about it, but I do think it's kind of like a death, evangelical Christianity seems kind of death cultish to me, and it does rub me the wrong way, and perhaps it's because of this thing involving Israel that we did not, like growing up Catholic, this was never a thing for us. And yes, when I have people like Ted Cruz who, it's hard to, I think he's a grifter personally. I doubt it's because he's a Christian. Sitting here and cucking for Israel, yeah, I think it's fucking gross. If you have a religious belief that's going to make it so that you are you're going to give Israel like a bunch of leeway to just do whatever the fuck they want, to have that much influence over the United States, then yeah, I have a real problem with it. And they're you can't blame Israel. They're taking advantage of it. And I just wanted to stop.
You're just not being religious, man. As religious, you just have maybe the inability to see why it's happening, and it's pretty clear to me. A lot of these Christians, a lot of these people like Ted Cruz, a lot of these people feel a Christian duty. Like me, if I was in that position, you're damn right, man, I would be protecting Israel if I had the ability to. Because it's my religion, man, and you know what religion is. I know you maybe don't like it, but it's like a part of me, bro. It's that important. So that maybe can answer your question a little bit of why we're so heavily involved with Israel, because it's literally a lot of these people's duty they feel like, man. Agree or not agree, but that's just all the lines up.
Real quick. Doctor, I'm an evangelical as well, and we get a lot of slack for being these like ultra pro-Zionists. And I messaged you personally, and I want you to go watch from another evangelical historian, pastor historian. But just so you know, and I don't want to be like on the phone of scripture, but like I don't like being a guy on there, because this is not this room is about America first. It's not about evangelicals. But if we're going to play the God game, Romans 9:6 very, very clearly states, "For they are not all Israel who are Israel, nor are they children because they are the seed of Abraham. But in Isaac your seed shall be called, that is, those who are the children of flesh. These are not the children of God, but the children of the promise are counted as seed." Right? Paul has clearly stated throughout Romans, through Galatians as well, you can read Galatians as well, Galatians 3 will also tell you that there's neither Jew nor Greek now, or slave nor free, that you are circumcised through the heart, not by flesh. Israel is not a place. It is a people. Israel is the people that struggle with God. And this is the evangelical state. I don't know. I believe that since probably the 1940s, evangelicals have been taking down this path of Zionism, but Israel does not treat Christians well. They just don't. I know that Muslims don't treat us well either. Make that very clear. But Israel does not treat Christians well. The only people who treat Christians well are Christians. And we just have to acknowledge that. So, but let's move on. This is an American First room. I'm going to get some new speakers. Let's take you guys.
Yeah, I was going to say real quick, and that is so true. Netanyahu just stopped legislation. Legislation was drafted up by an Israeli official to prevent Christians from proselytizing in Israel. And Yahoo just shut it down. So I mean, that's what I don't understand with the Christians. A lot of Christians being in support of Israel. Like, I mean, I've seen videos, and again, this is just my anecdotal, just what I've seen on the internet. So you can criticize me all you want, and that's fair. But I've seen so many videos of Jews spitting on Christians, physically attacking them, assaulting them. So it's just kind of weird to me, like, why a lot of Christians have this blind loyalty and allegiance to Israel when they don't.
You know what's funny is that a lot of Israelis will say, like, oh, that doesn't really happen. That's all just anecdotal. But then they actually had an undercover Israeli team. Like, go there dressed up as, like, I don't know, openly as Christians walking around in Jerusalem. And they got spat at no less than 5 times in the hour that they were doing it. This shit was so... Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, bro, like, the answer to this question is,
you know, guys, breaking news like that, so they're detecting an earthquake in Iran 15 minutes ago, by the way.
Doctor, you're interrupting Blake. He's trying to...
I'm just saying, breaking news, they detected an earthquake in Iran 15 minutes ago.
It doesn't give you a right to disrespect someone who's fucking talking, man. Jesus fucking Christ. Blake, you
I'm saying, like, you know, the answer to Steve's question is, like, it's not that evangelicals in America, you know, truly know what they believe in. We've been convinced that's our Judeo-Christian values. That's what I've been fucking told the moment I came into conservatism back in early 2000s, right after fucking 9/11, bro. We were preached this Judeo-Christian value, bro. And I'm like, dude, we don't even coincide. Bro, their whole shit is disrespectful to Jesus. Like, go read what they said about Jesus, bro. Just go read the sick shit they said about him, man. It's like, even if you didn't believe that Jesus was the prophet, like, if y'all that, you know, if we such an ally, like, why would you even, like, have that kind of, you know, written religious text in your religious text? Like, read the law.
Well, to be fair,
it's not a Torah, but it's a secret
Talmud.
The secret book.
It was to be fair, that was in the Talmud, and all the Talmud is a bunch of rabbis giving opinions and, like, arguing about, like, rabbinical law. And it was like one of the, like, there was a rabbi at one point who said that's what he thought of Jesus. It's not something to be interpreted religiously by them. And, like, basically you have rabbis who, like, disagree with each other. So, like, the Talmud is, like, literally like a bookcase worth of books. Like, it's a lot of volumes, and it's just a bunch of fucking rabbis arguing about rabbinical law. So I wouldn't take that as, like, a personal insult.
I think the Talmud is really gross. Doesn't it say, like, eating with a Christian is like eating with a dog, or eating with a non-Jew? That's what it is. Eating.
But how long ago was it written? No, but let's be fair. How long ago was it written? And we can look at the Vatican's justification for mistreating Jews and doing really bad shit to them too. I mean, a lot of this goes. It goes centuries. It's like centuries and centuries and centuries ago. If there's a rabbi in here, somebody knows, they can say when this shit was written. I don't know, but I don't. It's them debating rabbinical law. Like, it's not part of a religious text. So, like, I don't think it's even worth discussing.
I wasn't trying to get too caught up in it, but I mean, the point I was trying to get to is, like, that's some of the reason why people, like, you know, you got smart people like Sig who get pushed away from even exploring you know, religion in his own personal life, because he looks at all this, you know, political and geopolitics that get wrapped up in religion. He's just like, it's a crock of shit. You know what I mean? You got all these evangelical politicians like Ted Cruz, and it's like, bro, he don't give a rat's ass about the Christian community. Look at how he behaved during COVID, bro. Like, these people just show up on Fox News, do the same thing they've been doing for freaking 40 years, hanging out with the spooks. You know what I'm saying? And then people end up dead, people end up disappeared, stories get, you know, thrown away from like look at what's happening in Minnesota right now. Are any of you guys talking or getting any information about two fucking politicians that got off in the middle of the night and they're under trying to get us started?
The guy got caught, right?
He was trying to get us started, bro. He got caught. He got caught, but all of the circumstances said that they were out that he was on the run. Bro, 1995 police tactics would capture this guy. You don't get out and you don't get into a whole shootout with the police and then get to complete your mission.
He was a person on the PWC. And me, myself, I thought that they were never going to catch him just because of his history. But they caught him in less than a week. They got the guy. So what you're saying isn't... I understand the sentiment of what you're saying, but can we see past our face just for a little bit, bro? Like, this isn't about... And by the way, if you're like doing this Christian Zionism thing, then when the jihadis do their fucking Allah Akbar shit, then you can't fucking complain. If you're going to support Israel out of Christian Zionism, when you get Allah Akbar, don't fucking complain. See, I'm not supporting Zionism because of any religious reasons. I don't think I'm supporting it at all. But Israel is America's cousin. It's America's little project. And my thing is, it seems like the Iranians are trying to get nuclear weapons. They are. They are trying to get nuclear weapons. And I don't know if going to war is going to be the best way to solve it, because what's going to end up happening is we're going to spend trillions of dollars, and then they're going to get the nukes anyway. The only way that I see it makes sense to go to war at this time is if we can stop their nuclear proliferation forever. And since I don't think we're going to be able to do it, I think we need to try to sue for some type of diplomacy and some type of agreement that Obama had in the past. So, I think that was a mistake that Trump made, ripping up that agreement, because I don't think that the military to keep Iran under our foot for the rest of the time.
But G, when you say
what is the timeline here?
But G, when you say
It's been something built on for over the last 10 years. If you haven't been
it's been longer than that, man. So they got caught in 2003. They had that.
So, like I was saying, G, yeah, you know what?
Go ahead and move me then. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna move you. Go ahead. But you just like decorum and fucking respect, bro. Fucking retarded Tourette's motherfucker. But G, what you were saying earlier is, don't be mad if you get Allah Akbar. But I mean, this is a narrative that's been pushed, and just this is from my perspective. And we had this conversation when we were in the Middle East, in the military. That's where a lot of our views change, is dealing with the locals and the nationals there. We didn't run into any of that Allah Akbar hostility. That's what a lot of our discussion revolved around, because the narrative we were pushed is, when you go to the Middle East, they hate Americans, they hate you. It is an Allah Akbar, blow America, death to America. But we went over there and dealt with those people. We didn't have any of that hostility or resistance. And we're kind of like, well, wait a minute. Like, what we're actually experiencing is different from the narrative that was pushed. So, I don't know, man. When I heard you say that, man, it just kind of brought.
You have to look at the totality, and I understand why you have the response, but you have to look at the totality of what I'm saying. I'm coming at this from a pragmatic point of view, because as we even see haven't we learned by now that messaging from leaders is completely different than public sentiment, and that's the same for every single country on the face of the planet. So we even see Iranians trying to overthrow their own regime. This isn't about good or bad. This is about political interests, and this is a very serious situation. When people hear World War III, they're thinking of an apocalyptic scenario. When people hear World War III, they're thinking of trenches. They don't understand that warfare's changed. World War III can start, and it's not going to look like what you think it's going to look like. It's going to look like something very different, because nuclear weapons exist. And we can't have the same type of total war that we've had in the past. So this is a type of shit where your grandchildren are going to ask you about this, if you have grandchildren, given the declining birth rates. But this is a time in history. Do not be fooled by propaganda. But the Iranians, they are building nuclear weapons, and I don't blame them, and America won't stand for it. Let's see what happens.
But what interest does America, does the DNI have on saying that they're not building a nuclear weapon? Like, why are we lying? Why is the international community lying, saying that they're not building? What's the end goal, I guess? If everyone thinks they're building a nuclear weapon, why are we lying?
Wait, who's lying?
Both Tulsi Gabbard and the international community have both stated that they're not building a nuclear weapon.
Well, the only person that I've heard say they're not building a nuclear weapon is Tulsi Gabbard a few weeks ago. But the international community came out. The globalist international community said, "Hey, stop your nuclear proliferation, stop it." I don't think anyone else is denying the fact that they're building the weapons. I don't think that this is a false flag scenario. And by the way, if you remember when October 7th first happened, the mainstream media was saying there's no evidence that Iran was behind the attacks or Iran helped plan the attacks. Now they're letting you know that Iran was definitely behind the attacks, and without Iranian backing, October 7th would have never happened. From what I see, and I look at the mainstream media as a tool to manufacture consent in the citizens. And I think that the military-industrial complex wanted to feed itself from the war in Ukraine. They just used the war in Ukraine as almost like a good brunch, a good meal to feed themselves. I don't think they want this war. I don't think they want this war in the Persian Gulf. I think it fucks up with the oil. I think it fucks up with their money. And I think that they know that once they start this, they can't stop it, and they're going to be blamed again for another fucking Middle Eastern campaign that's not going to gain America anything. I don't think they want this war, actually. I think they're trying to do their best to prevent this war and prevent Israel from going apeshit. But if Iran is getting a nuclear weapon, which they've been trying to stop for over 10 years, this is my thing. Let me be quick about this, Inland. Okay, Keegan. My thing is, I don't think they're lying because look at all the evidence. Obama tried to stop them. He tried to stop them with appeasement. Trump was assassinating nuclear scientists in his first administration, and now we're here. And then you have the October 7th situation, and now you have the Iranians building nuclear facilities under fucking mountains. Like, no, they're not lying about it. They're not lying about it. And all of the circumstantial evidence that I've seen is pointing to they're going to go into this reluctantly, but once it starts, it's not going to end, bro. It's not going to be fun for anybody.
Yeah, I mean, I fundamentally just disagree that America is trying to prevent this. We wanted regime change in Iran for the last 25 years. We wanted a regime change in Syria. What did we get? We got regime change. Now ISIS is over Syria. Thanks. They first started out with an agnostic liberal leader, and now they're one of the most terroristic forms of regimes. We did the same thing in Iraq, Afghanistan, or Yemen. Again, we've never give me a successful time where we've changed the regime of a country for the betterment of that country. We haven't.
But you're saying, okay, so you think because okay, I see why you're confused now.
Real quick, Jay. We've never seen it. We've never seen a regime change that's worked under the U.S. Us getting in and going in and changing it. And what we do see is actually the latter, is that it becomes more extreme. So if you're saying that they're developing a nuclear weapon and that they have all material for this nuclear weapon, and we need to change the regime, we need to attack them now. Well, first of all, Iran's not going to change. They have an IQ of 110. They'll figure it out again. So you're either just kicking the can down the road and creating a more extremist group for then in 10 years or 15 years, you can say, well, Iran's so bad, we now need to invade them. Right now, it's just attacking nuclear bases and killing the heads of the military. But then in 10 years, it's, well, now we need to go in and Iran's become so dangerous. So that's my point, is that all we're doing is just creating more extremism. Just like what they're doing with the Hamas right now. All you're doing is going to create more extremists. When you kill brothers and sisters who maybe are extremists, do you think that they're going to feel differently? You think they're going to, you know what, you're right. You killing my entire family and bothering my innocent children, I've had a second thought, and I love you guys. Like, no, what are we doing?
The best case in Keegan, me and you have the same exact view on why diplomatic solutions would be the best long term, because even if we stop them today, it's just going to radicalize them for tomorrow, and we can't keep our foot on Iran's neck in perpetuity. Now, the reason why I think that I'm starting to understand why you have this disposition that you're not understanding is because when you hear regime change war, you think that the point of changing the regime is for the self-actualization of the country. And I think you got a phone call. But regime change war isn't so that the country can do better. That's just what the leaders tell you so that they can manufacture consent. The purpose of regime change war is to get out the regime that the Americans don't want, and then the country just has to figure themselves looking out after that. It's literally to shit on their face. That's what regime change war just means. Go in, take out the leaders you don't like, and hopefully the people who are left there remaining figure it out. That's literally what it is. But you think it's not working because you think that regime change war means we're going to change the regime and we're going to make it a better society. No, that's just what your leaders tell you, so you feel like a good person when your country invades people. But ultimately, we do agree with the fact that even if we stop them today, we can't stop them tomorrow. And if they get these nuclear weapons tomorrow, and we try to stop them today, they're going to look for revenge. And it just is what it is. I don't know. I'm looking at April's comment. I think the best case scenario because even though I think diplomacy would be the best thing for the world and the United States in the long run, that's not what our leaders do. The United States is an empire, and we suffer from the hubris that most empires suffer from, and their downfall, which leads to downfall of empires. But the best case scenario, given what the United States will most likely do, which is go to war, because that's probably what we're going to do, is regime change, and then implants a new regime that's friendly to the United States. That's the best case scenario. But I don't know if the Russians are going to let us do that easily. But I don't see a situation where we use diplomacy. I hope they're smart, bro. But these are American politicians we're talking about.
Can I make some comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
What I think about it, as an American, I think I agree with many of you guys that there shouldn't be any boots on ground. And the experience of Iraq and Afghanistan taught us that nation building in Middle East, where you have lots of divisions in terms of religious, ethnic background, is, if it's not impossible, it's really, really hard. What I think is like U.S. foreign policy after World War II addicted to the picture that U.S. has from itself when it comes to Japan and Germany. But those nations were different, and I disagree with Killian that there was no time that the regime change didn't have good result. Germany and Japan are really, really great examples of that. But Middle East is a mix of many times we see within a ethnicities, different religions, and these son of last shot that the Israelis using him as a propaganda machine. He has no chance to take power because different nations in Iran are in the rise. Kurds, Azerbaijani Kurds, which are like 35% of the population are Azerbaijani Kurds after 100 years after independence. Kurds, the same thing, Baluchs, 10% Arabs, and you have Shia Sunni problem within a nation, and let alone even those who think about a central government, opposition groups have really divided. I don't see any power if United States is not going to be involved inside Iran the way they did in Iraq. No one can stabilize Iran, and it would be a divided nation. That's for sure. That's what I think. And I can talk about how and why for like hours. In Western media, you see this Prince Crown talking in Fox, in media in UK, like Guardian or whatever. He's acting like a agent of Israel right now, and he has no idea what is he doing. You cannot be a king of a country that is slow, even if most of them are not ideological Muslim, they're like traditional Muslims. They're Muslims, and this guy going to Israel and praising Netanyahu for whatever he did or whatever he wants to do, I don't think majority of people will buy that in Iran, even though they have a loud voice out of Iran, and you see them in media, in marches, in whatever, but believe me guys, they're not majority nowadays. There are lots of voices inside Iran you can't hear because of their oppressed nations. Like I said, Azerbaijani Turks in Northwest, they have 30-35% of the population. Kurds the same thing, Baluch the same thing. Baluch actually are fighting most part in both countries, Pakistan and Iran. Most of them are in Pakistan. And BLA, Baluch Liberation Army, attacking Chinese in Baluchistan. And the militias inside Iran are in fight with central regime in Tehran. And these are the things that probably those idiots after monarchy won't tell you, and they said, okay, we're the best solution and best option, and they propagate themselves. And I think if they push this regime to the knees, and for whatever reason, this regime will collapse, you will have a divided Iran for sure. And that's totally serves the benefit of the United States and Israel. And I think Israel is after that. They mentioned it many times, even Jerusalem Post published an article, Jerusalem Post, three days ago about that. And if you search for it, there are lots of data about how they think about new Iran and right-wing Israeli politicians. They're planning to divide it.
All right. Overall, again, I just have a fundamentally different point of view, right? You mentioned that the two regimes that you can name off the top of your head are Japan and Germany, which cost tens of millions of European lives. Tens of millions. It costed. It was shocking how many people had to die to change these regimes. But these regimes were homogenous societies, not based off of religion. Japan, never been a religious country. Germany was a slightly religious country. It was much more of an ethnic-centric country, much more of a Germanic country. But so that's the only time we've seen regime change work. We've never seen it work for Islamic countries. Why? Because there's a fundamental belief system there that you cannot change. And I think would work if you divide it. Wrong. The thing is that at the end of the day, America, especially in 2025, this is not 17th century, 18th century world anymore. This is 2025. America has no right to go to a country and go, man, people are oppressed. It's our time to. It's our turn to change the regime. I don't see us going to China's borders and saying millions of Muslims and Christians are persecuted every year under the Chinese. Do we go over to China and say we need to fix this? No. Do we even call them out on an international stage? No, because we understand that China has power, right? But we look at countries who are trying to gain power, and we say, no, you're going to be under the heel of America. First of all, I don't believe we have the right to do that morally. And then number two, I don't think I want to financially support a country that continues to try to do that. So that's my point. And I just think that no one can ever change this opinion. This is America first. In America, I'm not supporting foreign wars anymore. I've seen my family members come back from war. They have never been the same. And I'm done with it. We've seen no change. All we see is more and more.
Yeah, I think Americans are done with foreign probe. I think Americans are done.
I don't say America has to do it. The way you talked is like I'm suggesting U.S. has to do this. I didn't suggest that at all. I just described the different scenarios. That's what I did. I never suggested U.S. government has to get involved. I never suggested they have to divide the country. I just explained different scenarios that what is possible. That's all.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. We are lying. We are lying to Israel if we are telling them that they can go against Iran by themselves. We're doing a disservice to Israel. I want Israel to live. I want Jewish people to have their country. But we're doing them a disservice if we say we will not be financially or militarily involved with the war against Iran. Israel will lose that war 10 out of 10 times. 10 out of 10 times.
I don't know. Well, one thing that I hope this makes you feel better is that the Israelis are going to go to war with Iran whether or not the United States is there or not. So I don't think we're about putting a battery in their back. They just know that if we're there, they're going to be, their chances of winning are just a lot higher. Bruh, letting you know, like most Americans agree with you, they're done. But it doesn't matter what Americans want. Don't you see? It doesn't matter what Americans want. The American civilian is an idiot. And they don't have any leverage in their country because of the things that we let happen over the past 25 years. So, yeah, the war is going to happen. We're going to cry about it, but it's going to happen. It's too late. It's going to happen. It doesn't matter what we want at this point.
Well, all we want, and I think, again, that's why we made the room, and I'm not trying to cut you off, Chief. But the point is, especially me, Pepe, and Sig, I can speak for all three of us. I know how we all three feel. We don't want to be involved. If Israel wants to do this, and you're saying that they will, I'm saying that they, without a doubt, will not go. They will not go the way that they're going to attack Iran, because at the end of the day, I don't believe America's going to listen to the public. Trump's going to do what he's going to do. He's going to support Israel. He could care less about his supporting bases. I mean, I don't know if you guys seen his approval ratings. It's abysmal. It's so bad right now. Because both conservatives and liberals don't want to support Israel. We're just done. It's not just supporting Israel. It's that we don't want to support a Middle East conflict again. We've seen it over and over again for the last 25 years, and we're just last 30 years. We're done. We're done with it. That's America first. It's not isolationist because, again, if this wasn't the Middle East, remember, it'd be just a different situation. Like, if World War II happened again, and that type of situation is going on, I would probably want to be somewhat involved as an American. But this type of conflict, no. You go against I don't expect the UK to come help fund America if we went up against Mexico. I expect us to handle our business.
I think that Americans don't like the empire anymore because the empire used to support the working class. So when the empire used to support the working class, we had no problem with it. Now that they changed the plebeian from a worker to a consumer, and it's kind of changed the dynamics. You're not guaranteed a job. The education system is shit. Everything is expensive. Everyone's gonna own nothing and be happy. That's the reason why Americans aren't really excited about this, because we know that right now we're suffering and we don't give a fuck. Like this like new war, I don't see this war as an extension or a repeat of 2010 or 2015. I don't see it. I see this as something different. I have no idea why the war in Iraq happened or the wars in the Middle East happened. I know it wasn't for a good reason, and I know it wasn't for an existential reason. But for this case, I think that this case is more existential than any other case that we've seen ever since the fall of the Soviet Union.
So, just wanted to add one more point, is that the world ultimately revolves around the power, and the United States sees Iran as a significant threat due to its alliance with Russia and China. So, US, it is natural that they'll oppose the regime that is extreme and where people lack democratic freedom. But they are rigid and very aggressive in their ideology, and that ideology tends to be successful. So, Iran in particular follows a path which is religious extremism, and if it is able to acquire the weapon of mass destruction, it could challenge directly the US interest and its security. And this would push America into far more dangerous future than what it is right now. And along with that, India and Israel also share similar concerns. We have seen Pakistan, for example, already possess nuclear weapons, and they have repeatedly acted aggressively towards India by proxy conflicts and terrorism. And this highlights that there is a real risk allowing extremism regimes to gain such power. Thank you.
And with 620, we're $6 trillion in debt. Like, we have rapid homelessness, illegal immigration. Still hasn't been solved. 20 million illegal immigrants just in the last 4 years. Right? Undocumented, at least. Maybe not illegal, but most likely illegal.
Undocumented, illegal, same shit.
Yeah, it is the same thing.
Let's be real.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like,
did you just ignore the important point that was brought up and just speak over top of it?
Dude, I've been a part of this conversation for like hours. Like, don't get triggered.
No, I'm not triggered. It was a question.
No, I'm triggered, but I understand the general point you're trying to make. You just skipped over it more. You just skipped over what the previous talker said.
Yo, what's up?
We've been talking for.
That's just you just ignored the important part that was brought up and spoke over top.
But please, I'll let you speak, but please let me finish though.
Well, you're just ignoring what was brought up before. You're trying to not have anyone pay attention to that important.
You can bring up.
Yeah, you can kick me out if you want to, but you just ignore
Wait, don't kick him out. Don't kick him out.
Why don't you do? I didn't kick him out. I put him in the audience.
Jimmy, I'm not saying what he's gonna say after, but
And he can come up and talk about what he wants to talk about. It's my time right now. I want to talk about what I want to talk about. And what I want to talk about is that we can't afford. America is crumbling. It is crumbling. We are a descending superpower. We're not ascending, we're descending. So why are we focused on international problems when nationally we are descending? Guess who's an ascending superpower?
That's how it goes.
What do you mean that's how it goes?
A thing which is born has to die, no?
I mean, sure, when something is alive, it must die. But I want it to be alive.
Yeah, and it will struggle. And it will struggle before it dies. So that is a struggle for America right now.
No, I hope India and their 1.4 billion people they have keep crapping in the street. That's what I hope. You know what? India's
Whatever you want.
They've never said it, I'll tell you that.
We were almost 25% of world's economy. The Britishers came, they looted everything from India. Okay, we have already suffered. It's your time to suffer.
I knew it.
I don't want anybody to suffer, but he is directly commenting on India. I told the reality, the facts. Alright, now going to suffer India.
Bro, India and US always stands with Israel, finally.
Yeah,
last. And US and India always stand up.
We will. I don't know about America, but India will stand with Israel because we share philosophies.
It's India. You even say that? Well, no, America is giving you guys billions and billions and billions, and that's really, if America hadn't given you as much aid as we've given you, you would be in the same Europe.
America always stands with Israel, bro. They can't leave Israel.
Yeah, but they have benefits through it and geographical benefit. It's not that they do not have an interest there.
Bro, and one more thing.
It's more business rather than emotional. We have emotional connection with Israel.
Everybody thinks that America is under Israel. Israel is under America. America is under Israel.
Yeah, I'm sure
we agree with you. And this is why we don't want to be a part of this. This is why we understand that we are the financial piggy bank for Israel.
Why?
Listen, John. We are the financial piggy bank for Israel. Without our military, first of all, as well as our military, we're like the big brother with more money and more strength. And for some reason, the little brother bosses us around. And American people, we're saying we're done. We're tired. We don't want to pay for this. We don't want to back this militarily. If you want to create conflicts and start conflicts, well, guess what? It's your problem now, not mine.
But it actually benefits private defense companies to earn more money, right?
They don't benefit America.
You get to test your weapons. Just like Chinese, Pakistanis were using the Chinese weapons, and India was using our indigenous weapons. And since now India in after the Pahalgam attack, India showcased its strength, right? And there is more and more demand for Indian weapons now. So that's how America does. That's why they were in war with the other nations as well, in Afghanistan and Iraq and Syria. No?
What a crazy warmongering point of view you have.
No, it's not warmongering. I'm just telling you what the reality is.
Yeah,
that's how America runs, right?
Well, first of all, that's not.
They have tried to change the regime in India has
The money that's accrued by our exports is not just militarily. We are the capital. Silicon Valley is a real thing. Entertainment is a real thing, right? Our exports are much more militarily, and also because
Islam or Muslim countries are supporting Iran, man. So there's no problem. Israel is getting support from America or from India or from Russia.
Bro, no Muslim countries supporting this Iran.
No, man. Islam, Palestine was under Iran. Lebanon is under Iran. Syria is under Iran. Iraq is under Iran. They are the most terrorist funder.
And I don't really want to kick him out, but I would just rather end the room. Sig, Pepe, I appreciate you guys buying this. This is a great room, great topic. India, you guys can suck my balls, you dirty country.
Fuck off, bro. Thank you.
Oh, shit. No, it's not covered. There's no Jewish religion stuff in the whole play, believe it or not.
Well, she basically posted after October 7th on her Instagram channel with a paraglider. So just letting it.
It's so hard. I mean, honestly, somebody told me they wanted to go see Rod Stewart. I just saw Rod Stewart calling Israel doing a genocide. I don't want to go. I didn't want to ruin their good time. But, we'll see. I mean, he had a concert announced with Billy Joel, and Billy Joel got sick. So, there you have it. It has to be rescheduled.
Billy Joel is taking a brain tumor because he doesn't want to appear with Anthony.
Good for him.
He's good for him. He'll probably take his meth too, just to avoid doing a concert with us.
God bless Billy Joel, but if you know a little about him, he really goes out of his way, in my opinion. I mean, he does not identify as Jewish. He claims he's raised. I mean, yes, he's genetically so, but I believe, he doesn't identify as. Or I just remember reading that at some point in the past. Maybe he changed. I remember reading.
I agree. He does not identify as Jewish.
Yeah. So it's an ambivalent one, Bob Dylan.
It's okay. I identify enough for both of us.
Exactly. And so, who else does identify enough for both? It's Bob Dylan. Leonard Cohen.
Bob Dylan?
Bob Dylan had his photo taken at the Western Wall. And
Bob Dylan so Jewish, he converted twice.
Converted once.
Well,
he did come back. Yeah, no, he's
and if I remember right, he's come back twice because he practiced Christianity twice.
Well, maybe. I don't know definitively. His son-in-law is Peter Himmelman, who's Orthodox.
No.
Yeah,
Himmelman.
Yeah, he's a musician in his own right, Peter Himmelman. Dylan's oldest daughter, Maria Dylan, married Peter Himmelman. They've been married a long time. Dylan is he may very well be a great-grandfather because they may have already had grandkids. But, and they go to Israel every summer. He did the music for Mountain. He has a whole career as a rock star, always Shomer Shabbat. And also as a TV music composer. I know he did Malcolm in the Middle. I don't know what else. He goes to Israel every summer. And he has certainly had some kind of influence on Bob Dylan. Most famously, in the early to mid-90s, they appeared on a Chabad telephone together. Dylan, Peter Himmelman, and the actor Harry Dean Stanton doing klezmer music. It's on YouTube. And that's it for now. I've landed. Thank you. I'll just share a little anecdote also before I stop. And that's my topic on Dylan. The other thing that's happened is that I recently redecorated or reorganized my home. And then last night I had some people over. And there's nothing like having other people's perspective on your home. And so today I was like, suddenly I've changed all these things, rearranged things, going shopping, etc. So I'm just saying that's a brand new experience for me because I usually just entertain people for work or close family. But this was other people and they really saw my apartment and I saw it through their eyes and it was a whole new thing. Thanks.
So, what did they say? I want to know what they thought.
Well, they just commented on this and that, and well, certainly they were impressed by my TV. They were impressed by the size of my TV. I'll admit it.
Your PC.
I almost turned it on, but I didn't turn it on. And that's it. Just little things here and there. All right, I'll say one more thing. I'm going to remove the desk. I have a very generic looking desk, and I'm going to go antiquing and look for a new desk to replace it because it looks a little too officey. And so that's an observation that I made after the they're honest.
Is the desk really a desk?
David, your Bluetooth. David, thank you. Please continue.
Okay,
It's a cut and above Office Depot, but it's nothing special, and I really.
No, I just didn't know. You know how some, like, your desk could, especially in New York, things double as other things sometimes. So, is your desk always your desk, is what I was asking, or does it become like a bar?
That's a good idea. That's a great idea. No, it's straight desks. I have a dining room table, but I also have 2 straight desks because I work from my home. And I'm going to replace one of them with some kind of antique or something special.
I have a desk, but it doesn't really look like a desk. It's in my living room, and it's like the sofa table is behind the sofa. And it actually my mom found it in the garbage in the city, and I now own it. And I use it as a desk, but then when people come, it could either be another table for them to eat at, but I use it like to serve off of.
Right.
So.
That's what I'm looking for. Something along those lines. I'll buy yours.
Yeah, if only it was still in the city.
Yeah. Fine. So where do you go for antiquing when you live in New York? Where would you go for antiquing?
I got a lot of stuff like on the street from my old neighbors, like this is after I moved out of my mom's, with my old neighbors. And I just had a studio apartment, so I didn't really have that much furniture.
And we're going to go up to somewhere like Hudson County or one of the towns up there, There's towns up there that have 3 or 4 antique shops, whatever.
Yeah, there's, and then the other place I was just in Westport. I was just in, I think it was in Fairfield or Westport. It was in Westport. There's a lot of, Connecticut antiquing. But the place I went to was definitely expensive. Well, that's what I do is antique. So it was expensive to me, but for, Connecticut prices, it was pretty normal. And who was it, Laura Spencer? Do you know Laura Spencer from, I don't know if she's the Today Show or one of those shows?
Yeah, I know the name, yeah.
She had a show called Flea Market. She has a booth there, so that's where I wanted to go see what she had. But Hudson. What is the other place, Mike? It'll come to me.
I texted my daughter. We went to Sunrise. I remember the town. Like one town, there were like 4 places. So,
there's also a good flea market. Actually, where she would go to the Elephant Trunk in Connecticut. That's a good flea market.
In what town?
And then, I don't know.
I'll look it up. Elephant Trunk flea market.
I was trying to remember what my dad drove me there one time.
I'll look it up.
And in the city, I would go to the Bazaar on the west side. That's on 7. I would go there.
Chelsea.
I have to go to Chelsea. That's where I used to just always go to all those places. Just to look.
All right. Yeah, well, so all I'm saying is it's a whole new thing. It's a whole new mind frame that I mean since last night. So, moving on, thanks for, illuminating me, and I'll keep you posted.
And we can bore everybody else. It was great.
Oh, no, I was bored long ago. It had nothing to do with you. I was already bored.
Oh, I'm up.
Thank you.
extension of the snort. Thank you.
I'm at the cottage, bitches.
Bitch, you gonna go kayaking?
I just built my kayak, but I'm gonna get a couple cruise.
Hell yeah.
You're at the cottage by yourself up in there.
Oh yeah, I'm by myself. Thank God. I don't even have the dog.
Oh shit, I keep locking myself in.
Okay, I'm back, bitches. One of the walks is fun.
Oh, thank God it's you. Scared away the undesirables.
Alright.
Yeah.
I can only block them, so they can come in anyway.
Well, we have different opinions of undesirables. One's undesirable and the other's accepted friend of the group.
Is there a specific person you would like to refer to it?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Not at this time. Not at this juncture.
Not at this juncture?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Alright. Time to go get me some fruit. I totally understand teen pregnancy. Like, there's not much to do in the country.
Weren't you a teenage pregnancy?
Wow, thanks. I'm just gonna let that sit there.
Why? Why is that not a question I can say? What's the wonderful? You know?
For a minute I cut out, so I didn't hear any of that.
Girl.
Oh no, I said, oh thanks, seriously. Like, it's sweet that you think I was a teenager.
Were you?
No comment. Let that sit there.
Okay. Well, I'm very happy for you. Whatever age you were.
You don't know.
Girl. No, it was fucking Roya. If you want me to be real. She came in here all fucking hot and then like was super rude to me and Elle, and then I called her out on it. She was like, oh, Leslie,
Girl on girl hate.
No.
I mean, I totally identify as a heterosexual woman, but I don't identify as someone who's a feminist and supports women. Like, women are bitches.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck anymore.
Yeah. There's a ton of women that don't like me, and, you know, I just step back. Like, I feel like in this way, I act like a dude.
I'd like you to know I'm not one of them.
No, I know. I'm just saying in general, like, women, like, we shouldn't be in positions of power.
So the vibe is off.
Yeah.
Where are you going now?
I mean, I just unpacked everything. I set up the kayak. Hopefully it doesn't sink.
Oh,
there's no big trouble.
God.
Yeah, and so I'm just gonna head into town and get like just a couple fresh fruits to have for the weekend. Actually, it's pretty cool. I stopped by like one of those off-road things, and I went to get a coffee, and the coffee experience was pretty dreadful. However, they had this pre-meal thing, and so they basically handed me a bunch of free groceries. And I was like, shitty coffee, like, more worthwhile. And I'm not saying we have an Indian problem, I'm just saying that the people behind this report coffee were Indian, and I provided very specific instructions for my coffee, and I got none of it. And then I had to wait an extra 10 minutes just to do it 2 more times. So. They should import people from Italy to make coffee. Am I boring everyone, or like I don't know if you can?
No, they just. I'll talk about coffee all day, but they need to train the people here. Is what they need to do.
So basically, I was like, oh, so actually, let's see. Yeah, no, my instructions were very specific. She put it into a computer. But like I ordered a coffee with almond milk and a bottle of water. I didn't get the bottle of water, and they gave me a coffee with milk, regular milk, all those things. It's just like, is it not on the computer? Like, how is that so hard? It's Tim Hortons. It's like McDonald's for coffee. Anyway, I still think they should work people in community.
Somebody doesn't care. It doesn't matter what nationality they are.
Well, treating such a
You ever work with a bunch of Italians all day long? It's like hurting children.
Yeah, but at least they're more fun.
A lot of fun. The fun makes them all tolerable. And we're emotionally close to Jews, too. Italians and Jews, I think.
Like, when you complain about everything's on fire. Let's eat the pasta. It's your cappuccino. Any good food. That's all I hear.
That's what Howard Stern. Howard, who founded Starbucks, brought the Italian coffee experience to America. He was in Italy. He said, we need to see it.
Really, Starbucks sucks though. Like, I'd rather have a Jordan's coffee than Starbucks. It's disgusting.
I don't even go there. There's so many small roasteries in Pacific Northwest that do a better job. They're a lot of fun.
Well, I do use Starbucks quite a bit. They're probably to use their toilets. That's about it.
Yeah, I think if you're on the road, maybe you might stop in one. You know what you're going to get.
To use the bathroom. Like when I was in Japan, I went to McDonald's for coffee.
Their tea is pretty consistent. Yeah.
I mean, how wrong can you go with tea? How wrong can you go with tea? It's tea bag.
You're surprised.
So I don't drink tea.
I drink tea in the afternoon.
Well, I have been to Italy and I've been to Australia and Melbourne. It's just like you cannot get a bad coffee in Melbourne. Or Japan. I mean, when I was in Japan, the worst coffee I had was in my hotel. It was half a cup for $15. Brewed coffee was fine, but it started for $15. So I started going to McDonald's. McDonald's coffees were fabulous. So when you have that, and then you go back to Indian America, yes.
Well, again, I think Japanese people are trained better than they take
Care
it seriously.
That's true. Care more. That's true.
It's not too far. I'm glad you got good coffee.
But Melbourne's just have Australia's just higher standards. They don't accept us. They don't accept bad coffee or bad tea. I went to a restaurant in Huntsville near my cottage and ordered gluten-free pasta. That stuff was shriveling up. They've overcooked it. It was disgusting. The next time I ever go, I think I'm gonna have to say al dente. Al dente for the pasta, and for the pizza, overcooked. They do it the reverse. They overcook the pasta, they undercook the pizza. I'm glad I put your foot to sleep. It should be happening. Welcome back, Jeff. Just time.
I know, the party started. Suck my monkeys.
I'm in Huntsville, right?
So, I have a problem.
Is it diarrhea? No. My dog got diarrhea.
No.
What's your problem? Your wife's pregnant?
No, my dishwasher broke down somewhere. And I don't want to go pick her up. Is that normal?
Is she still under warranty?
You is normal, so.
Everything, remember, David, everything we have is out of warranty. Okay?
Just send it over.
I know, but then I have something with that fucking card. I have to go send a tow truck.
What happened?
Don't be a bitch. Just deal with the fucking thing.
Yeah, don't be a bitch.
Don't you have towing and covers under your insurance already?
Well, that's what she's trying to find out right now because she has CAA insurance, which she would have an American AAA insurance.
Yeah.
And it comes with roadside assistance, so she's trying to see if she can get it out.
Where is she? Or maybe the co-driver can, go tell her to where.
America, the insurance goes with the car. You wouldn't be covered anyway. That's on your policy.
No, we don't have that.
And we don't have that typically in America either.
Really?
So it's only if your insurance maybe will provide that extra with the policy. But yeah, you would have to. If you would want something, this you would pay.
Well, it's still a separate service. They have basically car insurance, and they'll have an off-road service, but it's an add-on. So you're still paying for a separate third party to do that service for you. So it's still the same. The insurance themselves only do insurance. They don't do the roadside.
Well, they do CAA insurance as well. That's why.
Yeah, but it's still separate. It's still CAA insurance, and then they have roadside assistance. You can't either. You don't have to get both. So it's separate.
That's the only insurance company that I know that will provide roadside with their package.
It's like an add-on. It's still an add-on.
What do you mean by an add-on?
Who cares?
I care. I want him to understand.
Let the fucking thing go.
Because insurance is insurance, and the car service is car service. I want him to understand.
No, I understand that.
Okay, they're separate.
But it still goes all into one. It still goes all into one thing.
Yeah, on one invoice, but they're separate parties.
I know.
Okay. Now go get your bitch.
Never.
Go rescue.
Fucking about
Go on.
cut the grass.
Go on, go white mate. Go save her.
Why can't you not just call the town? Call it.
Because that's not the wifey thing to do.
She can do it, but if he does it, somehow everything comes out to be double the charge after her. If I do it,
Well, it's your charge, so
If
you
she
are
does it, Rocky will think everything she does is wrong automatically, so she's not going to do it.
No, everything was safe.
Listen, if you have a woman out driving around, get roadside coverage.
If you have a woman nowadays, guys,
get roadside coverage you don't have to worry about.
Don't get roadside
or get a real man.
No, not really. I have a woman who can get her that's more about guys, they're missing the.
Get her a real man who can change tires.
I have a better solution. You have that's living with you. Instead of getting roadside, get a long enough chain about maybe 15 meters away from the house. She has that radius to go around.
Okay, meanwhile, he's got it. He's doing. Give me a fufu shishi. Come sit down. Give me a
Go your Lululemon. Go get
Diego, did you get my text message? I texted you. Diego, I texted you.
Like on my body, like fuck, I have to actually deal with this. That invoice came out like 1/3 of what she was charged. Permission. When she went by herself, it's not her fault. You understand that, right? But it's not her fault. She just nods her head.
Oh, anytime you send. Okay, you tell me.
I'm sorry, but you send a woman in, and
They're gonna
they
take
see
it.
her coming, unless she knows what all of that is, and by the way, most men don't either, you're at their mercy. So if you walked in and you knew what they were talking about, and you could look at it and see what they were talking about, then yes. But you're going to send her, they're going to see her coming and gouge her. Trust me.
They gouged the shit out of her.
Yeah, but that's
No, not only that, but you're also comparing her going to Joe Schmo, the mechanic, and you going to, Vladimir Isakov, the mechanic,
right?
Who handles it. Half of his parts are stolen.
Right. Well, her car doesn't need new parts.
From the junkyard.
Rafi comes in and then he puts out an order to steal them. They don't do that ahead of time.
That's right.
Fine.
Bullshit. We should be arrested.
You hit the fucking thing towed. You're complaining about it as long as they should have taken
And she's somewhere in a parking lot. She's having the time of her life. The sun is beaming.
She probably is. She probably gets eaten out by some other werewolf.
She's drinking some bumble tea. Let her have her fucking tea.
To by her boyfriend.
The guy who will go down
Isn't
there.
that car wait on?
The one who will go down on her.
Why not? Does he want to take her too?
All the dirty work.
No, that's dirty. I think at the end of the day, you just have to remember someone's always willing to be happy to be under her hood.
Yeah, listen, I agree. Listen, I always said there's always going to be somebody better than me, and there's always going to be somebody better than her. So she just has to remember that.
Well, maybe she should just get herself a boyfriend and keep that should be off of your back and out of your head. How about that?
She'll clean, she's pleased with you, but she'll get her fuck on somewhere else.
It's okay, she's not real too comfortable here.
You're so stupid.
You think?
Hey, Rafi, bring her down for a visit in Florida. I'll get rid of her.
Hey, Jeff, I'll come down and help you, okay?
Yeah, I'll just show her what she's been missing.
Hey, Jeff, can I help you with that? I'll come down.
Let's go.
Okay, hold on a second.
Because two hands are better than one.
That's right.
Hold on a second, damn it. I'm booking the flight.
Yep.
Might as well come down. I'll come down. Well, that's fun.
Somebody else will tape it.
It'll be on X. I just drove past the car in the parking lot. That got keyed. Someone keyed dirty trick on her door. That is so fucked up.
That's not very nice.
That is so bad. Oh, that's pretty funny. It is.
literally thought they're making it. Where somebody would have done it for me. Oh my God. All right. I'll do it. I can't. I literally thought my nose back in there too much and then I do it. They have to do it for me. I think Sadie talked to me for me once in a while. So I wouldn't let him touch. Okay. A wild, wild west. Okay, I'm gonna stop smoking in this washroom. After that. David, happy anniversary. Thank you. It's celebrating. Nice. Probably Cristal? Yeah, I'm hookers and blow all day long. Little Cristal, little fucking bullets, what do we call it? Dr. Young. I like Monet de Chandon.
Moet?
Yeah, that too. Hey guys, I literally just walked around my house maybe, what the fuck is this? About 5 to 6 times.
Literally?
Like, no, just like every single room, and I cannot find what I'm looking for. Unless it's
But literally?
If I only had a brain.
I'm trying to find my earbuds.
It's in your ear, Rafi. It's in your left ear.
Guys, when I hear something really fucked up,
Your nose is your hand. Like, very down. You see this is suppository, it's in your ass. You can ping your ass.
Mine are always in my bra, so look there.
So,
Not in my bra. Not in the toilet. Sometimes they'll fall.
Gigi, this is funny about a week ago. I was on Clubhouse with you guys. I'm looking for my phone. And I'm holding my phone, walking around the house looking for my phone.
You're too young, you're not around.
That's funny, actually. That's all.
I was doing this for 15 minutes. She goes, what the fuck are you looking for? I'm like, my phone. She's looking, and I see her eyes opening up wider, like I'm a fucking, like, lost hole. You see it? Like, and I'm yelling at her, like, did you fucking see it? Just take it.
Oh my
I
gosh.
was looking at her, and I'm like, fuck. I had my phone in my hand for so long, I didn't even realize it was in my hand. So, like, she looked at, like, she was in shock when I asked her, like, I'm looking for my phone.
I've been trying to go to my neighbor's house once, and he was on the phone with me. He's like, hurry up. I'm like, I'm coming. I just can't find my phone. And he spent 10 minutes on the phone with me, just to suggest the place that it might be.
Me too. Oh my gosh, my face hurts so much from smiling and laughing. And I did go over. I went over the bridge and then died. It's even better. Oh my gosh.
That's pretty funny.
But yeah, that was my brain fart moment of like last week.
Oh, they just evacuated the Marriott. There's a Bearcat outside.
Wait, where? Where you are?
Sort of near Las Olas and
That's where my bestie's friend's daughter's right now. That's where she used to live. She is there right now.
Yeah, all I saw was a bunch of people, a bunch of chaos, and a vandalized car out front. And the big, like, tank-looking sheriff car. Bearcat, I think it was. I opted out of shooting anything while I was there.
That was smart. Randy, have you heard of the movie Life of Chuck?
Yeah.
Who's in it? You know?
I'm gonna have to make sure I know it. Okay. Let
see ads for it. I don't know what it's about.
Okay, who's in it?
It's written and directed by Mike Flanagan, and let's pull it up. I'll tell you real quick. It stars Tom Hiddleston, Jacob Tremblay, and Benjamin Pajak.
Do I know those people?
Okay, other actors in it. They're the top 3 in IMDb. Mark Hamill has a part.
The ice skating person?
Mark Hamill, Star Wars guy. Yeah.
Oh, Star Wars.
Skywalker. And Tom Hiddleston was Loki.
Okay, who
Now,
was the ice skating?
Tom Hiddleston, yeah, that's the name I know. He was in he's famous for dancing on Jimmy Fallon, right? It's not the guy.
Oh, that.
He does like a wild dance. He was in The Night Manager.
Oh, okay.
He's also Loki from the Avengers. All of our movies. Well, there you go. Now, Benjamin Pajak is a child actor. He plays a young Chuck. He won the People's Choice Award at Toronto Film Festival this past fall, having a wide release now. Benjamin Pajak is also an upcoming Seth Rogen movie. So he's a happy guy on the rise. Doesn't have a lot of credits. And he's the 3rd biggest actor in here, so it's giving indie vibes, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
And there's a lot of new actors who I don't keep up. Oh, here's an actor who's in it. I know I'll mispronounce his name, but Chiwetel Ejiofor, the amazing actor in 12 Years a Slave. He was the star. I see he's like the 4th build here. So, you know, it brings his A game. I mean, 12 Years a Slave, the acting in that is fantastic. Even if you don't agree with the message of the movie, you have to respect the acting that he brought to them.
Thank you.
Sure.
I'm not going to respect it, really. I don't care.
I mean, I'm against slavery personally.
No, me too.
We need to stop making movies about slavery. Like, just stop. Even the black people are sick of it. Like, how to.
No, I think the movie is definitely anti-slavery. It shows slavery in a bad way.
You like watching actors perform that way, do you? Is that what you're into? It's a great performance.
I think the movie, I don't see how you could see that movie and think that it's pro-slavery. I mean, I'm always open to the other side, but I don't see how you could see that movie doing that. I challenge anyone in the room to, please. Anyway, it's a great movie. Moving on, who else is in it? Well, that's it. I'm looking for anyone else who I might know here. And I just don't. I mean,
I'm going to see it tonight, so I'll tell you if it was any good.
Holy cow. Talk about burying the lead. Where are you seeing it?
I don't know, at the movie theater.
So it's in theaters now, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that's cool. Sunday night is date night for me, and I'm looking for a movie to see. But I kind of also lent it to the woman. I told her that I'd written down what I think she's going to pick. I'd written down a piece of paper, and I'm predicting what she's going to pick.
Okay.
It's going to be Tomorrow's World Cup.
No, it's The Mentalist. I know women.
You guys really keep things interesting for date night, don't you?
Pedro Pascal. Come on, some women's going to turn down the Pedro Pascal.
Date night is supposed to be. Yeah.
For date night, a man can decide what she's watching.
Absolutely, Rafi. Like, that's what I let my perception. That's why.
Everything else around the house she does. Even when you go out, you have to decide for her.
Thank you.
Everything outside, you make the decision. Everything inside the home, she gets to do around the kitchen.
Yeah, well, first of all, we don't cohabitate, so whatever. I have a different take on things. You heard the expression "happy girlfriend," whatever, snappy girlfriend.
No, I Kitover in the kitchen doing dishes, making sandwiches. Sweet tea as a bonus. If she gets good, let her add lemon.
She never left the kitchen. She found the husband.
Exactly. Be careful with the lemon, though, because she could squirt it in your eye for revenge. So don't let it out slowly.
Right. Well, anyway,
Was that arguing with her about the one that you?
We narrowed it down. I felt very good about the choice we made, and yes, she feels like she picked it too. And maybe it was organic, maybe it wasn't supposed to get it.
You gave her the option of three. She feels like she picked it too. That's the only thing I call it.
Hey, Dave, you pick. Yeah, we got it. Yeah, that's right.
It's all good for you.
First day got too expensive, so I keep it real now. I mean, it was the one. The Cuban one. That was the thing. That was like twice the price of everything else. I said, hey, I just want to point out it's twice the price of everything else. You said, okay, we moved on. So that's it. You got to keep it real too, guys.
Good, so you got a little dig in there. Good for you, Randy. But she probably makes a lot more money than you actually. I don't know. Just.
Oh my God.
I don't know. Is it true?
You've said many more times she's more successful than you.
You're confusing. That's a different person. That woman is in Martha's Vineyard for the month, and then in the Hamptons for the rest of the summer. She's out of my life for until September. That's a different person, Jeff. I moved on.
Don't keep up with all your others.
Well, you don't have to. That's the good news. Okay?
There you go.
I'm sharing my story.
I'm saying, she roll with it. She's those ain't on the impression of the same role.
No. That girl, now that she's away for the summer, now she's texting me all the fucking time. Bye-bye. I'm calling you in September.
I love your game. I love your game. I hope you only answer like 1 out of every 5 of them.
No, but I mean, really, all
Don't
three.
tell me you answer everyone.
Yeah.
Don't answer everyone. Wow. You're gonna let her pick too, aren't you?
Listen, guys, one thing to take away from my story is that, guys, don't get one-nighters. Don't get hung up on one person. This one person is the answer to all your prayers and be one, etc. Because that leads you to do desperate things that are unattractive. So it's better to spread if you have a lot of passion, like your friend Randy, a lot of energy, a lot of deep, energy, whatever. Don't put it all on too much.
The card energy is because it keeps telling me every pivot part I'm maxed out, Randy.
You have to be of Randy. You should definitely keep it diverse. Okay.
Doesn't matter which night you signed up for, ladies. Okay.
But when you find the right one, yeah, put all your energy there. You can't put all your energy in there because just in case if she's not the right one, you need to save it for the next one. Yeah. Always think about it. Always think about it.
Give everything to the relationship you're in at the time. You don't wonder about the future.
There's always needs to be planned.
Commit to the bit. It's how we say it. I'm not in the bit yet, okay? Well, that's fine. No problem auditioning. Randy, I understand that. No problem. How are you? Yeah, I'm good.
This has gone off the rails. You guys are wild.
Not a part to Randy.
Randy, you're wild too.
Was this too real for you?
Yes, he's very real. He's very wild. He's
very real.
He's very real. He's a good man. But he's not as bad. He's one of us. He's one of us.
He came here, he figured out Jeff scooped him up, and
I agree. We say he's our people. Yeah. We go there. Randy, yeah, he's with us. Yeah.
don't mess with
Randy, when you come to Florida, I'll meet you anywhere for a drink except for my one place because the first place is the other.
Where did you pay for it with?
Anyway. No, I'll be even blunter. The current woman that I'm romancing, quite far from the other for that lawyer partner one. She's actually in between jobs. So I don't believe
You're dating a fool, huh?
I'm dating someone who's in between jobs. So to those who say, Randy, it's all
you, I would be pursuing the long distance one so you can go out to the Hamptons on the weekends. So that would have been my take on that.
We got a nice place to go between jobs, Randy. I mean, it's okay. Unemployed is cool if you got funds. It's cool. You can float the Hamptons, right, JJ, if you do it right. Am I right?
Listen, I read the room. Church Summer, she has 2 sons. And I read the room. I read it and it's not, I'm not coming out there while their sons are out there.
No, okay.
And they're out there.
Okay,
So you gotta read it.
When she says sons, she means much younger men, right?
You're like the lifeguards.
I'm super successful. But I don't want to make it, I don't want to read it docs or anything like that. But I read the room, and that's okay. She's texting me now, calling me once or twice a week, whatever. I'll see her in September. If I'm still single, I'll see her then. Meantime, I'm moving on.
What if you misread the room?
No, I don't think so. You gotta, at this point, you gotta.
I'm really too sensitive.
Here we go again. Okay.
Pretty sure all of us who aren't involved probably know better.
Everyone wants to gaslight. Yeah, I love it when you have to just go out there. Yeah, just go out there, right? I mean, how awkward would that be?
He's just wanting to He's supposed to live vicariously through you. But
Yeah, right?
It is a little.
Why not just come up to Yako's house? You're like, hey, I'm here.
People don't be weird. Like, don't knock on the door. Just hide in the bushes. No. It's 9:30. You should come to the door. It is 9:30 on a Wednesday. What the fuck are you doing?
Anyway, onward and upward is what I say. So yes, I met this other woman. There you go. I'm being very open. And Sundays are birthday. And we've been dating. I guess we've hung out like 2 months now. And or a month and a half. And we'll see what happens on Sunday. And that's it. That's all I'm saying. No, we both live in New York City.
Oh, okay.
We're not staying over in other places.
Thank you for the clarification.
No, it's great. It's great to date somebody in your own city. Fun. It is great. At the end of the night,
Make a phone call. I can be over in 10 minutes.
Someone that's going to say anything's possible, right?
What you doing? Playing. You're thinking you're good. I can be there in 10 minutes. All right, see you then. What a weird coincidence. I'm actually going after Martha's interview. Spent some time with a very successful woman after 2 sons.
Give her my regards. But I don't know where she thinks she's actually in that.
Really? You are? You are? Yes.
No, she's not for you. I'll be really honest.
She's texting you because she likes you, Randy.
Yeah, I know that.
And you should not be upset that she decided to go to the,
I'm not
to the island for the day.
Really, I was upset. I tell you, I'm upset. I've moved on. I mean, it is what it is.
There's nowhere to move on to.
Why am
Do you like the woman or not?
I like this other woman, Devin.
Oh, okay.
Yes. I'll always, this is my number one advice to everybody. Choosing between 2 people, one who is available and one who is not available. Pick the one who's available. I mean, that is
That's a great thing. Another
available.
Listen, obviously,
Go for the easy lane, not the one that's challenged.
yeah, that's right. Go for the one who like, hey, let me be blunter. Go for the one who likes you more. What do you think about that? Is that wrong?
Well, no. One of the more attractive things about a person is how much they like you. So that's absolutely good.
All right.
But the fact that she's not available for a short period of time should not be.
Here we go, Billy. Right back where we.
Is this y'all good with Billy's voice now? What's going on?
He just said he didn't like her enough. That was the whole piece. If he liked her a lot, he would have made more effort.
Well, I suspect the reason he doesn't like her enough is because she decided to go away for the summer and didn't immediately invite
So
him
he
up
was
with her.
wounded, and so he feels that she doesn't like him
Wounded
because
too easily.
I agree, Billy, but that's random.
You're judging too quickly, Billy. I'm not going to give you every blow-by-blow line of conversation. I did my research. I'm the guy on the ground.
He's just gonna get blood jobs, not blow by blood.
I know the conversation. I know how it unrolls. You know it, and I know what it's like with the subject matter. So
I know you to be too sensitive so that you might misunderstand what's going on.
Billy, I need $1 for every time you tell me I'm too sensitive.
I wish I had $1 for every time you were too sensitive.
Okay, well then, is there somebody
If I didn't love you, Randy, if I didn't love you, I wouldn't give a shit, would I?
Alright, but still. Train sounds to her.
No,
You have a train sounds to once in a while.
that was the Billy being, doing something serious. You've done
So, yeah, September is a lifetime away. That's all I can say. Right now. Yeah, it is. I'm certainly a lifetime.
Let me tell you something. Maybe because you're a younger man, let me tell you, at my age, the months are flying by at the moment.
That's right. Listen, Billy,
I can't believe this year is half over already.
In August. I really want to enjoy June, July, and August. And in September, if he comes back to town, or we'll see, then we could revisit that and see.
You got a reputation, Billy. He's like getting around.
In the meantime, be nice to her when she writes to you, write back and be sweet.
Oh, come on, you know I do that, Billy. You know I do. All right, please, I'm not stupid. I'm stupid, but not,
Even I'm insulted that Randy's going to have a couple days. Even I'm insulted that you feel the need to tell Randy to be kind to the woman.
Yeah, come on, we went out, Mike.
I mean, I don't think any of us think Randy is good at setting boundaries. I mean, we may think he's a little oversensitive in setting boundaries, but it is good.
Yeah, listen, I'm sure she's out there wherever she is, this woman. Martha's Vineyard, Hamptons.
She's totally thinking about you buy well, some like wealthy Gentile as well.
Yeah, and she's open to meeting whoever she wants to out there. So, believe me, I would be a fool to waste time thinking about her. And that's that. We never got to that level, And there you have the rest of the story. Enough about me, as we say. I feel I've done a lot of material here.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll judge you for the next one, too. We'll just keep
Obviously, Justin, we talk about me, but I have nothing interesting going on, so never mind.
I can talk about me
grocery store now?
Yeah, they sell weed and mushrooms in stores now, Zach. You've been around the weed for a while.
No, I know about that, but the grocery, funny enough, the alcohol in the grocery store, like that is fascinating.
There's a big difference, yeah. You can't get hard liquor, so you still have to go to the LCBO if you want to get like the original alcohol.
You can only get wine and beer, I thought.
You can get wine and beer. But also these little like soda drinks, like they're about cider, but I thought I could try to make these little cans. I don't know. And I'm on a diet, I'm not drinking that much alcohol, but like this was like one of those diet girly drinks. I thought it would be great. It's like a gin soda.
If only you could get more.
Huh? What, Billy? What did he say?
If he wants to review.
I love coming up to my friend's cottage, but she's really high maintenance. So like I have to be super careful with everything. And now she's texting me saying like all these things I have to do back at the place. It's like, oh man. Still, it's nice. And then like this 4-bedroom estate by itself, right by the lake. Not bad for free. According to Randy, I should be inviting the guy I'm dating to the cottage. The guy's working in Essex tonight.
Wait, say that?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. What do you think he thinks when he's on the phone?
Listen, really, I don't think this
He works weekends.
but I don't think this lawyer woman had to invite me. I just certainly, she doesn't have to invite me at all. I don't know where I'm not invited, but I'm certainly not going to hold like.
Well, actually, I would do it differently. If he said he'd be interested in going up, then I would say you're absolutely welcome. But, he works weekends, so it just seems kind of fruitless to invite him. Because he doesn't have time.
That's a perfect example of your fact pattern being very different than mine. So, I don't work weekends. And if she had said, hey, come up here for a weekend, then I'd be going up.
But you didn't make it clear that you might be interested in that first. So it's a question of who acts first.
Yeah, but the difference is if you're trying dating, he tells me when to do things. Like he would say, no, like he just says, I want to come do this thing. I want you to do this. Like I want you to ask me to he'll communicate that. And
No, it is I agree with Randy.
Everything depends on the facts.
I agree with Randy. It's host. It should be the host inviting you.
But I'm not the host. It's not my place.
Okay, well, there you go. Another way is different. We don't have to match everything.
No. If you like someone and they're going away for a few months, you go, gee, I hate to miss you all that time. Maybe I can come up and see you while you're there.
Exactly. I'm on the same page as Billy. I think that, I would prefer for him to his interest in
Fortune favors the bold.
Well, but no, it's just different. It's different people. Like I need someone to provide for me.
Some people need to do ask, and some people step up and walk with them. Yeah.
He has sons. She has her son's friends. And please stop trying to second guess them.
We're done. Take it easy.
Hold on, Randy. I'm not talking about you. I'm expressing differences. I don't care about your situation as much as you think I care about your situation.
You're my best friend in the room, by the way.
I'm not disputing your position. I am speaking merely from my
chocolate or Randy?
Well, Billy, I mean, you're I don't know what to say.
Billy's on Team Rita.
I don't know what to say, Billy. You'll always be my friend, but you have to trust me in my judgment on things, for God's sake.
Well, you have to trust me to do a nudge.
No,
he doesn't have to trust you at all, actually.
No.
Have his own opinion, Randy. You don't have to take it personally.
Okay, that's your opinion.
That's your
It's again, nobody cares as much about your life as you think we do. We're just speaking our opinions down. We're all Jewish. We're all speaking our mind, and we're all saying how we think and feel, and nobody's really back off because you don't want to pursue it. That's why.
And I'm not going to, and that's that.
Exactly. And that's why I said if the guy I'm dating wants to go up north with me, he could say, I would like to go up north with you. You know, that's in my opinion.
And you're asking me, I would love that.
Well, of course.
Billy,
But he's too busy. He literally works every weekend.
Rena, I would like to do it with you, advice to you, but I'm not going to. No.
What, Nick?
I said all the women on Bumble.
Randy, Nick's trying to say something to me.
I'd like to take you out for poutine and maple syrup, gluten-free and sugar-free.
Well, I would love that when you're doing it. But don't just say you want to do it.
No, I'm a man of my word. If I head out to Toronto, I'll let you know.
All right.
Yeah.
Wait, who's that
I'll hold you to it.
Oh, don't worry. I am a man of my word, and I will make sure it's gluten-free poutine for you.
Perfect. Except I'm on a diet, so I'm not really eating French fries anymore. But I can still have the maple syrup. That's fine.
Okay. Fact is, Rita, if any of us get to Toronto, we will take you out.
Well, you know what? And Randy has taken me out. He's been very chivalrous. Even in New York City, he let me hang out with him and his daughter at the pool. It was a lot of fun. So I love it when you guys come into town, but I think somebody's going to make decisions because I don't want to.
In all seriousness, I do miss walking around like Toronto downtown because I usually stayed around I think it was King Street. I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, King Street. It's nice, but like now it's Gaza, so downtown Gaza City.
I'm usually about like 4 or 5 blocks from St. Lawrence Park.
Oh, St. Lawrence Market's lovely, and they've also renovated it, so there's just like a whole other marketplace. It's quite lovely now. It's a fun place.
Yeah.
But yeah, Toronto's changed. It's morphed into like I don't even recognize it. I mean, I barely go like to the downtown corner, but there's like really nice.
You can still stay like to your point, like you said. If you stay on kind of like the outskirts of the downtown, it's a lot cheaper.
More affordable. Yeah.
And like my parents stay for like a little over $200 a night US.
Well, yeah, yeah.
Canadian, but my mom was saying, yeah, they're like, we want to stay downtown, it's like $300 a night.
Yeah, it's like $500 laying down the court. You can't really get anything less than that, so. And I frankly don't think that's worth it. It's not Manhattan.
Well, my parents
in Manhattan, I can get cheaper prices.
My parents are old and have a lot of money, but for some odd reason, they just don't want to cheap. No, it's really fun that you mention that, Rita, because they're not. But like when my dad has to replace something, he goes all out, right? Like let's say.
Well, they're from the silent generation, aren't they? Where they're like more concerned about dollars because they think war is going to break into it. It's like my dad.
No, my dad grew up with like nothing when he was in Germany. And
I know that we're saying the same thing. Exactly. It's like they have a scarcity mindset.
Right. Like if anything, God forbid, if anything happened to them, and my brother and I inherited the wealth, I'm retiring.
Oh, okay. So then the poutine's on you.
Oh, Rena, you're gonna get like coffee, Chris. You're gonna get you're getting Spaghetti Factory on me.
Wow. Well, you know what? They don't have Spaghetti Factory really anymore, but I hear it. That's a high level.
You're getting Swiss chalet.
Swiss chalet.
You're getting Swiss chalet for lunch.
I don't even eat that anymore, but
the CN Tower is pretty good.
CN Tower, now that's nice.
The CN Tower is I told you the story when I was like 4 years old. We went on vacation to Toronto, and I was not feeling it. I was sick the whole time, and we went on the CN Tower. I got in the elevator. We just got done eating dinner, and we
mom's family's at, and then like 1 or 2 days in Toronto. So I usually do about a 7-day trip.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I hope they have.
And unfortunately, I'm going to like Pittsburgh that weekend, so I can't join her.
Pittsburgh's nice.
Yeah. I probably wouldn't even recognize it. Last time I was in Ottawa was like 2003 or something, and I heard that city's
It
changed.
still looks boring. That's
Wow. I think it was boring, but
that's just my sovereign.
hey, Billy, can you mute your mic?
Alright, so my sister doesn't have a fluency.
Oh, I'm muted.
No English whatsoever.
There's someone else.
Yeah, my aunt and uncle live outside of Ottawa, and like, I think they were really bored, and a lot of people don't visit them, so like every night they wanted to do something with my parents and I, so it was like, I got to see a
That's
lot of
probably because they only stay here for so long. Obviously.
Well, they told me like if I want to go down there, I can stay at their place for free or whatnot. But like my uncle drove once there, and he needs like he needs more assistance now, and you know he's 77 years old, so.
Yeah. Sorry guys, I gotta do some stuff for my friend's college.
All right, Seth, you want to hear some Muslim jokes?
Oh God.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
I would hear them if you want to tell them. I'll listen.
Okay, Randy, what do you call a Muslim that's always late? 9:12. So, Randy, there was a little kid. He lost his mom, a Muslim kid. He lost his mom in the grocery store. And he went up to the grocery store manager. He's crying. He said, I can't find my mom. He said, don't worry. The grocery store manager said, don't worry. We'll find her. Can you tell me what she looks like? And the son said, I don't know. I've never seen her face. Okay, how does a Muslim close the door? Islam said. What do you call a drunk Muslim who hammered?
What did the Muslims say when he sat on the thumbtack?
I don't know.
Allah.
Mine.
No,
Even if I give you the benefit of the doubt, that doesn't make any sense.
I know. It's not well thought out, but basically he's mad. I'm mad. I'm mad. Figure it out, guys. You know, there's a German joke there. I love your jokes, man. You made me laugh, okay? Which is when I come to the apple.
I always get kicked for Muslims. And I'm not even Jewish, but like I have zero respect for Islam. I have zero respect for that religion.
Yeah, I don't expect you. I don't need people to say that for me. For my happiness, I joke's a joke, dude. We have a lot. Let me tell you something for real. We've got like a free Jewish paper growing up, and it had, I guess they buy them from a syndicate, and we had, Jewish jokes. And when I was like 11, 12, 13, at the shop's table, my father would bring it out. We had a lot of fun. All Jewish jokes. So there's a long tradition of self-mockery, or whatever the right word is.
deprecation.
Being able to laugh at yourself.
Yeah, it's all good. But yeah, a Muslim got me clipped on this app. I used to go in the Muslim rooms and troll, and they automatically kick me out. Like the one unhinged girl, I call her 9/11 Nora Bindula.
Yeah.
She always, yeah. There's UFOs. And actually, there is truth to space aliens and UFOs. So there's nothing true about the Quran.
You went for it.
Yeah, Muhammad was a pedophile. They worship a pedophile.
Dude, I've heard some wild things recently on that. I really, wow. Got a lot
What's the facta like on your head?
Yeah. I'm not, no, look, I've been in those rooms with them here. Okay, here, if people don't know this story, there's a woman in my business. Her name's Nicole.
Is she ending up in your business?
No. She's, God bless her, I don't want to speak poorly of my enemies, but I'll tell you the story. She's a competitor. I had no beef with her. We went to dinner once or twice, spoke, we're friendly. But about 4 or 5 years ago, and she's a Christian Catholic, 4 or 5 years ago, she dated a Muslim guy, and ever since then, she became a true believer in the Palestinian cause. So, yeah, she posts on it from time to time on Facebook. Doesn't get many likes because, this is a theory in our business. It's about half Jewish. And there are some Palestinians, but she doesn't get a lot of likes. But she's on Clubhouse, and she's in Amir's rooms. And I go to Amir's rooms, and I talk. And one day I go into him, and I see her in the audience. I'm trying to control it to not go in. But one day I went to Amir's room, and he said, I know your name, where I lived, and I have to assume it was her. She never goes on the stage, but she's often in that room. And I haven't dealt with her in real life. I haven't said, hey, I know you doxed me to Amir, but that's a story.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, having said that, I still go into those rooms, but I'm not going to go in there and attack their religion. I'll stand up for Israel, but I'm not going to say, hey, Muhammad's a pedophile. I certainly don't need to draw any more attention to myself than I already have.
Well, some of these people, Randy, they don't even know what they're supporting. Like, there's one guy, and El knows too, and probably a couple other people. He got this mail order wife from Indonesia or some shit, or I don't know who knows, but in order to marry her, he had to convert and become like a Muslim, and he claims that he's pro Palestine and anti-Jewish, and he has no clue what he's even supporting. Like, have you even read the Quran? And he doesn't, and I think he does it to be controversial, or who knows.
Listen, let me tell you something. Amir is a true believer. I have to imagine Amir is getting paid for one of the Amirs. And he's also a true believer because the level of spin, if I didn't hear it with my own ears, I would not believe it, So those guys are to be taken seriously.
Yeah, one girl, I asked her for 2,996 apologies for 9/11, and she's like, no, we should have killed more of your people, blah, blah, blah. And then she was saying, can I get 50,000 apologies? I said, for why? For all the Muslims you killed. And I said, why would we apologize for that? We call that a good stuff.
fulfill the prophecy that I believe that the rapture has occurred, and that's the only way to move forward with Christ's return to the earth. Now, I don't know that that's his philosophy, but I don't think it is. And, here's the part of this whole discussion that's really, and not just with regard to what you're saying, King, but it's very, very frustrating. Oh, they are considering tactical weapons. Is there anybody on the record saying that they are considering tactical weapons? No. The only thing on the record is Seth, who has said all things are being considered. Yeah, all things are being considered. Could that include tactical weapons? Hell, it could include dropping the freaking bomb on Tehran and wiping the whole population out. Maybe that is something that is considered. Is it being seriously considered? We have to be just careful in our reading of the tea leaves. And we all do it. I read the tea leaves as much as anybody else. And I reach conclusions, and we all reach different conclusions. But just because there have been reports, and it wasn't just the BBC, it was in The Guardian, it was on Fox News, it was in Newsweek. There's all this discussion because you know what? We don't know what the thinking is at the Pentagon, and we don't know what the thinking is with the president. We only know what is done. We don't know what isn't done. Think about what Rumsfeld said. We only know what we know. We don't know what we don't know. He was right. And so when we do in this 24-hour cycle of news, which affects all branches of news now because everybody's on the internet and everybody wants to be ahead of everybody else. So now we have to do all this speculation. They may be thinking at the Pentagon about tactical nuclear strikes. Well, I presume that's probably true. I'm sure there are people at the Pentagon, when they're doing their tabletops, who believe the bunker bombs would do the job. And I believe there are people at the Pentagon who believe, I don't think, Colonel, that'll do it. I really think, sir, that we would probably have to drop a tactical bomb. I'm sure that discussion is occurring. Does that mean that the president is about to drop a tactical bomb in Iran and that there will be boots on the ground in Iran following that? There's no evidence of that out there. It might occur, but there's zero evidence of that. Zero.
I agree, and I never suggested that. I was speaking to Dominic's assertion when he was talking about the fact that there won't be boots on the ground. There won't be boots on the ground, and I'm saying that perhaps not only are there going to be boots on the ground, but this is really war we're talking about.
We know that it's war. We know that it's war. We know that it's war.
And feel me when I say this, Gary. I have a 21-year-old son who I raised as a single parent who's on the spectrum. Put yourself in my shoes. He's not in the military, but just the anxiety. Like I look at the United States, and again, like I was alive during the 9/11. I went to college with people who were in Iraq. I saw them come back and how they were, and how they felt about the service, their time in the service, and the injuries and things they had to deal with, the ones that did make it back. And yeah, I think that a lot of people who are also in the MAGA movement had those same experiences.
Okay, and so do I. But I saw the Twin Towers fall. I was on the air live reporting them as they fell. So I had my share of trauma as well and anxiety, especially following that. And I'm right next to a prime target. U.S. Naval Weapons Station, Pearl, is where I live, right next door. So it's a prime potential target. So, of course, I understand anxiety. We all have our own experiences. They're all different. I'm sure everybody here who was alive on 9/11 carries anxiety with them. There's no question about that. But that does not mean that there are going to be boots on the ground. look at the military movement into the region right now. It's air and sea support.
Carry on.
Let me finish it. It's air and sea support. Do we see ground troops being sent in? Do we see amphibious landing craft being sent in? No. And by the way, I heard a great interview with someone who was, I think in the Biden administration, who said that there was a crisis involving Iran, and they moved a carrier group just offshore, with no intention of attacking Iran, but with the intention of sending a signal to Tehran that we could. It was a show of force to tell Tehran, back off. Just like a single bombing raid on Libya, one single bombing raid on Libya caused Gaddafi to back off, and one single supersonic attack, that's right, that's all it was, that shattered windows in Damascus caused Assad to back off on certain things. Sometimes you show force with no intent of using it, just to remind people that you have the force. There are no movements, and I'm sure it would be all over the internet if suddenly if the President of the United States decided to activate the National Guard, not to prevent LA from burning to the ground, but sent them all to Iraq for a potential imminent attack on Iran. I would say, holy shit, we got to worry about that. But I don't see that happening. Do you?
You can move yourself with what?
All right. I didn't remove her, by the way, if that's the question. No. I'm not just saying it to her if she was removed by someone else. I think maybe she left that room. But there are no infantry troops being moved into position. And yet we have all this screaming and hollering, we're going to get into a quagmire. Well, maybe we are. And I hope we're not. But there's no indication that there is any intent to do that. Unless, of course, the government is absolutely bold-faced lying to us, which is a possibility, that the president, even though he's been this big non-interventionist, even though he's degrading our troop strength in support of NATO, all of that, even though he's not providing the kind of support that the neocons wish that he would for Ukraine, all of that, maybe his hidden agenda is to go turn Iran into the 53rd state. 51st being Canada, the 52nd being Greenland. I don't know, do we give up on the Panama Canal? And then the third one being Iran, with a little nod to turning Gaza into Trumpville.
So there is a more comparable use of these at least. During the Biden administration, on Biden's way out the door, he ordered the use of B-2 Spirit aircraft and bunker busters to be used to go after the Houthis. And it didn't go to Congress. And the gang, as I understand it, may or may not have been briefed. I don't know that about that specifically.
Probably were.
They were? Okay, good.
I said probably.
Probably. Well, my point is that the aircraft were used, and we've been. The Biden administration had been targeting the Houthis directly for at least a year or so under the Biden administration, when we didn't get into a quagmire, and Biden could be argued to be more of the Washington consensus candidate than Donald Trump is, meaning he
I just think that's an interesting thing to compare, noting that the strike on Yemen as a sovereign country, even though, as I understand it, the country is in the middle of trying to figure out what there is. There seems to be the use of U.S. military assets in that way, and it was okay for Biden to do it, and now it's not okay for Trump to do it. I'm not a giant Trump fan, but as Anson would say, the great divide when it comes to military power is really destructive for U.S. national interest, in particular the comparison, whether it be left or right. As Anson said, politics really should not enter into discussions like this.
Right. Okay. And also, at this point, I know there's been a lot of back and forth, which I contributed to, but we're going to move right along because it's 6:18, and I got to get out the door to go to work. So let's move rapidly now, and we will now go to, we have two Davids on the stage now. David G. And David G, I want to give you the opportunity to clarify, because I think you believe I misinterpreted you yesterday when I cut you.
Yeah, just real briefly, I just wanted to say how it sets a dangerous tone to leverage, religious positions with regard to international affairs, use of military might. That was kind of my general point there. When we have people of all faiths, all stripes, atheists to serve in our military around the world, it should be about the sameness of the decisions and what's best for the American people, what's best for the state of Israel, the world at large. And I think we need to focus on the human side of things, not necessarily through the lens of whether or not God is watching us and picking who chooses to win or not. So I hope that clarifies my point. So anyway, Israel needs to really evaluate this decision. I think diplomacy is the way to go. I think while taking absolutely serious the threat of Iran's ability to further enrich, I don't think bombing Fordo is gonna necessarily stop them from. First of all, they can find out where all the enriched uranium is, and so long as Iran can hide those capabilities, the repercussions of bombing and further inflaming the area, there's a lot of unintended consequences that the United States people are willing to engage in. I think what they need to do is go around and pull, ROTC bases and the military. Name escapes me. And start asking the people in the military, are you willing to go to war over there? And I know you mentioned, Gary, that this may not involve boots on the ground, but let's just say Iran attempts to inflame with asymmetrical warfare. We have military bases that are within minutes of missiles in and around the area, in the Gulf states, Iraq. And how do we tell the loss of life that may be incurred there that their sons and daughters died for a just cause? So I think we have to really navigate this seriously. We have all the evidences, we have all the history of what happens when we get bogged down over there. We talked about Afghanistan. There's a great quote there. It's where empires go to die. And, I think Tucker Carlson's on to something. Even though he isn't entertaining, I think he is speaking very clearly about, how much bandwidth we have economically and otherwise to fight these wars, and where should we be deploying military capabilities for the threats that we really need to go after. Vladimir Putin brought up a great point. This guy's a bloody murder killer and what's going on in Ukraine, but he justified his Ukrainian invasion based upon what we did in Iraq. And now he sees this incursion as another justification, potentially. And what we tell the world at large, our adversaries like China, that they can then maybe go into Taiwan because they're justified. So I think it's very important. I think within this 2 weeks, we hope that Israel stands down. I hope we find a path toward an agreement
along the lines of what we have with the JCPOA under Obama, under the 5 member nations of the Security Council. Let's put that deal together. I don't care that Trump crashed it or not. I think he needs to get that back in play. And I think there has to be the guardrails. There has to be, and I don't think the Iranian regime wants to
the JCPOA didn't address one really important structural part of the overall picture, which is Iran's use of proxies. And the actual left that out, I guess, because they couldn't get agreement that any deal that we deal with that deals with nuclear stuff should entail proxies as well.
That's right. Negotiate that in there. I mean, look, I want the region safe, and I know this is a very hotbed issue for a lot of people on the road. Living in Los Angeles, I have many Iranian friends. I have talked to the sons of generals who served under the Shah, and I've asked them point blank, what the hell happened over there? And one guy told me point blank that the Shah could have taken out the Ayatollah. He had a general willing to intercept the planes coming back from Europe, where the Ayatollah was being housed, and he said he would die an execution death to do that for the state of Iran. But the Shah did not want to create a martyr, the Ayatollah, and we saw the rest of history what has happened. I don't know how factual all this is, but every Iranian I've talked to who's lived over there, who has military connection, has supported those claims. So my point with this is the Iranian people here in Los Angeles, they want regime change. They want a peaceful Iran. They want to go back to the legacy of Cyrus and the inclusion of all religions, where the Jewish faith prospered some 3,000 years ago. So, to continue to bomb and to continue to fight and to continue to I don't know how we get out of this, Gary. And with regard to Iran, it's the 9/11 we just talked about, the blowback from Bin Laden and from the Afghanistan war. It's just never going to end. It's never going to end. And I think we have to start by fixing the Middle East. Saudi Arabia, France, they were going to have a meeting in the UN regarding the two-state solution, and this breaks out, right? So I think that ultimately, if we can fix the Middle East, I think we're going to have a much safer planet. And it starts by getting this Iranian check on their nuclear capabilities. Let's not throw their country into turmoil. Let's not create some sort of faction within the faction that's going to be more reactionary. We've got neighboring Pakistan. We saw what they did to destabilize our efforts with the Taliban, and they were a nuclear actor. So, these are very difficult situations here, Barry. To Trump and his national security advisors, and Tulsi Gabbard, this guy's got to figure out who he has running the show, because he picks Tulsi Gabbard when all the Democrats went over. There was a segment of Republicans vote for her either. He picks her, and then he says she's wrong about the intelligence, and she's the head of 17, 18 national security agencies in this country. She has the facts, Derek. She has the evidence. Otherwise, what it is it all bullshit? We saw how Trump told his FBI with Putin that there was no interference in the Russian elections, and he sided with Putin. So, what is this guy doing, Gary? I mean, what are we doing here? You talk about the left and the right. Well, he's been handed everything he's ever wanted, and yet he still can't seem to message properly.
That's probably, if you're talking about restraint and use of military assets, Trump is merely the symptom of the problem. And this is the thing, he's in the state. No, hold on. You don't do this so much, but I know a lot of other people that have things that will do. And Donald Trump's the king, he's the dictator, he's the source of all of the United States' problems. The only reason the executive has so much imperial power is because every president has accrued yet more power than the previous president. And here's the issue. That's nonpartisan. That doesn't get the Republicans to be able to point at the Democrats and say, well, you're more powerful than we are. It doesn't get the Democrats to be able to point at the Republicans and say, but you're the king. your dedication to it. Because when you truly have to get to where we are, it is the need of Congress in both parties to reassert their prerogatives and do this, and not do it on a partisan basis, as Chris Coons and Chuck Schumer did. They did it on a partisan basis, but they were absolutely and completely fine with President Biden with a mere executive order ordering a strike on the Houthis using bunker buster bombs, using B-2 Spirit bombers, cost $2 billion a piece. And he didn't see any need to go to Congress. And here's the problem. Whichever party is in power, for political reasons, points the thumb back to the other party. And it doesn't do any good, because the truth is, the executive simply gets more powerful. If the criticism was the executive is too powerful, we need to take his rights down. We need to take the power of the presidency down a notch. I would be with that. When the Democrats had all the levers of power, they didn't see any need to shrink down any of the powers of the executive, thus giving Trump a platform and precedent to claim his use of modern executive authority. Yeah, we're
Okay, talking. Okay, we're gonna move on.
Yeah,
because it's 29 after the hour, and the other folks on the stage would appreciate if we move on.
no way. Sounds good, Gary.
Okay, Michaela.
Yeah, I have a meeting in 1 minute, but I was an organizer for the Nuclear Freeze campaign back in the 80s, 1980, and I think it's time that, I know that Trump is interested in disarmament, but I think it's time that maybe this will trigger the world to start working in that area. But I really, when Israel started this, they knew that they need the U.S. to provide to the bunker busters for Fordo, and so I don't like that. I don't like that. And I think that Trump waiting gives time for the people of Iran to do something now. They've been trying for years. This is their time. So I hope and pray we have a miracle like when the Soviet Union fell. It fell, boom, like that, no warning, without violence. I'm praying for something like that again. I gotta go.
Thank you, Michaela. Saman. Saman. Anson.
To the question of the room, no, Israel should not stand down by any stretch of the imagination. They should keep maximum pressure campaign until this thing runs its course. The MAGA rift over Iran, okay. There are people that on the right that don't want to for the United States to be involved in any way, particularly dropping bunker buster bombs. That's legitimate. They want to leave the parties in this case. That's fine. We have a process in this country. We used to have a process in this country to get these issues, work them hard, reach a decision, make a decision, and move forward. I can use the process during the Cuban Missile Crisis and leading up to the Cuban Missile Crisis as an example. Is that process working well within the White House today? No, I don't think it is. Primarily because there are people who are undercutting themselves within the administration. You've got armed camps, so to speak, people like Bannon. Bannon's not in there, but he's still feeding the fire. You've got people like that trying to undercut each other within the administration. You want to see how that worked? Read two books. Read H.R. McMaster's book, which I referenced a couple of days ago, and I'm reading Jared Kushner's book now about the infighting and how all that worked during the first Trump term. United States do it or not. But at least we ought to have, and there are people on the left that I listen to, the two senators from Virginia, in particular, Warner and Kane. They're making reasonable pronouncements in public, and at least one of them is the minority leader on the Senate Intelligence Committee, and he said nobody's asked anything of either one of the House or Senate committees. That's wrong. They should be involved in it. They should be having secret testimony right now, and they should be weighing into this argument. Finally, with people like Kane, and even with David, the only way to have a discussion is about a 6-hour dinner party with no booze, or with one glass of wine each one there. Have a 6-hour dinner party and try to find some common ground somewhere that we can agree and build on that, rather than this armed camp of the Great Divide. And we hear that all the time in this room. But I would also suggest that whatever the president decides to do, then somehow we say, okay, if that's what you've decided you want to do, and you've got all this advice, then for the duration of that effort, doing whatever we're going to do, the country will let politics stop at the water's edge, and we will do it as a united country. That will be impossible, but that's the way it ought to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Anson. And with regard to Congress, they could demand hearings, but they have not. They have hearings on who knew about Biden's mental degradation, and I don't know why. Of course, it's something worth talking about, but hearings? But we don't have hearings on this. It's, it seems that they're fiddling while Rome is burning.
Well, the reason we can't have hearings is because the Republicans control both houses, and they can't demand a hearing without the leadership's consent.
Right, and they don't want to embarrass the president by holding him accountable. I don't know. Kind of weird. I know there are a lot of people that want to add their voices. We're going to give Daniel the last opportunity and then shut down the room. But please click on the link above if you want to continue the conversation in the main chat on the Facebook Messenger chat site. Daniel, it's all yours.
From Exile, the critical thinking forum. I'm so glad to be back.
Exile?
Yeah, I've been here in probably 8 months.
Oh, self-imposed exile.
My shift was shifted here. But, yeah, I think that it's very easy to see, at least in my mind, if everything goes wrong, that a boots on the ground situation would occur in Iran. That requires everything to go wrong. If we do the bunker bombs, right, blow up the nuclear sites, is the Ayatollah really going to say, oh, fuck it, like, they bombed our nuclear sites, time to just, like, not do anything back at all? Well, then what's going to happen? More than likely, they're going to shoot missiles back at us, right? And it's a matter of whether they're going to target U.S. military bases. I don't think Iran's that stupid to do that. They could be, though. If that occurs, then it's a further escalation. Now we are bombing bases in Iran that are shooting missiles. From there, it also depends on how strong the Ayatollah is. If the Ayatollah is so the key power, we might have to go in there to take out the Ayatollah, or if it descends into civil war, that is a very real possibility. Those guys who like the Ayatollah, they're not going to go away. Those loyalists will still be there. You have Kurds. The Kurds are going to say, oh, it's destabilized. Now's our chance to try to make a country. And let's be real, like, the moderate factions in Iran, like, what are they? Western-educated college students. That's the same moderate faction that was fighting against the Ayatollah. And I don't want to bet on, college students versus the base that the Ayatollah could potentially potentially have in rural communities. They're just better fighters. That could descend into civil war. And the reason why I think U.S. troops would have to be put into that scenario, which I think is a decently likely scenario, is what the fuck are we going to do about all the oil that Iran produces? Remember, when Syria was going on, we had to put our troops in Syria, did we not? To keep that oil pumping. Well, guess who produces a hell of a lot more oil than that? Iran. And if Iran gets destabilized and it's a long-term civil war conflict, we probably will have to get involved to make sure that oil gets pumped in. That's all I gotta say. I hope it doesn't happen. I hope cooler heads prevail. I hope somehow, the bunker bombs work magic and the Ayatollah says, yeah, we're not gonna really retaliate all that much about this, but I'm skeptical of that. That's all I got.
Just point out that Israel's been very strategic and deliberate about the targets, and they have not hit the oil reserves in Iran. So they're not trying to destabilize things in that manner. They're trying to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear bomb.
But you admit too that Israel has also been trying to foment dissent within Iran. Am I mistaken by that? Because
I don't know why you use the term admit. It's nothing that I have to admit to. It's a fact. It's a fact. Folks, they would like to see regime change, but I don't think that's the primary goal of the prosecution of this war. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time, so until 5 p.m. New York time on Monday. For the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, have a great, and if you're on the East Coast, cool, not just East Coast, right? It's extending triple digits into the Midwest, and it already is in the Southwest, so just try to stay cool, and peace out.
Но при этом, вот, к сожалению, да, он, кстати, считает, но если раз уж начали, да, значит, нужно делать, потому что...
I'm gonna keep this little scoring board on my thing, so when you guys act up, let's talk about I'm conservative. I'm gonna kick down your conservative butt. All right, I'm closing down. Click the link, click the link, click the link. I'm closing down the room. We're going over to... Hey, everybody, long time no see. Hi, Sue. Hi, everybody. Long time no see. Hi, everybody. Hey, everybody. I love you. You're some upstairs. I love LeVon, G. Y'all come upstairs because I'm driving. I ain't got time to cater to y'all tonight. Come on upstairs. Join the party. We got lots to talk about. Y'all gonna catch me up. I'm like, we got a lot to talk about. I've been out of the loop for 3 days, so y'all gonna have to tell me what the hell is going on.
Well, I'm in the living room.
I know it can't. Is that Trent talking? Oh, it's a left. Okay, close.
It's a friend.
Close. Okay, so what I'm getting ready to do is start pinging. Y'all listen to Jodeci. Ping your friends in, because I'm going to tell if you didn't do it. I can tell who has to ping their friends in. Ping, and then we're going to let Trent and the left give us breaking news. So, come on up, Brian. Brian's on the phone down there. Y'all give Brian
He's on stage. Yeah, he's here.
I invited my friend Kevin, a fellow New Yorker. All New Yorkers will be modded.
Appreciate you.
I'm just trying to piss them off. Okay, you guys, invite your friends in, please. It's going to be a long night. I don't even know what's going on with P. Diddy. I don't know what's going on with Fat Joe. I don't know what's going on with Fat Trump. news over here. Come on up, LeVon. Give me some breaking news, girl. Yeah, come and talk to me. Perfect song. Can I talk to you? Come and talk to me. Hey, your friends and everybody, welcome to the 420. I'm down at the bottom, ping your friends in. If I can pull over on the freeway to ping, y'all can ping from the comfort of your recliners and your wheelchairs. Just ping them in. Okay, my system is overloaded now. All right, that's enough. It is Friday. Hey, come and talk to me. I'm gonna start using that for my intro song. Come and talk to me.
Alright, so I'll remix it for you.
Oh, would you? You're the best. You're the best. It's almost over. Ping your friends in. I'm giving you guys plenty of time. Just ping your friends.
I mean, has anybody ever received their mixtape from Roy?
What are we doing here, Ron?
I never got it.
Damn, did she just casually slide him under the bus like that?
Well, I never got a request for any mixtapes. Never got a request. I mean, I guess I can put one together.
Really? I've heard you offer that plenty of times before.
Nobody.
What did I do?
I
Grace with Harlem on stage. What did I do? Did I brush my teeth? Am I naked? What's going on here?
Hey, Lisa, I've been telling you, you represent us very well, Lisa. You represent happy very well. I've never seen nobody come in your room and disrespect racial Black Americans because they know what time we want. Love you, Lisa. You the best.
I told you to leave those Harlem people alone, but you don't listen. Look at that energy they come in here with. I know about second birthday anymore, Harlem, but yeah, it's in here.
That's beautiful, Lisa. Thank you, Mom.
I appreciate her role. And I appreciate everybody.
Lisa, just wave at them from 74, okay? Just wave at them. Just wave. I didn't even know the train went past 74. I'm sorry. No, you just gotta hit them at 74th and just wave at them from far. And say, how you doing on that side? Yeah, that's it. Hey, you know me before I come to you kind of thing, right?
The room that's being recorded.
I
need to take center stage.
Oh, cause of them.
No, somebody else is recording the room. It's not.
Wait.
Not Clubhouse. Yes.
Click on the link.
Sue put the link in the chat to the YouTube. I went and listened, and it is being recorded.
Are you serious?
Yes.
It's been going on all day. It's been going on all day? Yes.
Are y'all gonna report it so we can take that channel down, or?
Well, I just caught wind of this. I just was able to save the channel and get it back out here. So, let's do what we need to do to get it reported. Hold on, let me finish this mother phone. What's wrong with these people? I guess they love to hear our voice. Or maybe we have good content. What is it? I mean, this should have got the same setup that Adrian Pittman had. I don't know what's going on, but I'm glad
ask Lisa this question. Lisa, do you think that immigration affects foundational Black Americans in a negative way?
Just say A. I'm in a bad area, y'all. Say A. A. Say A, Lisa. Wait, I couldn't hear the question because I was going across this bridge. What happened now?
Do you think that immigration affects
I still didn't hear it, y'all. Who's talking to me? Is it Harlem?
This is Harlem talking.
Wait, hold on. Give me a minute. I gotta get across the bridge. Give me a minute.
Oh, God.
Give me a minute, Harlem.
Is this man Finnegan's cousin? Is this man Finnegan's cousin?
Sound like it. Sit down, Harlem. Sit down, Harlem. You're not doing nothing. You ain't got nowhere to be. Just sit right there so I can watch you.
Guys, are we gonna record this or what we gonna do?
This room. And this is a real New York room, so I'm chilling, you know?
Yeah, I see the YouTube channel, guys. I logged in from the other phone. He has like 6 phones on top of a desk. Then he has. He's just a weirdo guy. I mean, the fact that we're paying him attention is getting him views. I mean, strategically, this room is being recorded, so technically, I mean, I don't want to talk about the obvious. It's something different when you don't have it. So I don't know.
First, let me ask you a question. Are you FDA or are you like an immigrant? Let me know.
I don't discuss such information. I don't know you, sir. Respectfully, but thank you for asking.
Okay, Harlem, I'm off the bridge. Now, what did I do with immigration?
I want to ask you, though, immigration hurt foundational Black Americans or do it benefit foundational Black Americans? I understand that you already have a room title, Trump undermines intelligence. I don't give a fuck about that. I'm asking you a simple question. Do you feel like immigrants hurt us or help us? Like,
I feel like it hurts you, foundational Black man.
So what you're saying is just separate from me. You're not a foundational Black American woman?
I'm just saying to you that I'm recognizing who you are. I'm giving you your grace, your props.
No, but I'm asking you.
I'm a foundational Black woman, of course. Absolutely. That goes without asking me. And I think immigration hurts y'all because I'm not going to elaborate.
Why would you separate yourself from us?
Did I separate myself from you? Never.
Well, you say y'all as if you're not a part.
I said y'all because that's the way I speak. But I mean, I would never be separated from a foundational Black man. Never.
All right. So once again, do you think that immigration hurt us or benefit us as foundational Black Americans?
It's a midnight conversation. This ain't that. No.
The person that said this, don't twist it. And what it sounds like is the people that saying that this ain't it. I think y'all are immigrants. I think y'all might be feeling some type of way because I'm not pro-immigrant. I would never be pro-immigrant. Always have to be first.
Are you pro-reading books? Is it? What is going on? No, it's at least reads a little bit. This dude don't. What is FBA? What's that stand for?
Foundational Black Americans. The people that actually built this country, that fought for your forefathers to come over here on the inner tube. Yeah, it was us that made it.
Talking about immigrants help
what did you help build?
Oh my God. You helped
Not only did immigrants help build, right now, a lot of the building that's currently happening is being done by immigrants. You didn't realize that, right?
What building? Like
construction, like literally construction, like neighborhoods.
Right. And all these constructions that you're building, these buildings are being they have to redo them over because your work was very shabby.
That's not true. Harlem. They have a building code that they have to adhere to in California.
Yeah, those
They
buildings
don't rebuild them as they live. Hold up.
Hold on, let him respond to you.
I'll respond to you, bro. Look, they have a building code that they have to adhere to here in California. As they're building it out, the inspectors come and they either say this is up to code, you can proceed, or it's not. You have to stop and redo that over. They're not redoing whole homes over. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You don't sound like a Mexican, so I don't see you building much of anything. But at the end of the day, is being recalled. A lot of these jobs are being recalled.
You hijacking the room. Let's get back. What were you saying before you started speaking?
Now you stop talking to these Harlem guys. Y'all don't listen. I told you, stop. You gotta stay away from Harlem guys. Work around.
Like, and at the end of the day,
sir, why are you calling somebody a bum, sir? He's not an immigrant, sir. Harlem, he's not an immigrant, sir. See what happens to you when you
Breaking news. Go ahead, use breaker. Breaking news. Levon's gonna give us the breaking news. Levon, go ahead, you got it.
This is the breaking news. Trump was.
Oh, here we go.
Let's see. He's ready to read.
Levon, you have to go out and come back, sweetheart, because you're off mic and I can't hear a word you're saying, because I know you got some good shit for me. Also, Gemini, hey, babe, everyone have a seat. Can you hear me?
Hey.
Yes. You can hear me now? Yes, you hear me. Sorry, I'm in the gym and I'm my co-worker. All right. All nurses are modded, and all people from New York are modded as long as they live down below 125. All right, go ahead. Are you set for the breaking news? I am. Okay, so Khalil Mahmoud, the student from Columbia that was arrested and detained by ICE from, I guess, organizing the pro-Palestinian speeches, and his wife reported him and didn't allow him to see the birth of his baby. He's finally being released. The judge ordered that he be released by today. He ordered that last week. He ordered that today because they have not charged him with a crime. So that's a win for free speech. Also, you guys heard earlier in the previous room, Trump basically stepped on the DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, and stated that she didn't know what she was talking about because they quoted on her testimony that she did to Congress 3 months ago in March that Iran not making a nuclear bomb and that the Supreme Leader Committee had not authorized Iran to start making a nuclear bomb. And when Trump was confronted, he was like, whoever told you that, they don't know what they're saying. And they said, well, Tulsi Gabbard, your DNI person said that. And then he said, well, she's wrong. So he stepped all over her. And she just came out on Twitter an hour ago and said, the liberal media is trying to twist my words and sow division. I stand with President Trump, so she's compromised. He probably made a phone call and told him to go stay on that message. Now, he's doubling down and telling us not to believe what we heard her say 3 months ago that they were not making a nuclear bomb. So that's that. And the last thing is, Israel is, I mean, this is common practice. They're suppressing any type of pictures or any type of media to show what damage has been done to Tel Aviv or any of the cities that were struck by Iran bomb.
I saw that. They try to suppress, you guys, the damage that's done in Israel. You have to. Is she in the Matrix?
Yeah, sounds like. Yeah, sounds like.
Okay, so you have to what? And about Israel, you have to what?
They're suppressing, I guess this is probably true of wartime. They're suppressing any media information showing pictures or videos of damage in Israel. And also, they passed a law in Israel making it a crime for citizens to post on social media or YouTube or anything broadcasting any damage that's going on in Israel as a result of the bombs from Iran. It's like a blackout.
Hello?
I think we should just get burner phones, buy them in cash, and then start posting like crap. You gotta prove it. If you don't got my account, you gotta prove it. That too.
I'm in the Matrix. Y'all gonna have to talk till I get up. I don't know. You know, that's kind of scary. That they're not reporting the truth. And then you want people to make a decision based off of the truth. Y'all don't find that awkward? It's actually normal. I hate to tell y'all that. So when you're at war, when certain sites and stuff like that is being hit, they're supposed to completely cut off all internet access. The reason why they do that is that way the enemy doesn't get location if they were successful, all that. So it's actually normal.
And free tags, but they also passed a law making it a crime to citizen posts. I don't know, I saw that far.
It kind of is because you're giving information to the enemy. So when we're in an area that's a war zone area and something happens, like somebody dies or something strategic or something gets hit, and they completely cut the internet off. Because if you release that information to someone or you like somehow get around it and contact somebody in the U.S. and be like, yo, this happened, you can go to prison. So I don't know why. I mean, I understand maybe because it happens. Iran did it. Israel and most countries when they're fighting while they're. What is that noise? I think there is no phone. But it's actually normal, y'all. Yeah, to that point, but we do see what's going over in Iran, right? Like, I've been able to see videos of what's going on over there. Yeah, because they got journalists that's embedded in some of these places, right? We've seen journalists in Ukraine. Well, that's dangerous. I mean, that's their job, right? To report what's happening on the ground. Right,
can't do it in Israel, is what you're saying?
I don't know if there are journalists doing it. I mean, there probably is a journalist doing it in Israel. There's journalists last time. But like, if you're living in that area, if you have when something happens, everything goes black. It can go black up to 24 hours, 48 hours. It depends on if they got contact families. It can go black. It goes black. And guess what? It's on fucking vehicles or journalists on the base. I don't know why they get special privilege, but I just know we can't. Like, if you're a U.S. citizen, you can't. If you're a Iraqi citizen, they can't. They just cut everything off. It just happens.
That's gotta be scary.
Oh man, what if they cut off power? Because I just got to hear what if they cut off
the internet? I'm not scared. When they do that,
the internet. Okay.
So the reason why I think it's a good idea when it's us, right, is because, like, say for example, like we had incoming or something, and let's say it destroyed a building, and X amount of soldiers got killed. You don't want it. Somebody to call back to be like, hey, who's the building? No, we want to make sure that casualty, like what kind of is, who the casualties are, what was destroyed in the building before it gets back. Like, you want background information. You want accuracy. So they completely cut access to the internet, period. Access to internet, you won't be able to use. Like, some people will sneak their T-Mobile phones and shit like that. That shit gets cut off. They block everything.
And is that for security reasons inside the base, but that folks outside of your area, is their internet still running, or do they just cut the internet?
They block everything. They block everything.
Because they don't want it broadcast, right? They don't want people in the high-rise buildings. Okay, that is why that makes sense.
Right. They don't want the accurate information put out, and then what information should be, what intel should not be put out to the public. They don't want that out. Like, it's just.
I don't blame y'all. I mean, because people can be in a high-rise and, and videoing, who knows, or whatever, so I don't blame y'all for that, but the people when the stuff is blacked out, which that reminds me of something different, billions of passwords, so I guess if you have Google or whatever, you might want to also change your passwords and all that tonight. Some researchers found a massive database. If you do the math, that's enough passwords, 2 per person. That's several billion passwords. There's 7.8 billion people on the planet. You do that times 2, that's 14 billion. Estimated that has been found.
So let me ask this thing, right?
Can I just throw this out real quick, because I keep going into the matrix. President Trump tore into the U.S. intelligence community on Friday for having been, quote, wrong about how close Iran was to acquiring a nuclear weapon months ago, telling reporters that he now believes Tehran has a tremendous amount, in caps and quotes, enriched uranium that could build a bomb in just a few weeks. You see how you guys got to know this is some bullshit going on here. It went to Netanyahu talking about he didn't know, to years, to tomorrow. Now President Trump is talking about tremendous. This is a setup. Something is going on here. Trump made the assessment after breaking from Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi, about her testimony. You guys talked about that. And then, quote, what intelligence do you have? Is this somebody asking now? What intelligence do you have that Iran is building a weapon? Your intelligence community said they have no evidence they are at that point, the reporter asked. Trump on the tarmac outside of Bedminster, New Jersey. I guess he's going to go golfing. Then he responds by saying, then my intelligence is wrong. What president gets up in front of the fucking world and tells them, everybody, that his intelligence is wrong? And then he asked the reporter, who said that? Like he didn't know. He probably didn't know. And then the reporter said it was
Exactly responsible.
Oh, Lord. Okay, go ahead, y'all. Y'all handle that. I said what I was going to say. Now, let's see what you say, Mr.
I was just saying hello. You know, I do worry that maybe El Capitan, the great Orange Hope, might be being influenced by that liar Benjamin Netanyahu. And I do worry about that. But the swamp is still fully operational. So I'm not going to totally argue with you guys on this one because I have my worries too about who's in Donald Trump's ear. You know, and what kind of hat they wear.
So are you admitting to the point or the idea that you could possibly be backdoored?
Say that again. Be backdoored? What does that mean?
I'm asking, you said you're worried about someone or who's in his ear. Well, that someone obviously, I'm thinking you think is a threat to you or to America in some kind of way. So that's what I'm saying. So for you to have that thought, to me, means that you think that he possibly could side with whoever might be in his ear. That's what I was saying.
Yes, I get it now. It's always possible, right? It is always possible, but I also know that he says stuff many times to create crazy reactions, and then he makes another decision. But it is possible, and I think that Benjamin Netanyahu, I don't think he's a demon, but I think he is a threat to the America First agenda that all of Trump's supporters are looking for, and the no wars if possible. Those two policy platforms are important to us, and I would think that Trump wouldn't stomp on those lightly because they're his platforms as well. But we'll see.
I'm gonna have to give you a round of applause because I don't know about Lisa, but I appreciate your honesty. Lisa, did you hear that? Were you on the bridge still? Because he's the first to at least.
I heard. Yeah, Dr. Mister. I don't Mr. Who, whatever. Because I don't like calling people doctors who are not really doctors.
Ricky, his name Ricky. Just call him
Ricky. Yeah, Slick Rick. See what I just did with that, Slick Rick? I make mommy so proud. Well, you can ping in all your MAGA friends because it's going to be that kind of night. But this is a disaster. Do you think, Ricky, this is a disaster what's going on? And something is being kept away from the people of this country. Because it don't make sense, Ricky. Can you explain it to us what's really going on?
The MAGA slayer is
concerning, though, tonight. It's concerning, though.
You might not be able to get back. Come on up.
Yeah, because you got too many blocks on you, baby cakes. Right. Here's Miss April. Breaking news, April. What's happening in the world? Because I'm asking y'all to do breaking news till I get to the computer desk.
I have no idea what's happening in the world, but I do know I can go nuclear on the stage right now. But I
We have enough reactors on the stage already.
Yeah, we got enough people from on the stage.
Is responsible here of any use to you, Lisa? Is he protected?
Well, he just got finished. First Lady just gave him a round of applause, so I can't mention that.
You want breaking news? I have it. I don't know if it was discussed. Thank you.
No, it wasn't.
About the 10 people being sworn into the army or something as lieutenant colonels. I'll post the link.
Yeah, from the reserves. There's volunteer, meta, and all that.
That's right.
Are they doing that to us, Patty, and people? How is this?
Yeah, but this is all going while we're distracted with other things, this is actually happening.
Does this have anything to do with the fact that they're doing a $200 million lease on ChatGPT?
This is also the AI guy. Hold on, let me find the article, because this is literally happening in front of our face. But we should check that too. They're literally taking over our government.
FedScoop. FedScoop.com.
Wow. I don't even know how to, I don't even know how to respond to this. This is like my brain is trying to figure this all out. And this is some wild shit. Tech people, army people, military people, y'all got anything to say?
There's only 4 of them, and they're executives. So what they're supposed to be doing, so they do that with certain, they're supposed to be helping with our advancement as far as our national database. So, I don't know.
Y'all, I don't know what's going on anymore. I feel like I'm looking at two guys.
It was only 4 people, and they're not even active duty. They're in the, I think they're in the Brazil.
Yeah, that's what I read this morning or afternoon, but it gives me a raised eyebrow, and it goes to what Scotty was saying. It's like distractions over here, and so we're gonna do some crap over here. And on the surface, in my opinion, it doesn't appear harmful, but like, dude, these cats are supposed advisors, Army reservists, and they're CEOs or not CEO, but CTO of some of our big tech giants. Okay, all right.
Yeah, but they still gotta get a clearance. So the ones that got it, obviously they got a clearance. They're supposed to be advising when it comes to modernization. It's only 4 of them, and it's a detachment. So they're not getting like a weekend thing once a month and 2 weeks out of the year. But the thing is, they can get called up at any time, so they can get called up from their own regular job. And they have to go or don't go to jail.
Okay, I guess.
I wouldn't have did it. If I was an executive, I wouldn't have done it. They could still advise and get paid for it.
And would they get paid more?
Yeah, they get paid more just advising from the outside.
Makes you say, because they should know that. They're old enough to know better. So something else.
Maybe they just want affiliation.
Okay. Make me want to go, Any other breaking? Okay, so what's going on in besides that? Trump, Israel, we talked about that. I know there's nothing going on in Gaza. Anybody got any news on that? No? Just still starving to death?
Yeah, they still starving to death. Even though, some people you can't prove it to them. Did you guys talk about the, Rajiv Farahani? He said that the U.S. can end Iran conflict with one call. If he tells Israel to stop its strikes on Iran.
No, expand that. I'm not
They're supposed to be today, nuclear talks in Europe, right? And Trump said it would be very hard to ask Israel to end its strikes. And Iran says that's a condition for meeting with the U.S. to have some kind of talks about it. And so apparently Trump is not making that call to Netanyahu. He's saying it's hard for Israel to hold off. So I think he just wants to join in the fracas. I don't think he wants to solve anything. But then again, maybe he's playing games with all of us to get his peace prize, to make it look like it's so horrible and drastic and he can't do anything about it, and then finally he pulls it out. So.
I couldn't believe he claimed that he was proclaiming the peace prize, but he's also, the Biden camp is saying that Trump is running the scene behind the shadows.
Wait, so Trump talk to me like I'm
So the Democratic side is saying that Trump is actually behind the scenes running this.
Anybody believe that?
I mean, who knows anymore? But, there was somebody in here that said that, we're going to be mad, but Trump sounded in his press conference really stable, and he sounded like an independent. So I'd like to read you a quote from that press conference, and you tell me if that lines up with what was said in the room. Here's the quote. They should give me the Nobel Prize for Rwanda, and if you look, the Congo, or you could say Serbia, Kosovo, you could say a lot of them. The big one is India and Pakistan, and I should have gotten a Nobel Prize 4 or 5 times. So there you go.
I heard that bullshit, and Trent's the one who came in here. This is what I don't understand. This is what I don't understand, y'all. He came and he said it could be the but he was talking about, Trump did this. I want to play it. I'm like about 10 minutes or 15 minutes away from my computer, but I would like to replay that. If somebody can do it without me getting to home, like right now, if somebody can do that, that would be great. And you guys can hear the nonsense. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful to Trent or whatever, but that type of irritated me because he presents himself as that's the only right comment, as an intelligent man, and then he comes in here and says something like that, and we listen to it, and it sounds like what Scotty just read.
Well, Pakistan did nominate him. Not to say we had a lot of trust, but definitely whatever trust that was left was totally wiped out.
But this goes in line with what I've been saying over and over again. He's great at able to making news. And it's not to the emphasis before any of us can understand what was even bring and what was said, able to determine the veracity of it. He gives his analysis, which is completely, almost always on to poison our minds, give us the info, poison our minds, and then leaves. Because we're arguing with this analysis. It happens every time. But
Alright, your mic is breaking up. Is this mic breaking up for you?
Yeah, that's what I thought it was me, because I'm
Nobody said nothing. I was thinking that he was talking about Harlem, so I think
that's a good one.
It sounds to me like I'll go ahead and play it real quick.
Thank you, because I'm about 10 minutes
One from a month ago, one from 4 months ago, one from 2 months ago. But he did get nominated by Pakistan.
I saw that. What did he do? What did he do that was instrumental? I thought that. Did I miss it?
Pivotal leadership. That is what it was cited on.
It said he ended a ceasefire after several days of cross-border shelling. The escalation followed a terror attack in Jammu in Kashmir that killed 26 people. The announcement was made by Pakistani's government. The government of Pakistan recommended Donald J. Trump for 2026 Nobel Peace Prize. The government of Pakistan has decided to formally recommend Donald Trump for the 2026 Nobel Peace Prize in recognition of his decisive diplomatic intervention and pivotal leadership during the recent India-Pakistan crisis. So remember, he had hosted the Pakistanis army chief, and when they had that meeting, he was confident.
And broke it out to smart enough to all know that we all know what that's about.
And can I ask a question too of the smart people in the room? He's complaining about the Congo. He should get a Nobel Prize for, he said, the Congo and Rwanda? Can somebody explain that to me? Maybe I missed it somewhere or something.
I missed.
I don't know. Maybe somebody conference and thought it was incredible.
Scotty, we can't hear you. I don't know if it's me or if it's everyone, but I think you need to go down a little bit further, maybe to like 65th or 84th Street.
Is that better? It's probably good that you don't hear me mostly.
No, I can hear you well now. I thought it was just me, but I think your mic was like a little disrupted. Go ahead, Scotty.
Oh, I didn't even know what I said. I just assumed that everybody knows why Pakistan did that. You know?
No. Can you tell me why Pakistan, did he get broke off something or some kind of...
No, they're trying to gas up Trump, and the way that the easiest way to gas him up is to, applaud him or give him an award or nominate him for something or whatever it is, stroke his ego. That's all it is. It's not for doing anything legitimate. That's what anybody trying to get, in bed with Trump or get favors from the American government under Trump would do.
Can you imagine Trump, you guys, as a Nobel Peace Prize winner?
No. Hell no. Nobody.
Hell no. That's why he hasn't won one. That's ridiculous. He can't even spell. He can't read. Does anybody else have whiplash, or he just pissed the fuck off? I mean,
He definitely doesn't have anything peaceful about him, that's for sure.
this is just all a scam. I feel like every day we get up, we being gaslit, scammed, roles set up. It just feels like every day I feel like we're just being gaslit, or like they say, played with in front of our face every day.
Girl, I got gaslit for real by somebody sent a message to my phone saying, "Oh, we see that you've had an outstanding parking ticket for 8 years." And I'm like, scam. And that's what it was. And my husband got one for something about jail. I don't even know. This morning it was dumb. But you know why it feels this way, Lisa? Because it's what it is. We know that Elon got access to all of our information. We know those people are burrowing into everything that the federal government had their hands in, and we're all being scammed by this. Everything, it's like you say, we don't know. Anything that you say Trump could be doing, we got to go double check because it sounds plausible, right? It's just the weirdest, craziest things that he could possibly do sound plausible. That's what we live. That's the world we live in now. And people are saying, "Oh, you got to follow the law." Well, since when? When do we need to follow the law? We have a felon in the White House. Why are people telling us, "Oh, they committed a crime. They got it"? Huh? What? I don't get it. I'll never get it. We're supposed to continue to act and behave as though everything is okay and everything's on the up and up, but we don't really know what's going on behind the scenes. I don't trust Bibi Netanyahu. I don't trust Trump. And put the two of them together, and the world's upside down. That's all I got to say.
That part, I'm sorry, Lisa.
No, you go ahead, because I'm just thinking out loud. Go ahead.
I'm just so frustrated with almost everything that's going on. I mean, every day it's like 10, 20 different things. It's just insane. And did you guys talk about, I wasn't in here last night. Did you guys talk about the fact that he put those flagpoles up and they were 88 feet high? And what 88 stands for?
No.
No, I didn't know that.
Eight, I'm sorry, excuse me. 8, the letter in the alphabet, the 8th letter of the alphabet is H. 88 stands for Heil Hitler. He put 2 88-foot freaking flagpoles in front of the White House with the 88 symbol. This shit, do you guys realize that we are already 42% into all of the things that they wanted to do for Project 2025?
Yeah.
No, I didn't know
This shit
that.
is happening. It's happening, and they're playing in our face. He came back from the G7 and put up 2 fucking 88-foot tall flagpoles. That's why he was talking so much shit about the flagpoles, because he thinks we're stupid and don't read the freaking symbols and understand what's going on. Yeah, it stands for Heil Hitler.
Y'all, I had no idea. But the flagpoles, the reason that they had made the mainstream media, which is crazy now that you just said that, was because he tore up the rose. He tore up some rose bushes or some shit like that, trying to get the cement and to be able to support the poles. So that's the only thing I saw in mainstream media. And now here you come telling me 88 means how? No, why we don't know this? Why is nobody talking about this?
Because we're reasonable people, and we try to think that everybody is like us and has the best thoughts and prayers and concerns for everybody else than we have. We don't want to see anybody hurt. You're in medical field. Levon's in medical field. Patty serves. Haitian serves. April's in the medical field. Y'all want to make sure that people are okay. Y'all don't do little dirty shit like this. This shit is, I am so glad I'm retired, because if I had to be around all them people at work, my fucking head would have exploded by now. This is some bullshit.
He also turned to the people who were going to be putting the flag. At least I think that's who was going to be doing it. Who knows anymore? There were 5 men standing behind him, and he turned around asking them if they're legal.
He sure did on camera.
What? He did.
He sure did on camera.
Let me find that. I'm going to play that. Lisa, I'm going to play it if I find it.
He turned around and asked the people standing behind him if they were all legal.
The guys that were putting up the flagpoles, because they didn't all look like him.
Oh, shit.
Yes, he did. Y'all need to explain to me about this.
I ain't gonna mention, but it sounds like a national inquiry. I'm just saying.
I didn't know. Look, First Lady, I'm doing the 88 thing. I cannot wait to get to this computer because I had no idea that.
Come on, Scooby.
I work with all of these MAGAs. I mean, I work with a guy who has a freaking Confederate flag tattooed to his hand.
88, but I got this thing with him cut down to 33 seconds because he was out there talking for a while, and I don't want to hear him talk for no half an hour. Let me play this, Lisa. Let me see if I can get it to go.
People out of here first, and we're doing that. We're taking them out by the thousands. Murderers, drug dealers, people that are mentally insane from insane asylums. What they gave to us, fellas, they gave them for. Do we have anybody in hand that's a member of the you know all these people go on? Any illegal immigrants anymore? If they want, they'll find out. You won't believe it. Your whole life will be destroyed because of this press conference. So they'll destroy these people. I didn't want to tell them that before they said that.
So he's turn around and ask them if they're members of some gang. You can't hear what he's saying, like what gang it is, and how they'll be destroyed because of this press conference, how people will be trying to find out if they're illegal or not. I'm just like, shut up, Papa. Just shut up. That's what he gives me when he gets up there and starts doing that shit. It's ridiculous.
Wait, so this was part of the press conference that was completely saying independent.
Oh no, I don't know if it's that one. I don't know if it's that one.
Oh, it's not that one. Okay.
This one was outside doing the flagpole. These are the workers supposedly who were going to be putting up the flagpole.
I'm seeing that there's an 88 flagpole at Mar-a-Lago as well.
Yeah, that's the same conference, I think. News conference.
No, new flagpoles are at the White House, and he said that they're just like the one that he has at Mar-a-Lago.
Oh, okay.
Well, what happened with flagpoles today? Tell everybody more. What do you have about flagpoles?
Hey, I'm sorry, my dog is barking. I couldn't hear you. Say that again.
I'm not, you could, no, I was saying what happened with the flagpole. What's going on?
Hey, Haitian, Charlie did a news conference today,
And I think they're talking about where he was when he did it. Outside and
no, the flagpole one was the other day. This has been a day or so ago. I don't know what he did today, but the flagpole's on. Well, let's say it was 2 days ago. Or possibly yesterday, Deborah. Hell, I don't know what day break.
What did he say on the flagpole?
That's that whiplash. He was just talking about how beautiful these new flags. He put 2 flagpoles at the White House.
Oh, this rambling is this ain't no shit.
No, he went on live TV to show them putting these flagpoles in, and he was talking about they're the most strongest, the most beautiful. They're really well made. The string is inside, all this stuff, and they're 88 feet tall.
What did immigrants like the ones before that?
No, he was talking about
American-made flags.
He didn't say they were American-made. He ain't gonna lie about that. It's like he said his phones are American-made, which is a lie. He was talking to the guys, the crew that was putting them in, that was setting them, and then he's looking at them because it was like 3 or 4 white guys, and then he's looking at the rest of the crew, going, "Are you guys illegal? You know we're gonna find out if you are." I mean, he just went totally off base. What I started to ask y'all is, what does the correlation with dementia and those doggone things on his legs? What is the correlation between the two of those, as far as him losing his shit?
So he was fined for the flagpole that was 88 feet tall in Mar-a-Lago. Also, the 88 is very, very popular. It's a mnemonic. It's not just like some random or spot, the little used symbol.
That's what I was telling them.
I'll put the link at the top about the 88-foot tall flagpoles.
And when he was president before, he said he was going to make Juneteenth a national holiday. And then yesterday he said, we have too many national holidays. Why is today a national holiday? Why are people not working? Blah, 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 blah. And he never did it. But he said he was going to do it when he got elected. He never did it. So Joe Biden did it.
losing billions of dollars.
He didn't realize that it was against slavery. He thought it was for slavery.
He's a dumbass. He never said that for Columbus Day.
Our President's Day, our great birthday.
I was about to say his birthday.
Hey,
How
you
much
guys.
time does this dude take off to go golfing?
He's always golfing.
Exactly.
He's golfing now.
He golfs
I
with
put a picture on my Facebook page of the March on Washington, Martin Luther King's March on Washington, which had over 260,000 people. And I put the picture of the mall, okay? And then the lady that used to be my doctor came up under me and put a picture of his parade. Talking about, they said that it was 250,000 people. She was like, you can't make this shit up. It was so fucking embarrassing. Because my mother and my grandmother were both at the March on Washington. I'm not sure if anybody. Oh, I'm sorry, First Lady.
No, go ahead. I didn't know if my phone was loud.
I was away from the phone a little bit trying to get me some dinner together, but as it relates to Trump and the war, or the potential for war, I heard someone say something about the Nobel Peace Prize. And I'm thinking, because he can't run for office again, he has to do something. And he's really trying hard to, outdo Obama. Since Obama got the Peace Prize, he needs to get it. So whatever it takes for him to get that, I think is what he's toying with as well. Trying to consider if he's going to be able to bring peace so he can get the prize. So that's kind of my thought on that. He's always trying to outdo Obama. He's undid everything that Obama did as a president to try to nullify his presidency. And at the same time, he wants to be him. And I do think that that's in the back of his mind. I think it's more about that than it is the actual what's going on. In my humble opinion.
I'm going to offer an probably unpopular opinion. Imagine that. I don't think Obama should have got the Peace Prize that early. Certainly. That was in the first, 7 months of his term. I thought it actually lessened the impact of the Nobel Peace Prize. And it should have been later in his term. It just seemed so fucking absurd when it happened, with all the shit going on, and I just think it lessened the credibility of it. And it's one thing to give it to him later in his term or his second term or whatever, but right away, within 7 months, it seemed kind of. You're right.
I agree with you.
All right, I'm gonna have to come up with a different unpopular.
I don't have a problem with y'all's opinion on that. He got it, and so that's my point.
Oh yeah, for sure. No, absolutely.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm gonna be right back with a different opinion.
Yeah, and Donald Trump's never gonna get it. You can ask Info. You can ask anybody. He said.
Oh my God.
See, and I was slow on that, Sora. I thought you was talking about the vaccine.
Oh no.
at you.
But at the end of the day, does he really need to make popular decisions with his base or otherwise? He's not running again. So does he really care?
Oh no, he can be as terrible as he has been. So it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and they were talking today saying that him wanting to go into war, wanting to wage war, that maybe that will make him more popular because he's so pissed that his poll numbers are so down and just everybody is just, mad at him because, hell, the gas prices here in Michigan are $3.49 a gallon. They went way up from 2 weeks ago. So everything he says is a lie.
I think he's concerned about the opposite, that people are not really for this war, and people are already pissed about the whole tariff situation. And now if he adds, if the Iranians decide to clean out the strait, like not let anybody through there, and oil prices go through the roof, that's going to exacerbate the tariffs. I don't think he wants none of that. I don't think he wants none of that smoke. So, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what he decides. But I don't know. This isn't a popular effort.
Back to the peace prize. Yeah, he wants the prize because it validates him. He needs that. He loves having his ego scratched. As I think somebody else said, it really, really matters to him. And at this time, in both his terms, he's receiving nothing to acknowledge that he's a great man. So it does bother him. And yes, he's incredibly envious of Obama.
Well, but also, as much as he wants it, his supporters, his MAGA people, really, really want it as well. Because they need all of the awards, all the accolades that regular leaders may get. They want to bestow it on him as well, or have it be bestowed on him as well. Because, it gives it more credibility to his presidency, which they know inherently is completely not credible.
Oh, I get it. They don't understand the concept of the Nobel Peace Prize. I get it.
Another breaking news, Lisa, I forgot to tell you. The FBI released some documents saying that there was allegedly fraud during the 2020 election, and Trump is tweeting or truthing away that Pam Bondi have to assign a special prosecutor to look into elections. He just won't let this 2020 elections go. So that's the latest thing today. He is basically telling her she has to, what's the word? It's not assign. You guys know what I'm trying to find.
Waste resources, is that what you're trying to say?
No, he wants it to, it's a pseudonym for a special prosecutor. Appoint, thank you, Dr. G, yeah. I had brain fog just now. Appoint a special prosecutor to look into the 2020 elections because he's saying this is definitely fraud. And Kash Patel is doing his bid, and I don't know, I didn't even look into it, some bullshit stuff that they dumped. Allegedly, he's saying that fraud was committed. So, we're probably going to see some more people prosecuted, or we'll see if she's gonna. She just had some ethics charges against her from the Palm Beach. Palm Beach. Oh Lord, the board, is that a board? It's like for lawyers, like the Lawyer Association. I think I'm calling it the wrong thing. Alright, yeah, that's it. They just, I think they filed or they found her. I think they filed ethics allegations against her in Palm Beach. So we'll see.
For something she's doing now or when she was in the state, at the state, Florida state?
I want to say previous. I'll go back and look. I'm not really sure. I looked at it and I don't remember.
What's the evidence? Because they've already investigated this. I'm trying to look for this article and I can't find it.
Yeah, it just came up the other day. She's the Attorney General.
And I'm talking about what is the evidence? Yeah, because they've already investigated this, so I'm just kind of confused.
Oh, you're talking about Pimp Money. Yeah, imagine Attorney General being this far. That's just...
No, the only evidence is that the people want to investigate what was going on with the votes in Westchester County. So this is yet another distraction and takeaway. Sorry, my bad to confuse both. Very different. Yes, they're trying to again move our eyes off that ball to put it onto something else, which is no credibility. So this checks out.
She also made news today. She was on Fox saying that no more sanctuary cities. She said, give it 4 years, and then she said, nope, give it till the end of the year. There will be no more sanctuary cities. So you guys in New York and LA and whatever other cities there are, Pam Blondie said,
she doesn't even know what those words mean. So that none of that doesn't even make any sense.
What does that mean?
Meaning that you can't quote unsanctioned and sanctuary a city. Like that doesn't make any sense. But okay, I'm going to mute.
I'm confused how the DOJ is gonna make how the DOJ is gonna like.
Are they gonna go to the Supreme Court and make them do something? I mean, if the citizens there voted on it, I don't live in California, but plus if the citizens voted, I don't know what the problem would be if the citizens said it was okay to be a sanctuary city. I don't see an issue there. Citizens shows.
It's not illegal. That's why I'm confused. How is she gonna stop it?
Maybe she can. They voted on it.
They're just talking.
Why do people ask questions though? When they say dumb shit like this, why don't the Democrats come out and go, what the heck are you talking about? It goes on and on. And nobody questions none of this. We just talk about it and we're like, okay. But people believe that they can do it. That they can stop a state from being sanctuary cities.
I'm not sure why we're saying they can't do it. I mean, they can do it illegally like they're doing everything else. That has to go to court. I mean, it has to be fought in court. And you know, they've done damage before it makes it to court. And I think that's the purpose, is to just do the damage because it's for the base. So whether it's on paper, whether it's a law, that is no longer, or unsanctuary, as Royal said, it doesn't matter to them. I mean, don't we understand that now? It doesn't matter. They will move as if they've done it, and it'll have to be challenged in court. But by the time and when they have the cameras there to show what they're doing, that's just more red meat for the base.
That's already been challenged in court. There's this thing called untitled.
What'd you say, Patty?
It's already been challenged in court before. I have to Google it, but court cases where this has been challenged already.
Yeah, just laugh it out because it's like, okay, first you got to tell a state, right, that their cities can have their law enforcement, like, just not look at people who are, quote, illegal, right? Like, how are you supposed to enforce that? Like, really?
But it's not.
It's not enforceable. It doesn't even make any sense. The reason why they don't, we know why they don't enforce it.
But it's not. It's really beyond the law at this point, because once they bring all those ICE agents in there, it's going to cause people to flee. People won't come, and so it'll be just like the border. So in effect, whether the city or the mayor or whoever wants to provide sanctuary, if people aren't coming or people are leaving, it doesn't matter. So it's the fear and the intimidation that's going to make it effectively not functional.
Yeah, and I think that's the only way they'd be able to do it. But legally, they can't. Like, mandating law. Give me a second. I know it's supposed to. Let me see. I'm going to be. Why does it be on
computers and stuff today.
Some other breaking news, Lee, same thing. Trump lost his the defamation case against E. Jean Carroll. I think it was yesterday.
What do you mean lost? What do you mean?
I think it was some other. Let me get the right thing before I try to say the wrong thing. Hold on.
I think they're forcing him to pay it, and now he's trying to get people to donate money.
Yeah, you're talking about the $5 million case against the lady, right?
Yeah, he was trying to say something about it being on his job that they should pay out. No, don't come on your job. He's such a cheapskate. All the friggin' millions he's making up grifting. Pay the damn lady her money and ship to their house.
I know, this is going way too long. It's not only for her to die. He don't pay nobody. He don't never pay nobody. Where is Moose? Moose was talking about something.
She died. She's not gonna get out of it. He still has to pay her estate.
Yeah, no one can pay her estate, so.
Oh, well, what if he dies?
His estate is gonna pay her the money.
Listen, him paying it is a sign of him admitting to the guilt. Hence why I think that he would definitely hold out until he's gone before he paid it. That's just my personal opinion.
I think he just had like a weird period.
Since it's bad, I'm trying to find it out.
That too would.
Maybe a first one is like
It's working to employee.
subcontractors that did the Taj Mahal. He don't pay.
So what's going on? Trump undermines intelligence. Right.
Yours by believing that he's actually doing something beneficial for this country.
Yeah, he's actually going with prophecy. You know, letting that shit burn over there.
Wait, the prophet?
Did you guys talk about
What?
Can we hear about the prophecy burning? I want to hear about the prophecy burning.
Let me tell you guys.
I want to ask a question.
So we
were not there.
back in the year 2025, it will be coming to Israel over there right now.
Please. Let the prophecy speak. No.
Again. Hey, we're in America, man. Okay? And Trump, like he said, let him fight it out. We need an end to this. You right?
Let them fight it out.
Yes. And it needs to end. He said no ceasefire. This shit need to end. He's right.
Well, why did they send another aircraft carrier over there, man? Like, they just came across the news over here that they're sending another aircraft carrier to the Middle East, to that area. So they're not trying to.
This is McCullough. If you guys know how to play McCullough, they have to send another plane because they want to continue to.
Aircraft, bro. There's an aircraft carrier flying. I said the people are sending an aircraft carrier over to the Middle East. That means that the vessel is on the ocean, not flying. So I'm asking, why in the world, if they're trying to de-escalate something, why would America send aircraft carriers, plural, to the Middle East? That is a misleading
Because you're sending a message. Because you're sending a message.
Because it's called ignorance defensive lifestyle.
Israel without a weapon right now, Iran will stop. They don't want to stop. They want the whole place to be leveled down. So they're going to send their weapon and prolong it. And the reason I want to get through will go ahead and flush Israel out.
But America is not that finished. We're not doing that. That's what he said. Y'all entertaining this.
Y'all gotta listen to this, man.
I'm talking.
They're trying to bring back. They're trying to bring back the second coming of Christ.
So there's no extra. There was already two, right? So there's no extra. Yeah, there already was two. There was one that was already there. There was one that was on board, which was USS Nimitz, and then there was another one that was on hold, right? And that's the third one. Now
not trying to get involved with that. America has been shooting missiles out of the sky, you know, with things like that. But we're not trying to get involved in anything. America has always kind of had some aircraft carriers there. Sorry?
I've been here for like a year and a half. This is Aspen, Texas. You're very influential. I didn't hear from you in a year and a half, and I know exactly who you are. You're a very smart person. But,
That's fine.
Look.
John right now. I'm sorry. I don't talk.
Listen to this. So listen to this. Basically, this is the map. This is what's happening, right? You know, Israel is like a little circle, right? And they have the best anti-missile system around that little circle. Meaning that little circle should be protected because how that little circle it is. Okay?
What does that mean?
Meaning that if these missiles fly anywhere else,
See you started this. Can you translate? What is see you? You started this. And he leaves.
Can I translate? Go ahead. What?
No. Okay, so.
Israel's too smart to win that war. Yeah. No, we're not doing that. I'm talking. You guys trying to stop what's happening. And Trump know what he's doing. Basically, what's happening is an escalation of Biden war. It meant to happen.
Biden.
It's not at all. Yes. Look, the grass.
Wait. Hold on. You do not. Let me stop you right there. You know Joe Biden's out of office. Just want to make sure you know that. Okay, all right. Just wanted to check.
This is decent space. Let her have a conversation if that's what she wants.
No, we're not having the conversation. The CEO invited the conversation to happen, and then he leaves.
Now you guys want to listen.
I just know that. I sat down here and started looking at the phone, and this is the CEO. Hold on. Y'all, can y'all mute Rock? Or do something, drop him or whatever. Okay, so this is what's going on.
Kelly Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu having this message to President Trump.
Wait, let me start this over because Benjamin is playing in your space. Because now I don't even know what this is about, but where the freak did it go? Let me see if I can pull it back up again. He's just, you know what? We must be some real big dummies over here. Hold on.
I determined that we will achieve all our goals.
Start one more time, because I keep going back over this.
Officially, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu having this message to President Trump.
I determined that we will achieve all our goals, all their nuclear facilities. It is the decision of the president whether he wants to join or not again is his decision. He would do what is good for the United States. I would do what is good for the state of Israel.
Now, to my knowledge, he just put this out 8 hours ago. It says Netanyahu's message to Trump as he weighs Iran's strike. But from what I'm understanding from all you guys for the last couple of days, he can't complete his mission without the United States. But he just came on and said that he's going to complete this mission no matter what.
Yeah, he's gonna cause chaos until Big Brother comes to save him.
But Big Brother cannot come save him because they got bigger brothers. You kill little bro China and Russia. You know what I'm saying? There we go. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem. They in the gridlock.
I actually don't know what you're saying.
Wait, can I ask you a question?
What I just said.
Wait, Rob, can I ask you a question?
If you guys kill the Ayatollah, you guys are gonna open Pandora's box.
You guys.
Wait, Rob, can I ask you a question, please?
Shoot it for me, please.
Thank you.
I'm gonna walk in my office so I can have.
Okay, cool.
Do you work at a daycare? Because I hear lots of kids. You're always in a daycare?
Allow me to ask the question.
Oh, but I see, I'm hearing your baby.
He's a strong black father, Lisa.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right.
There's one too.
All right.
Yes, sir.
That's right. Very much. All right, Rock. What would you, instead of like the analysis about what's going on over there and all that, what do you want to happen? What's that? What do you want to happen over there?
can't be no way around.
You know what they talk about when they're saying life breaking Israel rescue flights arrive in Florida? Does anybody know what that's about?
No, this is getting people out of Israel to their hometown, whatever it is. So that's all. Because no commercial flights are going. Rock, if you can answer my question, what do you want ideally to happen over there? Okay, he said nothing.
Lisa, the governor of the Hurricanes has sent not just Coast Guard, but National Guard, state of Florida to escort them to Tampa and other parts of Florida. And I know I read an article where they said Israel was limiting flights to deter citizens from leaving, but many of them were taking boats to Cyprus. A lot of them were leaving by boat, by Cyprus. But the ones that's DeSantis bringing them over here to Florida, to Tampa.
Oh, it's just a PR show. That's all it is.
Well, no, one PR show. Look, CEO ain't here. I wish he was. So this is also affecting Israel's economy. We have a couple of Israeli companies that we were talking to that we've had to stop the discussion, during this. You can't keep one of the things what Iran's idea is, and they've lost I think 74 missile launchers, which is a lot. But if they can keep this constant bombardment of Israel, eventually 2 weeks from now, it starts to affect the Israeli economy. They've had some damage to the water infrastructure.
Are you just saying what I said, or are you saying something else? Because I'm talking about the DeSantis thing with the National Guard. All of that is all the extra stuff, and that's the PR show. That's what I'm talking.
My bad. I'm sorry. I think you said something. My bad, Scott. You're right.
I said, what's wrong with you, boy? What you say? When I started, what up, Trent?
I've been drinking, nigga. See,
I thought you last night. I was pulling back your nigga. You on the board.
I want to say one thing real quick to Lisa. I apologize for earlier if I was rude. You know I love you. It's Friday. I'm gonna. Is replays on? Or replays is on? I can't say what I was gonna do. But I think you should talk to the CEO about the long-term implications of the economy on this deal. Please.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. But I was just messing with you, trying to be irritated at the same time. Because you came in here and said that Trump had a news conference, and it sounded like one of the best, clear. You used a word. I don't know what that word. Succinct. And we went back and played it, and I was like, what is going on with Trent? I have more respect for his intelligence than for him to come in here and say this, and we listened to this nutcase. Have you guys heard this thing?
Trent was drunk when he told you this, love.
Okay, because did you hear it, April? Because I can play the.
I haven't heard it, but I know it's gonna be some fucking word salad bullshit.
You're playing Lisa.
And please, you guys, listen carefully to your president.
Trent was drunk last night. Trent, put this shit down, man. You've been drunk since last night, bro.
Hey, listen, we have a barbecue down here in Texas for Juneteenth.
You told Matt you was his boy last night.
Yo, Bruce, settle down.
Patty, did you say he's been drunk since last month?
Definitely have.
Hey, let me tell you what's going on. Right now. There's no flights. There's no way that citizens can get out of Israel right now. And they're continuously bombing Iran and continuously continue this damn shit. Why don't have a ceasefire? Let the people leave and they can fire and bomb the military each other.
Okay, Rob, can I ask my question?
Getting out of there. This is crucial.
One at a time, 9 million people. One day at a time, 270.
Wait, Brock, can I ask the question? Can you answer the question that I asked before? I'll ask it again. What do you want to happen over there, ideally?
Oh my God.
answer. What I want to happen over there. I want all the military leaders to get with the military leaders in Iran and go in the stadium and they go fight and leave the people alone.
See, he wants to do Hunger Games. That works.
For them. Because like I said, if I had certain intelligence like the Prime Minister does, I would know that Iran would bomb my ass back. Okay? I would know that. Meaning that my citizens would be wanting to get the fuck out of Dodge 2 days prior to that. But that's not the game they're playing. They don't care about us. Like the esoteric world says, we are the sole prison planet. Maybe you're right. Maybe our leaders trying to see the first one that's going to free us. Literally. Because that's the math that they math into. You get that? The same math as in Ukraine could beat Russia. Nigga, can Cuba beat America? I'm being honest to you. It's the same thing.
Wait, that's where he lost you?
Yeah, I think CEO's just trying to fuck with us.
You know, you got your back, but CEO, you messy for this.
I know, and not only that, he tells them that this shit.
I wanted to entertain.
Well, you guys can go into a back personal channel back there, and he can entertain you all night.
You see that shit? We go to the 420 lounge for the entertainment. Because you know damn well he ain't doing that shit now when we're
Yeah, I don't get this shit.
Goddamn, you know the dead man. Well, it's clear. It is clear that you don't know this shit. So clear as
Every city in America, there's a person on Clubhouse.
Okay, I can't, you guys. I'm serious. You guys, please stop. I can't.
What's wrong with you, Lisa? You like my voice?
I just don't want to right now.
I can't, you guys. I'm really
I put him in a hard time out.
Y'all tripping right
I
now.
put him in a hard time out. Thank you, because this, I've been working all day. I don't want to really be coming here playing like this. This is crazy. If he was adding something to the conversation, I would be more than happy to entertain it. But he's not adding shit to this conversation. I don't even know what he's talking about. All right.
And he has kids too. God help us.
And he's talking about the office. What the F? I'm going to play this clip so you guys can hear. Trent is gone. The people who cause all this motherfucking confusion, they come in and they leave. They come in and they leave. They drop a big turd in the middle of my living room and then they leave. They come back and they ask, where's the turd? And I said, clean that shit up, and they do another turd. So I'm trying to get this back on track here. We were talking about Trump and the intelligence. He just shit on Tulsi and everybody else who works for the United States Intelligence Division by telling the world that we don't know that his intelligence is wrong. So should the rest of the world trust us? Our intelligence, if our own president is saying that the intelligence is wrong? I don't understand why people's hair is not on fire when this man is talking.
And if he is so against Iraq invasion, why isn't he demanding proof of the weapons of mass destruction that Iran has from the intelligence division?
Or from Israel.
Yes. Lisa, you talk about intelligence. The question I have is, my understanding is that in order for the U.S. to go to war, there has to be a declaration of war by Congress. So if he dropped this bomb, but he's going to start a war first, then go back and ask for Congress, even though Congress is both the House and the Senate are just kowtowing to what his demands are. But the question is, before you send American lives to be killed, unless Iran hits with American assets, people or ships or something, then I can see United States retaliating in the most aggressive manner possible. But anything other than that, shouldn't Congress just make an act first and enact the War Powers Act for him to do that? Yep. He can say preemptive. So you can say a preemptive strike, even though the American targets are not hit. Israel's already building an arsenal for their stuff.
So he can launch airstrikes. He can do certain things without obligation. And only thing he has to do is give Congress like 48-hour notice that he's deploying soldiers. He has 60 days that he can fucking have them out there, and then there's a 30-day that they'd have to deploy back. The thing is, a lot of Congress is probably gonna fund it because you got soldiers out there and they want to make sure that they get funded.
Can I just say another thing? In 2018 at the Helsinki summit, you might remember when Trump said that he didn't believe that Russia or Putin had interfered in the 2016 election. He later said he misquoted or he misspoke. But it's not the first time that he's decided that the U.S. intelligence service doesn't know what they're doing and he knows better. So it's just form for this guy. I know someone mentioned about a second warship being sent to the Middle East area. My question from the Asian Pacific region, my concern then, China.
Did we handle your first question first, NW? Do any of you
Yes, it is.
Lisa, you gonna play the clip?
Yes,
I
someone
was
responded.
just wondering if any of you mods want to jump in and help this young man with his inquiry. And was it satisfied, NW? Because you were
Yes, it was.
another question.
Yes, it was something. Someone gave the dates, what Congress has to do, have 48 hours. Someone did respond.
Okay, so
On the process.
all right. And before I play this clip, NW, what's your next question? Because I have really smart green beans up here, and while they're here and still awake and not haywire, I might as well add one green bean that's not really that smart. There you go, Green. Can you ask your second question before we all go to sleep? Or
Yes.
You're gonna
Yes, very quick. It's a very short question. I think if Trump puts more military assets towards Israel, and what's the concern that China is looking at Taiwan? What that impact may be? That's my concern, because I could see if Taiwan then goes after Taiwan, we really will have a global war, a world war at that point.
any other moderators want to answer his question? Hey, Ed.
Yeah, I actually wanted to comment on that question specifically. This is all theories, isn't anything I read, but I actually think China is analyzing Trump's moves with respect to violence in the Middle East to try and anticipate how he would respond to an emergency in Taiwan. So they're looking at how he, kind of rides the fence and saying, is he more prone to be aggressive, or what would he do? Should we do something aggressive in Taiwan? I really think they're doing that.
That's interesting, Ed. I like that. I like your take on that.
Yeah, that's good, Ed.
good job, man. Always good to have you on stage.
Always. Okay.
So China's playing chess, and Trump is playing hopscotch.
Monopoly?
We have to protect Taiwan. That is the world's computer chips, whatever else and stuff that's held over there, cobalt, all that other stuff. So, yeah, it's really, really strategic, and it's really important that channel stays open, and that America does whatever necessary to keep that channel and those waterways open. For real, because it'd be a disaster if China closes that off.
I don't even understand what you're saying. What waterway?
Taiwan, the straits and stuff up through Taiwan, and all that opens up, So, yeah, I was talking about
along Taiwan and their straits and stuff, and keeping that open not only to military traffic but commercial traffic. China has always wanted to cut off the straits and not allow other ships except for what they select. Well, they don't really own the middle part of that water. That's international. So there are some problems when you try to encroach in international waters because nobody owns that. So that's why America would certainly get on the ball to keep those international waters open.
Can anyone add or subtract to what Asha just said? Because I'm kind of confused.
I can subtract.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Oh,
Shut up, CEO.
No, I'm being serious. I'm being serious. No, I'm being serious.
Go ahead, because I don't understand. It's sad because we got all this intelligence screaming here.
Just essentially saying that America would do whatever's necessary to keep international waters open, and they would not allow for Taiwan to be attacked by China. It would be absolutely devastating if that channel is cut off. It is important to keep that channel open to military traffic, and not only military but commercial cargo traffic. China shuts that off, it would be a disaster for a lot of the world. They have to go around long ways, and that wouldn't work out for a lot of ships and stuff, long routes. So that's just stuff I think about when I'm looking at this globe on my table.
For trade, I heard her.
Yeah, you got to keep the trade open, and if that trade is shut off in international waters, that could be a global disaster around the world. Those international waters allow all ships to bear in that strait. Go ahead.
But if they block the strait, our Navy ships will be stuck in there from the Yemen missiles. So if that little gap is closed, you guys, Ashley, you talk to them. From now on, y'all talk to Ashley. Ashley, you talk to me.
No, y'all have no private conversation. I don't know that. Okay, let me play this clip. Y'all stop playing. Hi, 10. Welcome to the stage. Welcome to the stage, 10. How are you? Okay, got you. Okay, got you. All right, 10. Thank you so much. Let me play this clip. Ooh, what is going on? I know I've been at work all day, and I don't know what y'all been doing, but you could have invited me to the party. Because right now, I don't even understand what you guys are talking about.
Lisa, I figured it out. Look at
the globe on the table. You got a globe? Everybody got a globe. Look at the globe on your table. It's that simple. Look at the globe, your latitude and longitude lines. Those lines run north, south, east, west. Breaking news.
Lisa, it's the solstice. This is why this is happening.
Okay, Scotty, thank you.
I'm breaking news before you play the tape.
Yes, Miss Deborah.
Mahmoud Khalil is out. He's released from detention.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's on bail, right?
Can you tell them who he is? Because there are some people in there who don't know who this person is.
Yeah, he's the one that was detained. No, I can't tell you specifically.
He was a Colombian student protester.
Yeah.
He was one of the first detained by Trump with this immigration crackdown. He was kidnapped away from his pregnant wife. They fought really hard to try to get him back because he was put in a non-disclosed location and all that stuff. So they finally got him to where he needs to go, and now he's out of.
Okay, and also breaking news here. As of 30 minutes ago, the Israeli military is saying that they're being hit again by Iran. I thought Iran was going to run out of toys. And everybody, of course, is to get into the bomb shelters until further notice. And then I go down the timeline here. So far, as of 4 hours ago, so somebody said while I was driving that that Israel is trying to hide or trying to suppress anything that's coming out of there as far as what's in been done by Iran. So as of 4 hours ago, 33 people were physically injured by a strike from Iran on, how do you say this, Scotty? Haifa? Is it Haifa? Haifa. In northern Israel, according to figures shared with CNN, one person is okay, serious condition. So these bombs, or these missiles rather, are definitely getting through, but we don't know the extent of the damage because they're not allowing the damage to be reported. Is that what you guys are saying? Am I correct with that?
So it's some Haitian, come on, Mike.
Their hospital got hit. Was it yesterday? Day before yesterday?
Yeah.
Haitian.
Here's the irony. Haitian, and Patty's calling you. Can you hear this?
No, so the reason, I don't know if you had heard, Patty had mentioned that it's protocol to employ standard practice to want to not have media, or want to have media suppression in terms of the damage that is happening. So it isn't tip the hand to aggressors to be able to target other areas.
So the reason why I wanted you to come off Mike Haitian, this is normal protocol when there's when you're having a conflict, right? When they turn off the internet because they don't want, like, it's for civilians, it sounds like they're being suppressed.
Yeah, so that's exactly what they don't.
Yeah, it's normal protocol. It's been normal protocol for us, right?
Yep.
You have to wait until the actual. So I can see, and I know Haitian can see. When you're deployed, I can see that building A in front of me was hit by a mortar round. That's what Patty's gonna say. So if we have internet, Patty won't call home. What happens is there's other people around you that might call and be like, "Yo, we just got hit by mortar," or yada. And my homegirl lived in a chew that was, or lived in a tent that was adjacent to that area.
Patty, don't forget that the Taliban was tracking U.S. soldiers over Olympics. So what do you?
Right. So that's why they cut everything off. They're not doing nothing to suppress the people. They're trying to suppress the information. Like, that's intel. They want to make sure that the families are actually contacted first, because the government wants to do that. They want to control the narrative. And they also want to protect certain strategic shit that may have happened to maybe not make it look like it's as bad, because they don't want the enemy to think like, oh, it was actually bad.
I wouldn't ask this question earlier.
I get that. I know they also passed a law to criminalize the citizens. But my issue is, I get that. But they still allow international journalists there. They refuse to allow any journalists in Gaza.
Yeah, but journalists still can't even tell everything, right?
Yeah, but they're there. They're not allowing any journalists in Gaza. None. Zero. Unless you edit it, and then it's censored. And then whatever they report has to go through Israel's censors. At least they have journalists on the ground there in Israel. You're not allowed in Gaza. And if they do allow a Fox or somebody there with their IDF, and then their report has to be censored. There's no.
So the same happens on our side, LeVon. I don't think you understand that. So my first deployment was Warhorse, right? Warhorse was an area where they had a lot of the Marines. Okay, so even though you may think a journalist is in certain areas, they're not in every area. And then there's certain things that they cannot report. It's the same thing. It just
different outcome articles. It's all international.
How do you know that it's different when you have never been deployed, LeVon?
I have many people in this country.
I don't think you got many people. Was there many people in command? I'm telling you how it goes. Let me tell you a secret, bro. I used to get freaking briefed. We used to have to get briefed through VTC from the fucking general that was over Iraq about what the fuck our soldiers were doing. So, like, if shit gets cut off, we can get all the information within 24 hours and still have everything cut off in 48 hours. So you don't know, like, you're talking from your living room. And you may be
saying is there are still journalists allowed in Israel. There are none allowed in Gaza. And I'm going to post articles. Why?
And that's fine. There was none allowed on Horse. There was none allowed on Falcon. There was a whole bunch in Baghdad that would go out with the Baghdad soldiers that had salsa night. The fucking journalists that were with military troops were in Baghdad. They weren't at the COP with motherfucking Haitian. I can bet you that. Because they're not allowed over there. They're not in fucking Warhorse because they're not allowed over there. They wasn't in fucking Ramadi because they ain't allowed over there. When they were on these fucking vehicles, they were coming out of Victory. They weren't coming out of Falcon. They weren't coming out of Kalsu. They wasn't coming out of Warhorse. There are certain areas that are gonna be restricted to fucking journalists.
Was killed in Gaza.
Laverne, you're right, bro. You're right, sis. You're right. No, because you're still arguing a point that doesn't make sense. Why would they allow them in Gaza when the fucking shit is fucked up over here? It's an ongoing war.
The International Journalists Association worldwide has stated more journalists has been targeted and killed in Gaza in a year than 50 wars. In 50 years. I will post it. It's not what I'm saying. That's what the own journalists, wartime correspondents are saying. That's not me.
So you think they're being targeted by the IDF? You don't think they're being targeted by Hamas?
I think.
Let me tell you something, sis. I'm fucking Muslim. So let me tell you something. I don't fuck with Hamas. I don't fuck with Bibi either, but I really don't fuck with Hamas.
That's what you men are arguing about Hamas. I can't stand them. I'm saying.
Yeah, but the thing is, why would they be in Gaza, sis?
Why not?
They'll be in Gaza when it's calm. We've seen them when it's calm. But when them flyers are coming out of the plane, they're fucking forcing them out. Why would they have them there?
There was
and you report wherever there are things occurring.
It don't work like that, man. Babe, listen. I get y'all think it does. It doesn't work like that.
Yes, it works like that, mom. If there's a big attack in the Bronx, somebody has to report.
Okay, you're right.
You know what? Just report it.
You're right. They ain't never been nowhere, so you think they know the fucking rules of engagement. It doesn't work like that. But you know what? Since y'all think that reporters can be just any and every fucking where, guess what? You put certain lives in danger. So certain areas, they are going to be restricted. And I agree, they shouldn't be in Gaza when war is going on. Because I wouldn't want you in certain parts of fucking Iraq or fucking Afghanistan or fucking parts of Syria when certain shit is popping off.
Give them proximity though.
They still gotta be protected. Why do y'all think that? Why do y'all think that they don't have to be protected?
So, regardless of what we think, certain things happen a certain way. If you look at the report of Michael Hastings, he was with Michael at one point, right? He didn't take everyone with us. A report of Rolling Stone, and he's I'm not going to go into much detail. You can look yourself and see he was mysteriously passed away. Anyway, but in the military, you have fucking photographers and reporters in the military also that get embedded with you and they just want to pop off and then they want to send the footage back and deal with the media.
And we could control that narrative.
And the last time somebody was really in the unit and fucked things up was Geraldo when he was throwing out sand with a bunch of soldiers, right? On national TV.
I don't know why people be thinking that this is not suppression. This is what has to happen.
I'm saying you but Maddie, to be fair, you could say it's suppression, but we have to say, okay, when shit pops off, that's protocol.
Right, and
so
you are right. It would be suppression of certain information because it's highly guarded, right? Something can be classified, go from classified to fucking top secret or the secret, right? So we can't allow them to do certain things. It's just not feasible. I don't know why y'all think it's so.
Not really on the same needs and no basis. The same
not sure why civilians would think that they need to play by play everything that's happening. I mean, you have to not let all the secrets out. So why should everything be publicized?
You don't need everything to be publicized, but what you do need is some independent verification of what has occurred. And once again, what Patty's saying and what Haitian's saying, countries do allow reporters to go in and see what's happening after the aftermath. Clearly, you don't want to give everything away, but if you don't allow journalists to report on what they're seeing and then you shoot them, people question what you tell them.
And LeVon, how do you know if this protocol is different than other protocols? You ain't never read the protocol. And if you have, let me know. Tell me what the Milford message was, or what the SIG Act was that you read.
Patty, I was agreeing with what you said. That's
No, but you said this is next level. How is it next level? Have you ever read a SIG Act?
Go read the links and then I'll come back and talk to you.
I don't give a damn about no links. The links don't produce SIG Acts. The links don't produce SIG Acts. They don't produce Milford messages. They don't produce PERSCOM messages. They don't produce none of that. They don't produce op-ords. They don't produce old plans. They don't produce pragos. Y'all only get what you need to get.
The international.
Y'all get cookies and ice cream, and we might give you some fucking milk with it sometimes. Sometimes it might be goddamn almond milk. Sometimes it might be real milk. Sometimes it's fucking water. That's what the fuck we give you.
But why is it there in the first place if the military has all these capabilities, which they do? Right? They don't need the media there in the
It's a campaign to allow citizens to feel like they are doing the right thing. Bush started that shit because when he fucking sent them soldiers to Iraq without Congress approval, he said, let me send Geraldo. He's real famous and everybody likes him. Let me send this motherfucker. He sent them as a fucking campaign, I love the army type shit. I mean, they're doing the right thing. And because people were saying certain shit on why are we going to fucking Iraq? Everybody was on board with Afghanistan because of what happened with 9/11. But when Iraq happened in 2003, which would have been 2 years later, and he said, I'm going to send them fucking soldiers over there, and then he had to beg Congress for some fucking money so that the soldiers could keep moving forward because they're already in the middle of fucking Iraq. He had to fucking put a campaign out there for a reason.
Am I allowed to say something?
Go ahead. But if you say one more thing about some goddamn newspaper articles, I'm fucking bouncing because honestly, I'm fucking sick of this shit.
You can say what you have to say, and we can disagree and agree to disagree. But what I am telling you is...
I'm not telling you how to fucking do a transfusion.
I'm not stopping you from telling me. I'm not going to yell at you.
Yeah, but I wouldn't know.
But I wouldn't limit you trying to tell me, and you can tell me what you do.
Yeah, but I wouldn't. I'm not that nigga. I'm not that nigga though.
And I'm
not. Let me tell you something. Originally, I was a biology major. I done told y'all this shit, right? So I was supposed to go pre-med to my first degree. When I was in school, my bachelor's is biology. Then I went over to business. So yeah, I did some little medical terminology, biology, invertebrate. I did all my goddamn science and math classes. But I'm not going to tell you how to do your fucking job, and I'm not going to tell you that the newspaper said cookies and ice cream when it's motherfucking steak and fucking eggs.
But I'm never going to yell at you.
Okay, I got you, LeVon, but you know let me tell you something, man. If I already told you it ain't right, and this is what actually happens, why you gonna try to tell me what the fucking New York Times told you? Because that's why I said, Haitian, please come off mic, because I wanted him to say this is what actually happens. Because I don't know if you're trying to play in my face. We can play in each other's face. I go to Syncom, you know that, right? I go to Tampa, and we can play in each other's face. We can have a conversation.
Everybody trying to play in your face. I'm not even yelling.
I'm just saying, no, I'm not yelling. I'm being real.
The links because
I'm being honest. We can have a conversation. I don't care about no links. Your links ain't got shit to do with fucking the messages.
They don't read it, but they don't market me by giving alternate view.
It's fine, but if I already told
charge. Crazy. The fuck? Yeah.
Wait a minute. Can you repeat
And
that?
now MAGA's gonna run with that Haitian.
Haitian, can you repeat that?
Yeah, so the killer in Minnesota, in the letter that FBI has, I guess it says that Tim Walz asked him to kill Senator Amy Kitover, whatever I pronounce it, the one from over there, so there was Klobuchar, yeah. So interesting. And I don't know if y'all saw it this morning, or I saw it this morning because I stopped in some piece of shit room, but they say that there's video footage of Carmelo Anthony, and that he wasn't physically armed, right? But again, it's not released to the public, so you know
Physically hard. Okay,
So
it's a lot.
they trying to say that.
There's a lot going on in this state.
The Haitian unit told us when I have his role. My thing is, the school said that they were not going to release that to the public. So how did they see the video?
So, like I told Pepe, first of all, so what happened is that I guess they released it. They allowed two supposed media organizations to watch it, right? Supposedly there. But like I said earlier, to them, I don't believe shit y'all have to say. Motherfuckers, you can see shit in your face and say it's not happening. But we supposed to believe you motherfuckers because you saying that you have a video? Fuck out of here, man. You go listen to the replay earlier from today, man.
Okay, so it's a lot. I'm trying to follow. There's so much going on this stage. Can we put a pin in Carmelo Anthony and come back around to it? Because I don't know what happened. I was trying to figure out what was going on with the conversation between LeVon and Patty. Because I left to go get some water, came back. I don't even know.
You're playing on my top all day. That's the problem. Let me tell you something. First of all, then she put some Israel blocked international journalists. Let me tell you something, sis. You ever heard of troop movements? You ever heard of military positions? You ever heard of Klan raids? You know why they're going to block or restrict journalists? It's to protect operational security. So what happens is the fucking news media takes certain shit and they fucking push it. BB is not a fucking good ass actor. But at the same time, there are people that have to plan and protect their own fucking troops. Iran did the same fucking thing. And guess what the media said? They're suppressing their people. No. Real-time media is gonna fucking aid the enemy. So if they have real-time media, guess who they fucking aiding? Hamas. Guess who they aiding? Hezbollah. So you can put all the fucking shit that you want in the fucking chat, but I'm gonna tell you now, sis, you still sound slow. I don't care about no fucking stopping the internet. Stop the fucking internet while they're fucking fighting. Stop the internet when 30 people die. Allow them to fucking come up with whatever fucking narrative they need to come up with and fucking notify the families with what happened to their children.
You're talking so much you don't even understand what I'm saying. I never said anything about it.
Well, maybe that's what it is. You just put something in the fucking chat about them being blocked in Gaza. There's a reason. They went out to Gaza when the sun is out and the fucking ground is rolled. I've seen it on TV just like you have. But anybody getting into there while they're fighting, those are people that slide their ass on in. A lot of times the government doesn't want them in that area. Hamas doesn't want them in that area. Israel don't want them in that area.
You got a headache, you can bust your blood pressure.
No, I'm not about to bless shit. You know what? I run every morning. My fucking labs come out great. I'm healthy, sis. I'm not busting shit.
But I'm not yelling at you. We can have a discourse without all that cussing and stuff.
Okay, so can I ask this question? I'm hearing. So with that in mind, does that also apply for Iran? Because all of their information is coming out, like what got hit, how many buildings are down. So it doesn't. That same thing doesn't apply to them. Because I'm going to play you guys a little clip that I found, and it's really interesting how. And now I'm starting to believe this stuff about mainstream media, y'all, because the stuff that I find sometimes
digging and doing research, we hear nothing about over here. We don't get any of this news over here. And I'm wondering why we don't hear this. So maybe it is true that some of these these Trump supporters come in and say mainstream media, you guys are only hearing what they want you to hear. But that goes for the other side too, as far as I'm concerned, because I don't see it coming off on Fox.
Yes, that is my ball face.
So I'm gonna play this because there's actually some shit really happening, and I don't know if Scotty's in here. I know he doesn't know anybody in here. I think he said he does know somebody who's currently in Israel at this point.
Yeah, my family is. They're in the north of Israel, and I also have my high school friend in Jerusalem, and a couple of friends in
Because I'm seeing on this some real severe damage. And is it safe to say that this is correct? That there's some real severe damage in Israel?
I mean, I'm sure there is, but we're not getting a lot of media. I mean, people are in bunkers. I see the messages they post, but that's about it. I mean, there's not much.
Okay, so let me play this, and I've only vetted a little bit of it. I haven't vetted it all the way through. So hopefully this is going to be what I think it's going to be. So let me see. Make sure.
Iran's military might continues to keep the world guessing. No one truly knows the full extent of its arsenal, and the latest strikes on Israel has proven just how dangerous the uncertainty can be. According to the US, Iran has the largest ballistic missile inventory in the Middle East. From drones to cluster bombs and Fatah missiles, Iran is leading Israel with a highly capable range of weapons. On June 19th, Iran launched a missile strike against Israel, but what followed was a stunning revelation. The missile released 20 sub-munitions that detonated across a wide radius, a signature effect only possible with one weapon, the cluster bomb. The Israel Defense Force confirmed that at least one projectile in the missile barrage carried a cluster bomb warhead. For the first time since the conflict began, Iran deployed cluster munitions against Israel. A cluster bomb is unlike a regular missile. First used during World War II, these weapons were designed to destroy multiple military targets spread across a wide area. A cluster munition is an explosive device that releases smaller sub-munitions during flight. While traditional missiles are typically guided and detonate upon impact with a specific target, cluster bombs are unguided. They open mid-air, scattering smaller bombs over a broad zone, often threatening civilian areas. Iran possesses a diverse range of aerial weaponry, and the latest addition to its arsenal is the cluster bomb. Although the individual cluster bomb carry less explosive power than a traditional missile, their ability to strike multiple targets at once makes them particularly dangerous. An even more alarming concern is that not all submarines.
Okay, that's what I thought. But they're showing, I don't know where this footage is coming from, but they're showing buildings and stuff that have been destroyed in Israel, and it's very severe damage.
What's this news source?
This is CNN News 18. CNN News 18.
Oh, that shit. Yeah, I mean, honestly, so they're attacking civilians. Cluster bombs are mainly used for indiscriminate, non-targeted bombing. So I would say that's for attacking civilians. There's a difference. I mean, yeah, they're definitely dangerous, but this just shows why I think the United States and Israel has a duty to nerf these people. Nerf Iran, nerf, limit their capability of spreading terrorism and having a nuke and having such a ballistic missile arsenal.
Yeah, no,
nuance with respect to the cluster bombs, though. There are a number of countries who have not agreed not to use cluster bombs. In other words, they have not signed any contracts saying that they would not use them. We're on that list. Iran's on that list. Israel's on that list. So, I mean, that reporting potentially is a little skewed.
What's the definition of nerf, Haitian, Patty? What does that mean?
What happened?
You said that they should nerf. We got a new guy on the stage, another doctor. There's so many doctors, more than I've ever seen in my life.
Nerf is kind of like limit, Nerf is like, Nerf guns, it's not, Nerf is like a kind of a word for kind of making their power, limiting their power, basically. Yeah, limiting its power. Who said Nerf, though? You say Nerf Iran? The Iranians, yeah. The Iranian government, the Moors. So how are they going to Nerf them without doing the same to civilians? Well, like what they're doing right now, they're using, America and Israel, we have typically we have pretty precise weaponry, and so if you look for limiting casualties, civilian casualties, more or less targeting, military infrastructure and military leaders. You were just like nuclear, you say neutralize it. Nerf, man. So Iran is one of the leading sponsors of terrorism. They support Hamas, they support Hezbollah, they support the Houthis. Of course, that's a common knowledge. And so, so with them doing that, we don't want them having a nuclear bomb because, that really increases the likelihood of them not only attacking Israel, but really giving this bomb material, like a dirty bomb to one of these, it'd be like ISIS possibly getting a nuclear bomb. Thank you. I appreciate it. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm very familiar with Iran. Okay, I don't think it should be nuked. Yes, it needs to be nuked, but not nuked. Nerfed. Not nuked. We're not talking about nuking Iran. We're not talking about that. Okay.
Yeah, I've only heard Nerf when it comes to like online gaming wars and like Call of Duty and shit like.
Yeah, and my doctor doesn't recommend me playing Call of Duty. So I just play NBA 2K and Madden. So.
Oh, you played Madden? I'm fucking Asian. We gotta play. I was fucking destroyed.
Haitian. You know what NBA 2K? I can beat you. Why the hell?
I already told you guys. Don't even try it around me, please.
Please. Whenever you're ready.
Unless you have permission. Unless you got permission, okay? Haitian.
Which one you gonna play, huh?
Hey, not Call of Duty, not the first person shooter, but the NBA. Well, if you and Scotty could be on the same team.
I could be, you could be on the same team.
PS5. PS5.
I'm Xbox, man.
God damn it. We gotta be on. You know that, right?
It's so crazy in this whole conversation. Everybody is like giving it up for Israel. Or even fucking Iran, right? Y'all know, like, when we were deployed, when Haitian was deployed, because Haitian was deployed in the beginning, guess who was sponsoring a lot of those fucking terrorists?
IEDs was Iran.
Saudi. Al-Qaeda came out. Al-Qaeda, when a lot of those bombs that they found, a lot of those foreign fighters that they found in Iraq, they were from Saudi Arabia. A lot of
Iranian shit, I'm telling you, that's what we're going to do.
I got it with Iran, but Saudi Arabia sponsored a lot of the terrorists that came. This shit crazy. Like, we always fucking cussing out these other countries, but guess what? Saudi is a fucked up ass country too. They was trying to kill soldiers. We was fighting all kinds of shit.
Well, Robert, you keep it a buck though, right? That's not just Trump. Just look at Bush. After 9/11, when the scan space was shut down, only people that was on the fucking flight were Saudis. The royal family. They came out of the U.S.
And colleges out there. Fucking sending kids that had disabilities, women that had disabilities, people that had issues, send them out there to blow themselves up while we got soldiers on the road.
But what the frick did they do?
Cause y'all want fucking cheap gas. And a plane.
Yeah, well, at least women, I think, are allowed to.
We have lots of oil and gas, like what?
Yeah, but y'all was kissing the ring. At least MAGA was.
Well,
I love all these armchair
teammates about the
warriors.
military, but Scotty?
No, I just said all of these armchair warriors are just fucking amazing.
Well, they can keep their seats because I don't think Israel wants any diplomacy. I don't even know why we're waiting for 2 weeks because I just pulled up something from 4 hours ago from Israel's ambassador. That's why I said something's not right here. I feel like I'm being played. I don't know what it is, but my spirit is saying something is not right with this whole situation. Okay, so now Trump told us it's just too much. Can somebody do a timeline? Because this is way too much. And I think I'm putting too much thought into it. And that's what's really fucking me up. So now Trump don't even believe his own intelligence.
Wait, please, I'm sorry. So I was out of the event for the last couple of days. What did you say Trump said about intelligence?
He told, okay, he then backed off. Okay, let me go get it. Let me play it. That's the point. I haven't played the damn clip. Let me play the clip. Hi, Pastor. We need prayer. And then you can definitely hear what we're talking about. But I'm putting too much thought into it. I'm trying to be too smart and rational about it. There's something else that's happening here that we need to probably try to figure out.
This lady says that Tulsi Gabbard is just fucking wrong. Because one woman black to be wrong.
Okay, you don't know shit.
Yeah, bullshit.
You don't know shit, bro. There's a whole intelligence department. There's hundreds, thousands of people that work on this shit. So for Trump to just dismiss it like he did in his first term because he has a feeling or a vibe, he's a fucking moron. And the MAGA
Scotty, international nuclear scientists, inspectors, verified these guys were trying to hide them. Why would they put? Why would they have their nuclear program a half a mile underground? Why would they be hiding from the UN inspectors? The UN inspectors are confirmed that they are hiding something.
Why would Trump lie? Weirdos.
I think that she's wrong.
Why would she lie?
That's what it is.
Hi, RJ.
I just said she's wrong.
Stage, RJ.
How is she wrong? She's just wrong.
How is she wrong?
She has to be some shit like Ram stop pursuing a nuclear bomb. Bro, we don't know who got started. What? No, but be honest here, okay? So, hold on. Let me ask you this, okay? I mean, let's be honest. North Korea, when they got the nuclear bomb, they guaranteed their survival. Wouldn't it make sense for Iran to do the same thing? Look at Libya. Gaddafi gave up his nuclear bombs, and look what happened to him. Okay? Wouldn't it make sense for Iran to do this to preserve their nation? Why the fuck are we gonna lie here, bro? Are you trying to admit that you're fucking wrong?
Intelligence are everyone's ignoring it, then one Trump a mouth and ear.
They don't make any points here, they're valid.
That's a good example of the Trump derangement syndrome, right?
Lisa, you can replay something?
Hey, what's up, first lady?
Hey, Ish.
Yeah,
Lisa,
what
you
about
can replay something?
Yeah, y'all. Somebody said yes to this shit tonight. Okay, here I go, because I think maybe I should go get something, because all of y'all definitely are on something, and you leaving me out of the party. Okay, hold on.
Please.
What's that? Are you leaving the stage?
Yeah.
Division 4. So that was an honor for me to be involved. I want to thank J.D. Vance for a great job, and also our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has done a fantastic job. So Rwanda, a long-term war with the Congo, a very bloody war. They're all bloody, but this was a really bloody one.
Okay. Now, this man just said that he stopped the war in the Congo. And it's a very bloody war. It's a more bloody. Wait, did he really? I have to go verify this because this is crazy. That's part one.
Well, I'm not going to be making peace with Congo, and they can get on to making trade deals with the United States and other places and have a much more normal form of life. We're very honored by that. As you know, we did a very great job with India and Pakistan. And whether it's billionaires control. And we had India in. It looks like we're going to be making a trade deal with India. And we had Pakistan in. It looks like we're going to be making a trade deal with Pakistan. And it's a beautiful thing to watch. The Serbia, Kosovo, likewise, they've been fighting for years. And as you know, we brought that one to a conclusion. And now we have a couple of big ones. We have Russia, Ukraine, which is making a little bit of progress. And we have Israel, and nobody really knows what that one is all about. We're going to find out pretty soon, I guess.
The Iranian foreign minister this afternoon said if the U.S. is serious about negotiations, that you would call up Israel and request that they stop their airstrikes. Will you make that request?
Well, I think it's very hard to make that request right now. If somebody's winning, it's a little bit harder to do than if somebody's losing. But we're ready, willing, and able, and we've been speaking to Iran, and we'll see what happens. What was the thought process behind the 2 week timetable? Just in time to see whether or not people come to this answer. Europeans help at all? Talking for Iran? No, they didn't help. No. Iran doesn't want to speak to Europe. They want to speak to us. Europe is not going to be able to help in this.
20 years ago, you were skeptical of the Republican administration.
He said that Iran doesn't want to talk to Europe because Europe can't help him with this one. Was this a press conference that Trump was talking about? This is getting off the plane in New Jersey, and this is the one that Trent said that he sounded really presidential. So he's getting independent, right? Independent, coherent, same. And it's a C. No, just listen. Yeah, I don't have the transcript. I wish somebody could find the transcript so you can hear how crazy this shit sounds. Okay, so hold on. I'm trying to get to the point where he tells everybody that he doesn't believe what Tulsi Gabbard said. I hope it's on this one. Go ahead. I'm gonna go.
Back to Middle East country on the idea of questionable intelligence of weapons of mass destruction. How is this moment different with Iran?
Well, there were no weapons of mass destruction. I never thought there were. And that was somewhat pre-nuclear. You know, there was a nuclear age, but nothing like it is today. And it looked like I'm right about the material that they've gathered already. It's a tremendous amount of material.